Welcome to the Fantasy Audiobook. Sign in as the Great Emperor at the beginning and create an invincible ancient family. Chapter 31. She, Yunlin, is not considered a veteran powerhouse. The veteran powerhouses are elders and ancestors who hide behind the scenes. Moreover, the Chen family today is short of people. Even with Chen Fan, the Great Emperor, the related industries cannot return to their peak in a short time. In other words, this is the initial stage of a family's rise, and the unpleasantness of the past should be erased as soon as possible, otherwise the consequences of gambling on what will happen in the future may be even more unbearable. Yunlan looked at the disciple next to her. Chanyu, I'm afraid the Chen family is hard to reach now, so don't lose your sense. This is not about breaking off the engagement, you have to have a good attitude. Su Chanyu nodded. Master, this disciple knows. Expressing how dare he make mistakes. It was me who broke off the engagement, and it was me who came to express my apology. I wanted to cry for some reason. Looking at the city in front of her, she saw that it had only been a long time ago and it was already the area of the Chen family. If she had not broken off the engagement before, maybe she could come here legitimately and enjoy the richest aura power. Hearing this, Yunlin didn't say anything and went directly. Luo Yunzong, please see the Great Emperor. Bai Fengyao showed up. She was the fastest one to refine Pengu's blood, so she immediately came to guard the house. He looked at the two people from a distance. Luo Yunzong, this is not for master to break off the engagement. Shouting loudly, you two, please come back, my master won't see you. Although she was personally very grateful to Su Chanyu, master would definitely not be grateful. Not to mention that there is a teacher's wife, and I'm not stupid. Hearing this, Yunlan was embarrassed. Su Chanyu's face didn't look good either. This is Chen Fan's disciple, the divine maiden of the ancient Feng clan. At this time, Mo Qingyan appeared and immediately blocked Bai Fengyao's mouth. He reminded in a low voice, girl, be obedient, so that your master and your wife can have a child as soon as possible. Bai Fengyao could only look at Mo Qingyan and nodded, indicating that she understood, then this child was definitely related to her. Fang Yuehua said from the side, Master Luo Yun, this visitor is a guest. Come into the city. How can you refuse such a great thing? The great emperor didn't feel guilty, so why didn't he meet? Her disciples also had to meet these two to formally hand over. Although Chen Fan and her disciples haven't come back yet, Yunlan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Holy King Yu Hua. Question mark. People from the Shinto Holy Land. You must know that I have seen the Holy Girl from the Shinto Holy Land before in the Burial Emperor mountain range. Is it just a coincidence? She had a bad intuition, but now that she was here, she couldn't regret it. Seeing that the Lord of Phantom Sound is also there, could it be that Chen Fan has taken down the Phantom Tower? Then, after getting permission, a hole was opened in the city defense formation from the inside, so that she could take Su Chanyu and step into it. Just entered. The intense power that hit her face directly made Su Chanyu have a breakthrough in her cultivation. Every time you take a breath, you feel almost substantial spiritual power seeping into your limbs and bones. Master. Shock. Separated by a formation, the intensity of spiritual energy on both sides is also very different. I thought the outside world was already pretty good, but here, it was astonishing. It is no different from the paradise that monks dream of. Yunlin also noticed, Chanyu, there is at least one imperial crystal vein here, and it is much larger than the average imperial crystal vein. She is well informed and can be considered an explanation. But she could only explain it so far and make some guesses. Imperial crystal veins. Su Chanyu was silent. Imperial crystal veins are in the hands of the top forces in the mainland and are extremely precious. And now she just takes a few breaths. I don't know if there is any regret medicine. If she can live here all the time, she will definitely improve her strength quickly. She will become the top genius in the entire continent, not Tianyuan territory. After all, talent is talent, and precious resources are also indispensable for a monk's growth. Soon, Fang Yuehua and the others arrived. The great emperor has not returned. Sect Master Luo Yun, it is better to wait a little longer. Fang Yuehua said. Mo Qingyan, on the other hand, blocked Bai Fengyao's mouth to prevent the girl from saying the wrong thing. Not back. Yunlan's heart skipped a beat, and it became even worse. But after noticing Fang Yuehua's aura, he was even more shocked. It seemed as if he had just finished practicing, and the blood aura had not yet stabilized, and some faint red aura-like silk threads emanated. Moon painting Holy King, please do as you wish. He nodded. There is definitely a great opportunity. Otherwise, this aura would not be so sharp. And the same is true for the Lords of Phantom Sound. But she wouldn't ask any more questions. Soon, they arrived at the Chen family's mansion. Just walked in the door. A huge scarlet blood pool attracted Yunlin's attention, and her eyes narrowed slightly. The terrifying and powerful power of blood rushed towards him. It made her feel even more oppressed. Is it powerful blood essence? So much. Fang Yuehua smiled and said, Master Luo Yun, don't be surprised. This is a blood pool created by the Great Emperor to enhance the blood strength of the family disciples. It's not a secret. After all, the Great Emperor chose to put it here directly, not wanting to hide it from others. Yun Lan was silent. After saying this, it seemed that both Fang Yuehua and Mo Qingyan had refined this terrifying blood essence. Looking next to me, there are other people, who are stripping away the cocoons and refining the essence and blood in a diluted manner. Su Chanyu looked at it anxiously, almost crying. Although I don't know what this blood pool is, but a great emperor can take it out, it is definitely an extraordinary thing. Suddenly, Chen Tianya next to the blood pool finished refining. Surrounded by bloody power, there was a bang, transcendent realm. Ha 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 ha, I have entered the transcendent realm. My bloodline has been enhanced countless times, and my combat power has doubled. This is just a tiny bit of Pengu blood. He almost died. He didn't dare to continue, otherwise he would really die. Don't be greedy. Su Chanyu was stunned. Transcendent realm. It had only been a few days since we last met, and the undercover senior brother Meng's cultivation level had crossed a huge level, already far surpassing that of her, a sect saint. A sad group. Otherwise she can do it. But now, all I can do is watch. Bai Fengyao glanced at Su Chanyu's face and curled her lips. My master and master's wife haven't come back yet, so don't think about it. My master's wife won't agree to it either. Fang Yuehua and Mo Qingyan lowered their heads and looked at Bai Fengyao. You are the only one who can speak. Yunlin froze immediately. Master wife. The bad feeling is getting stronger. You can't always do it, at least right. Master's wife. Su Chanyu was immediately shocked. How long had it passed before Chen Fan had already found a master's wife for the divine maiden of the ancient Phoenix clan, occupying the position that she should have belonged to before? Fang Yuehua hurriedly said, Sect Master Luo Yun, why not go inside and wait for the great emperor first? Yun Lan suppressed her thoughts and sighed, pulling the dazed Su Chanyu away. This is also the time. The sky above our heads suddenly became dark. I saw the city defense formation automatically breaking open, and a huge thing came down. This terrifying aura and oppressive pressure made everyone take 3 steps back. It's a monster. When he saw Chen Fan and Ling Qingcheng on his back, he relaxed. Master, Master. Bai Fengyao laughed, not knowing where Master and Master went while carrying her as a disciple. Everyone held their breath. This monster was extremely powerful. Especially Fang Yuehua and Mo Qingyan felt it most clearly. It was stronger than them. I don't know where the great emperor got it. Bai Fengyao stared at the Emperor Qilin, her eyes gleaming. The aura of the Emperor Beast. She hasn't ridden an Emperor Beast for a long time since she left the family. She immediately became a good girl, wrapping her hands behind her back and grabbing her ponytail, hoping that Master could agree to her condition. Yun Lan was stunned. Really? The Jushao Thunder God Wood that was about to be taken out was silently pressed back. What a coincidence. Chen Fan is that senior. And she also benefited from the favor of her senior and gave gifts in return. Jushao Thunder God Wood suddenly felt no pain in the body, liver pain. God played a big joke on her. She was so embarrassed that she could dig out the luxurious sect with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. Su Chanyu didn't know this. Looking at the Emperor Qilin, she didn't feel envious at all, and that woman. Master's wife. Chen Fan found his wife so quickly, taking her previous place. Although she couldn't control it, it was too fast. A bitter look on his face. Chen Fan and Ling Qingcheng jumped down from the back of the Emperor Qilin, looking like a couple of gods and immortal Tao. Sect Master Luo Yun, we meet again so soon. Chen Fan was a little surprised to see Yunlan, but not that surprised. As soon as these words came out, everyone became puzzled, including Su Chanyu. Has Master seen Chen Fan? But she didn't dare to ask. Ling Qingcheng naturally knows, but now she is more interested in the woman next to Yunlan. Yunlan is also a saint, with a good mood. Senior. Well, it seems inappropriate to call him that. The kindness of the great emperor will never be forgotten. Nodding. However, Chen Fan must have known about it before. But she didn't dare to tell or ask. Chen Fan hummed, I wonder what the purpose of sect leader Luo Yun's visit this time is. Everyone was ready to eat melon. Yunlan was embarrassed. Great Emperor, I'm here to avoid some misunderstandings. At the same time, Su Chanyu looked at Chen Fan with mixed feelings, and they met again, but Chen Fan didn't even look at her, but the woman next to her had already locked onto her. He and Ling Qingcheng looked at each other silently. Misunderstanding. Sect Master Luo Yun, there is no misunderstanding between us. Chen Fan asked back. On the other hand, Bai Fengyao was staring at Emperor Qilin with big eyes. Yunlin felt even more pressure. How could her senior be Chen Fan? Hesitating slightly, Great Emperor, everything is up to me. It was only before I disagreed that I made the decision to let Chan Yu come. Master Luo Yun, there is no need to mention the past. Chen Fan changed the topic, but, what price can Luo Yun sect pay? Chen Fan. Su Chanyu couldn't bear it after hearing this. This was to make things difficult for Luo Yun sect and make her bear the crime of implicating Luo Yun sect. After all, they are an unmarried couple. The two families have ancestral friendship. Even if what happened before, the great emperor, why bother so much? It is normal not to look at her face, but it has nothing to do with the family. Looking at the family's face, it shouldn't be like this. Shut up. Chen Fan directly suppressed Su Chanyu with pressure. Su Chanyu suddenly turned pale. Shut up. At the same time, Yunlan quickly reminded the disciple. The power of the great emperor is not so easily tripped up by love. Ling Qingcheng narrowed her eyes and became cold for a moment. She dared to call my husband by his name. It didn't matter how you called me before, but now, I must mark it down for Su Chanyu. I said that we have nothing to do with each other. Chen Fan said coldly. Of course, it's not entirely true, because he is thinking about the entire Luoyan sect. The largest sect in Tianyuan domain has some weight. As for family friendship, it's okay not to have it. Su Chanyu's delicate body trembled and she couldn't speak at all. Although Chen Fan decisively agreed to break off the engagement with her, there was no longer any friendship left. Yunlan quickly said, Great Emperor, please calm down. I, Luo Yunzong, would like to follow the lead of the Chen family. Master. The price was too high, and Su Chanyu's voice became hoarse. Very good. Chen Fan smiled. In that case, Master Luo Yun, I will go to Luo Yun sect in person soon. If Su Chanyu doesn't want to come to my Chen family, then she can just be auxiliary worker. GG. The Chen family needs to expand and need manpower to take care of it. Otherwise, if he has to do everything himself, then he is no different from the great emperor working as a worker. Before Yunlin could respond, Su Chanyu felt that she could still be saved, so she quickly blurted out, Master, the Nine Heavens Thunder God Tree. Remind, there is no need to pay such a high price. We just agreed to apologize. The value of the Nine Heavens Thunder God Wood should be about the same. For a moment, Yunlin was speechless. That's his. How dare you take it out and give it to him? Sect Master Luo Yun, it seems that there is something that he didn't tell her. Chen Fan smiled. He's not interested in a cheap fiancé, but Yunlan is still fine. Su Chanyu was stunned. What's the matter? There's no use for such a treasure as the Nine Heavens Thunder God Tree. With her level, of course she couldn't figure it out. But Yunlan did not explain. Luo Yun sect will definitely welcome the great emperor's visit in person. At this point, there is no choice. For the sake of my disciples, I lost a sect. Of course, it's also for her. Chen Fan saved her life. The cycle of cause and effect cannot be stopped. Bet on the future of the Chen family. Supreme glory. Ding, conquer the affiliated forces, the largest sect in Tianyuan domain, Luoyan sect. Reward, the Chen family mansion will be automatically upgraded to the material of Nine Heavens Thunder God Wood, which is indestructible. Chen Fan was shocked and refused to let anyone go. He immediately waved his hand. At the same time, the entire Chen family mansion was undergoing renovation and reconstruction. Everyone was confused for a moment, wondering what the great emperor meant suddenly. What was the meaning of this move? The next moment, after noticing something strange, everyone's face showed fear. The power of the great emperor. With a wave of his hand, the whole family. 9 heavens thunder god wood. Sky. The entire Chen family is so big and is made of the 9 heavens thunder god wood. It's so terrifying. I don't know where so many 9 heavens thunder god trees come from. Senseless. Aren't you afraid of being electrocuted in the middle of the night? But they completely overthought it, and among them, thunder was quickly wiped out. Yunlin was also dumbfounded. What was the pain in the body? Not to mention Su Chanyu, they are all 9 heavens thunder god wood. To build a mansion, original, ugly, Chen Fan was not satisfied, with a serious look on his face, and even wanted to add another one. Another wave of his hand. A stream of clear spring surged out from the system space. As soon as the gushing water from the 9 heavens divine spring came out, the atmosphere of the entire mansion became extremely clear and fresh. Take a breath and feel refreshed. 9 heavens divine spring. Everyone went numb. So much. What treasure has the great emperor dug up? Yunlin had never seen such a huge handiwork before. She was extremely shocked. If she can stay here, so many precious resources of creation may help her break through the emperor realm. Incredible. Su Chanyu cried greedily. The heaven-defying opportunity was once at her fingertips, allowing her to achieve supreme glory and reach the pinnacle of cultivation. But now, it's gone. Eventually, the 9 heavens divine spring formed a spring eye, which reflected the Pengu blood pool, exactly like the yin and yang eyes. Chen Fan was very satisfied. Emperor Qilin, guarding the door, seeing off guests. Yes, master. Emperor Qilin had shrunk his body, and his copper bell-like eyeballs were staring at Yunlin and Su Chanyu. After hearing this, the master and apprentice, who were immersed in shock, came back to their senses. Being locked by an ancient beast with emperor realm cultivation, he had to leave even if he didn't want to. Otherwise, they would still want to take a few sips of high-quality spiritual energy. But this unicorn is only used to watch the door. Yunlin sincerely welcomes the great emperor to Luoyang sect. Yunlin expressed her attitude again, and the master and apprentice turned and left. At this time, Bai Fengyao immediately followed. Master, let me see the door. Then discuss with Emperor Qilin whether he can let her ride. Emperor Qilin glanced at Bai Fengyao, then held his head high and refused arrogantly. Bai Fengyao quickly looked back at her master after receiving the permission. He smiled and said, Qilin, you don't want to be beaten by my master, do you? Emperor Qilin was shocked and very reluctant. All right. Give you a ride. Bai Fengyao jumped up with a satisfied smile. Starting today, professional housekeepers are also willing. Su Chanyu was silent. Why could she ride the emperor beast? Tears of envy flowed from the corners of her mouth. Master, it's all the disciples' fault. Because Luoyang sect has become a subsidiary sect, in the future, it will have to obey the arrangements of the Chen family to a certain extent. Let's make peace with it now. Chanyu, I don't blame you. Yunlin sighed, fearing that things were about to change. Who could have predicted? What's more, the great emperor has saved my life. Help. Well, do you still remember the 9 heavens thunder god wood from before? That was also given to me by the great emperor. Su Chanyu was shocked. It turned out that this was what she didn't know. However, the surrender and worship shown by her master made her uncomfortable. Regretful saliva flowed from the corners of his eyes. After causing such a big trouble, the master didn't say anything, but she had no face to face her parents and no face to return to her clan. Watching Yunlin and the others leave, everyone looked at the great emperor with even more intense eyes. Chen Fan stood with his hands behind his back. From today on, the Chen family will officially come to White Emperor State. Announced directly. Hearing this, the Chen family was shocked. Congratulations, ancestor. Coming to the mainland, it was a competition among the top forces, which was a bit stressful. But in the White Emperor State, a great emperor can shock everything. Not to mention, the 3,000 emotionless puppets of the transcending tribulation realm cannot deal with the Holy Realm forces, but the following forces are enough to push and smooth everything. Congratulations to the great emperor. Fang Yuehua and the others also spoke quickly. It seems that things are going to change in White Emperor State. Chen Fan turned around and asked, Uncle Forbes, how's your investigation going? The establishment of a family, of course, starts from Tianyuan territory. However, the largest sect, Luoyan sect, has been captured, which is enough to help him solve most of his affairs. Of course, the previous battle with the Taihuang Great Emperor was already considered the pinnacle battle of the entire White Emperor State, and the rest was just trivial expansion matters. Si Fu said, Ancestor, there are more than 100 cities, large and small, in the entire Tianyuan territory, and among them, there are about a dozen strong ones in the Holy Realm. There are more than 100 large and small sects. In addition to the saint-grade forces other than the Luoyan sect, there are a total of 9. As for some hidden forces, I don't know. Chen Fan nodded. Okay, you guys come forward and officially announce the birth of the Chen family. The rest is just waiting. It's the ancestor. Si Fu and the others were a little excited. They were the heroes who started the family. It has to be done well. If you can't beat it, you can win. Then they turned around and left together. And Chen Fan also knows that all wars must be fought by masters, even the powerful great emperor is no exception. As long as it is announced to the outside world, the rise of a family will always affect the interests of others, and snatch resources. As for the previous peak battle, it was only when the powerful Emperor Realm Saint Realm could detect the divine crystal veins here that they had the courage to come, and then there were also some passers-by around. The entire White Emperor State is so big, not everyone has such ability and courage. Most of them are unaware of this news. It is inconvenient not to have a mobile phone. Moreover, the Wanggu family can occupy several Dao realms, but that is only the territory on the surface. In fact, the ancient family's hands and eyes are all over the continent, especially in various industries. Considering that the direct bloodline is ultimately insignificant compared to the number of people, and it occupies too large an area, it is of no use. Unless there are enough branch blood vessels and they are strong enough. Just like the sovereign clan, the royal bloodline is only a handful in the vast sea of people. The remaining huge regional management is separately managed by clan relatives, royal relatives, and even princes with different surnames. Otherwise, the larger the territory, the more chaotic it will be. Chen Fan's goal, which he didn't think much about, is the Tianyuan territory. It must be captured, otherwise there will be no Chen family available, too few. It still needs to be cultivated step by step. As for the surrounding Great Dao domains, they are vast, rich in resources, and have countless forces. He does not have time to deal with them one by one. Thinking of this, Chen Fan looked at Fang Yuehua and Mo Qingyan beside him. The Holy Land of Shinto is too far away. Is this considered a marriage? As for the Tianyan domain, it's not bad. What are your orders from the Great Emperor? The two of them have quick hands and quick eyes, please don't drive us away. Chen Fan said, You too, I want to form a force to help my Chen family rise. Intelligence. Union. There is a marriage relationship, and there is another one right next door to Tianyuan domain. These two people can be used. Fang Yuehua and Mo Qingyan did not hesitate and both spoke, it's okay for Great Emperor to just say it. How could they hesitate? One has sold his disciples, and the other is next door. If he wants to survive, he will not refuse. Not to mention, the Great Emperor is so mysterious that they haven't figured it out yet. Chen Fan said, I have a secret space, which is considered a forbidden area, called the Ancient Godfiend Field. This force is called the Ancient Godfiend Pavilion. The headquarters is located in the forbidden area. Are you willing to serve as the masters of the major pavilions? Position, in charge of the Ancient Godfiend Field. This force must be mixed. Because his target is the entire continent. In 1 year, the mainland will definitely have the name of the Chen family. Therefore, various intelligence and alliances are particularly important. Great Emperor, I am willing. They both said in unison. Looks excited, Swire Godfiend Field, sounds very powerful. Okay, Chen Fan made the final decision. Moon Painting Holy King, you are the Godfiend Grand Pavilion Master, the Phantom Sound Master, and you are the Godfiend Second Pavilion Master. Firstly, your identity will be kept secret from the outside world and your name will not be revealed. Secondly, you can freely recruit suitable disciples and expand the scale. I will arrange the resources. As for everything in the Taiku Godfiend field, you can be responsible for the arrangements and management. Yes, Great Emperor. The two of them were excited. Godfiend Pavilion Master sounds very mysterious. Moreover, they also have the power to control and manage this forbidden area. This makes them look forward even more to the ancient Godfiend field. What kind of secret space is it? Chen Fan continued. You don't have to resist, go in and take a look first. In addition, there is an Emperor beast that you need to disassemble. Trouble. Fang Yuehua and Mo Qingyan suddenly became solemn. Afterwards, Chen Fan was sent into the ancient Godfiend field, and what came to his face was the ancient killing aura, like a god or a demon. There was also the huge corpse of a Thunder Rage Emperor beast in front of him. Outside world. Ling Qingcheng watched silently, keeping it a secret. I saw it all. The Master is the Grand Pavilion Master of Godfiend, and the Master of Phantom Sound is the Second Pavilion Master of Godfiend. The husband of the Great Emperor was poaching in front of his face. Husband, I also want to enter the Taiku Godfiend Pavilion. It's better to dig myself out too. Ding, form the Force Swire Godfiend Pavilion. Congratulations to the host for getting the reward, a headquarters of Swire Godfiend Pavilion. Chen Fan thinks this is good and saves trouble. Qingcheng, you want to be the master of the pavilion. Well, you will be the master of the third pavilion of Godfiend, no, the master of the Taiku Pavilion. This back door still has to be opened for the lady. Because this will train the Empress Master in this life to grow faster. It's also considered half cultivation. Ling Qingcheng felt that her husband was taking pleasure in her. However, he still had a pretty face and said seriously, okay. Becoming stronger. Catching up with the Great Emperor's husband. It must take pressure. One dares to speak and the other dares to answer. A few days passed. Langya City changed its name and surname. At first, people nearby knew about it, and then it spread throughout the Tianyuan territory. A family. The Chen family was born. Caused a commotion. The largest family in Tianyuan territory, the Jang family's residence. Chen family. What the hell? Are you afraid that we won't know about it in such a big way? Dad, I'm afraid this Chen family has bad intentions. There is a branch of our Jang family in Langya City. Now, there is no news at all. A young man looked at the middle-aged man next to him and said angrily. Now this Chen family shows up and directly declares to occupy the entire Langya City. They ask our Jang family if we agree. The head of the Jang family, Zhang Yuanba's eyes flickered. It seems that he is searching for the origin of this Chen family in his memory. Kuner, I have sent people to investigate. I believe there will be news soon. Zhang Kun clenched his fists and said, I just won't give in. Although Langya City is not as good as here, it is still quite large. What qualifications does the Chen family have to occupy a city like our Zhang family? It's too arrogant. Doesn't it mean that our largest family in Tianyuan territory will be on an equal footing with a small family? Zhang Yuanba thought for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out why the Chen family was so rampant. No matter what, we will find out later. Except for a few big families in the Tianyuan domain, there is no other family that can occupy a city. Not even a small city. At this moment, a housekeeper ran in, looking a little solemn. Head of the family, we have found out. Now that the entire Langya city is blocked, I am afraid that all branches of my Zhang family have been wiped out. Otherwise, there will be no news at all. What do you mean by finding out? Zhang Yuanba thought about it for a moment. The city lord of Langya city has the cultivation level of Transcendent Realm 9th layer. The head of my Zhang family branch also has Transcendent Realm 7th layer. To be able to control Langya city easily must be possible only from the Heavenly Origin Realm. Zhang Kun sneered, it's just Heavenly Origin Realm. If the housekeeper and I go there, we can slap him to death. Dad, why don't you let me take people to the Chen family and kill them? He volunteered. As the top family in the Heavenly Origin Realm, the Heavenly Origin Realm is nothing more than an ant. Kuner, don't be careless. Zhang Yuanba said seriously. At least the Heavenly Origin Realm does not mean that the other party is the Heavenly Origin Realm. Furthermore, if you dare to show off like this, you must have some strength. The butler next to him quickly reminded, Master, young master. There is only one Chen family in Lengya City, and this Chen family also had an ancestor of the Return to Void realm at the beginning, but it was only because he disappeared later that it became like this. Could it be, is this ancestor of the Chen family back? Yes, he was curious too. Because he, the housekeeper of the Jang family, is from the Chen family. Jang Kun frowned. Return to the Void realm. Then it seems that the family elders must come forward. The butler cannot solve the problem if he goes to the soul formation realm. You can't shoot the opponent to death. Zhang Yuanba thought for a while and said, it's very possible. Even if he is in the soul formation realm, he is still as terrifying as an ancestor in a small family. But in their Zhang family, they are just the housekeeper and various managers. Since the Chen family wants to fight for a place, it must pay a price. Okay, Kuner, I will arrange manpower for you. Go and scare this little ant tribe. Yes, Dad. Zhang Kun looked hot. In his family, there is an ancestor of the Holy Realm, whose strength is terrifying, so he can occupy the top position in Tianyuan. A family of ants must pay a price for their arrogance. By the way, Zhang Yuanba continued, Kuner, family is family after all. In addition, Dad will make arrangements for you to enter Luoyan sect. After this time, you must practice well. Dad, I can do it. Zhang Kun's expression became hot at the thought of being able to enter the largest sect to practice. He is also a genius, but not as good as the top genius in Tianyuan domain. As long as he can enter Luo Yunzong, he will definitely become stronger. Moreover, it is said that the daughter of the Su family, Su Chanyu, went to Luoyan sect to become a saint. As a result, the Su family, far inferior to their Zhang family, is now like a fish in water, and everyone is afraid of her. It's a pity that the Zhang family also wanted to marry the Su family, but they were rejected because Su Chanyu was already married. I don't know which kid is so lucky. Otherwise, the beauty will have to be snatched away. It's no longer possible. A behemoth like Luo Yunzong cannot be defeated. Then join. Tianyuan territory, Su family. Thump. Daughter, what are you doing? As soon as Su Chanyu entered the door, she knelt down and worshipped. Su Wuzheng was confused. Su Chanyu didn't dare to raise her head. Dad, my daughter is unfilial and her daughter is at fault. Kowtow. Even a saint would not dare not admit her mistake. Because Chen Fan is someone that even the sect cannot afford to offend. She doesn't know how to explain it to her family now. She can bring glory to the family, but she can also bring disaster and loss to the family, personal lessons and beatings. Su Wuzheng noticed something was wrong. Chanyu, what about breaking off the engagement? He just mentioned Lengya City, because recently the Chen family suddenly appeared with great fanfare. It just so happened that my daughter went to the Chen family in Lengya City to break off her engagement. Could it be? Su Chanyu didn't dare to get up. Dad, Chen Fan and I broke off our engagement, but this is your choice. As long as Chen Fan agrees, Dad will not stop you. But what? Of course Su Wuzheng knew all this. But because of Luo Yunzong, what can he say? Su Chanyu stuttered. But, Dad, Chen Fan is a strong man in the Emperor realm. Quote. Su Wuzheng smiled easily. Chanyu, don't joke with Dad. But you, where have you been these days after breaking off the engagement? Why didn't Uncle Fu come back? All was well, but no one came back, so he waited for several days without any news. Su Chanyu knew that her father didn't believe it, and she didn't feel the same way at the beginning. He said bitterly, Dad, I'm not joking. Chen Fan is indeed a great emperor. He has now occupied the entire Lengya city and changed it to the Chen family area. Master and I have already met him. Uncle Fu is also a member of the Chen family, so he stayed in the Chen family. It hurts so much. Su Wuzheng was like a bolt from the blue, are you kidding me? Big great emperor. I couldn't even think about Uncle Fu. Chan Yu, is what you said true? The voice was trembling. Dad, daughter, everything is true. Su Chanyu gritted her teeth and said it. And Su Wuzheng suddenly became extremely old. If sect master Luo Yun comes forward, there will be no lies. In addition to various rumors, I thought that an ancestor of the Chen family might have returned, but I didn't expect that it was Chen Fan. How can it be? He took a deep breath immediately and couldn't calm down for a long time. Standing with his hands behind his back, looking at his daughter who was kneeling down and unable to bear her weight, he understood why his daughter had to admit her mistake. Dad already persuaded you back then, but now that it has happened, this is your choice. As for the consequences, you bear them yourself. It was good to go to the Luoyan sect, but in the end it was morally wrong. Now it's better, I picked sesame seeds and lost the watermelon. Let's not talk about why Chen Fan is the great emperor, no one knows. But this name means that it cannot be disobeyed and cannot be violated. Who can bear the humiliation of breaking off the engagement? Just the great emperor. Let's take everything lightly. Chen Fan's agreement to break off the engagement was, after all, the last moment of friendship between the two families, and he gave an explanation. I just hope that Chen Fan will not hurt his daughter. The Su family in Tianyuan realm also has the ancestor of the transcending tribulation realm who is in charge. It is far inferior to the top families, but its status has been improved because of the Luoyan sect. Now, how can we provoke a powerful great emperor? Dad, my daughter is wrong. What's wrong? What's wrong with you? After all, it's just a heart that refuses to be mediocre and chooses to be unfair and self-interested. This is the reincarnation of cause and effect, just be willing to bear all the consequences. Chanyu, get up, this is the Su family, we don't have that fate. On the other hand, the major sects in Tianyuan territory chose to watch the excitement after learning the news. Because the rise of a family does not cause any loss of interest to the sect. Sects and families belong to different forces. When the family is inside, the world is prosperous, and when the sect is outside, there are no fireworks. Unless this family can have the power to suppress the entire Tianyuan territory and shake the sect. It's impossible even if you think about it. It is better to wait and see what happens and let the outside world make noise and take advantage of it. But there are several sect holy places that are extremely busy because their sect strong men have fallen away without knowing where they are going. Chen Fan in recent days. I have been signing in and have gained a lot. I got a saint grade kung fu book, a saint grade mental method, and an ancient elixir recipe. Not useful for now. Of course, there have been many fatal incidents these days. Ling Qingcheng looked for him in the middle of the night. Otherwise, take Fang Yuehua away and he goes to find Ling Qingcheng. It wasn't that he wanted to be secretive, it was because Ling Qingcheng was not ready yet, so he had to make a transition by engaging in underground relationships. Recently, with the blessing of various resources, the few disciples of the Chen family have been trained, and they have also received some rewards such as pills and spiritual stones. Cultivating Bai Fengyao and instructing her in her martial arts practice will also bring huge rewards. This day, ding, the top talent and luck genius has been detected. Outside the city, Chen Fan immediately disappeared. If you pass by, don't leave. Outside the city, quick, little ant, there is a city ahead. Let's go in to avoid being chased. In the woods in the distance, there is a young man who looks quite embarrassed and has a gray face. Looking at the crowded city in front of me, some hope welled up in my heart. And he was supporting a pale-faced woman. Yanger, my aunt is dying. This small town can't stop those people. You go ahead, my aunt will give you, to delay your time. Xiao Yu felt weak and covered her wound. No, little aunt, I won't leave you. Xiao Yang's eyes were extremely firm, we have to walk together. Even if we can't stop you, it will give us some time to breathe. I'll give you an acupuncture to heal your injuries. Xiao Yang looked at the city in front of him. He had a doubt that he didn't say out loud. Why is it called the Chen family? Is it just a family? But it looks like people are coming and going, and it doesn't look like a family. Even if you are in a hurry, you can't take care of that much. He helped Xiao Yu and was about to leave. Xiao Yu pushed him away with all his strength, and he looked unsteady on his feet, crumbling like a withered flower. Get out. If you don't get out, don't recognize me as your aunt. The Xiao family became violent and they were hunted down to this point. If this continues, she will be a burden and no one can escape. Not to mention, it will also affect the people of this city. But, Xiao Yang really couldn't die. Only when she was buried with the people of this city could she feel at ease. Xiao Yang also knows this truth, but they cannot protect themselves. Life and death are determined by fate and wealth. The weak and the strong, who can compete with each other. The only right thing is to survive. Those people from the Xiao family lived in Hedong for 30 years and Hexi for 30 years. And at this moment, my aunt is willing to die for him. But how could he just watch? Little aunt, I'm sorry. He raised his hand and was about to knock him unconscious. Above their heads, little did they know, there were two pairs of eyes staring at them, located above the 9 heavens. Chen Fan was so embarrassed that he had cancer. With a casual finger, Xiaoyang was knocked out. Now that the Chen family is open, there is no need to keep the formation covered. The Emperor Qilin is enough. Of course, the protection of the Emperor Qilin is always located above the 9 heavens, overlooking the entire Chen family area, and others cannot detect it at all. No, Xiaoyang felt cold behind him, but he didn't notice any strong person approaching. Who is it? Be vigilant immediately. Xiao Yu slapped Xiaoyang with her backhand, trying to knock out her own aunt. Don't think I didn't see it. But at this time, he couldn't care less about settling accounts with Xiaoyang. Just here, I'm surprised to see your bones. You passed by my Chen family. Are you interested in becoming my disciple? Then, Chen Fan's figure slowly appeared in front of them like a condensed phantom. Show your noble demeanor. Who are you? Xiaoyang asked warily. Disciple. Regardless of whether the other party is hostile or not, it is too late for them to leave now. Because this person is definitely infinitely stronger than them. Moreover, Chen Fan looks extremely young. Chen Fan said calmly, this city belongs to my Chen family. Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes, and then received a slap on the back of his head. Why are you so stunned? Why don't you hurry up and become a disciple? Xiao Yu was weak. She can die, but Xiaoyang can't. Now that an expert is willing to accept him as a disciple, there is no need to hesitate at all. Xiaoyang was depressed, but he knew that his little aunt was kind to him, so he reminded him in a low voice, Little aunt, this person appears strangely and inexplicably, so I have to be careful. Yanger, now you need the protection of a strong person. Auntie can't let you die. At least for now, listen to Auntie. Xiao Yu doesn't know this truth, but now, they are still being hunted, how can they have the right to choose? Moreover, Chen Fan looks too young, he must be some kind of old monster, otherwise he wouldn't have such a method. Then I can die in the future. My dear aunt, Xiaoyang is so rebellious and disobedient at all. He doesn't even know the origin of the other party. How can he be free? He is the great emperor reborn. He was attacked by someone in his previous life. When Xiao Yu saw this, he was extremely anxious. Senior, I'll take my place. Little aunt, Xiaoyang quickly interrupted. Stop arguing. Girl, I accepted you as my disciple, I didn't say it was him. Chen Fan was impatient. Why were there so many dramas? An old-fashioned tone. Ding, host. The system shuts up. What does this host do? Do you need to remind me? Cultivating disciples who are already geniuses is not a hero. Cultivating losers into geniuses, cultivating them into talented people with great luck, that is strength. Bai Fengyao. I delivered it to your door. Xiaoyang was confused. What do you mean? Ah, Xiao Yu was embarrassed. It turned out to be my aunt. It was also at this time that a group of figures came after him. Not good. Xiaoyang's face darkened, and they came after him. With their current state, they are completely unmatched. When Xiao Yu saw this, he became weak and wanted to kneel down to worship his master. Master, I'm here to bow to my disciple Xiao Yu. Extremely determined. Even though her body is weak, her face and eyes are firm and unyielding. Yanger, you can't seize the opportunity. Come on, aunt. Although I don't know why. And even if Chen Fan has ulterior motives, she is still willing to sacrifice to protect Xiaoyang. Not to mention, if Chen Fan doesn't want to, they won't be able to leave, so they have no choice. Xiaoyang rubbed his eyes. His talent was countless times better than that of his little aunt. Why did Chen Fan look down on him? No, according to experience, there must be people with ulterior motives, greedy for the little aunt, so you have to be on guard. Of course, Chen Fan had already noticed those who were chasing him, but he didn't take it to heart. Now that I heard it, I was satisfied. Okay, Yuer, get up. From now on, you will be my second disciple. Ding, I successfully recruited a disciple. Congratulations to the host for obtaining heaven grade's top-notch skills and a copy of Qianyuan Ju. The system is a bit tricky, but who knew that Chen Fan would always be above the atmosphere? Because the process of teaching disciples also comes with rewards. The weaker you are, the more rewards you will receive during the training process. Long-term meal tickets. Yes, master. Only then did Xiao Yu dare to look up at Chen Fan. She also felt. It was quite sudden. Everything developed in a magical and dreamy way. Because no matter how you look at it, Yanger's talent is much better than hers. A strong person should be able to detect it, right? Could it be that the old monster wanted to take advantage of her? Her delicate body trembled. Xiao Yu, let me see where you are going to escape this time. Ha 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 ha. The figure in the distance approached quickly, laughing. Kill Xiao Yang, take away his aunt and go back to work as a greenhouse girl. Upon hearing this, the old man at the head took the lead and rushed over. He sneered again and again. Don't think that finding a boy to help and kneeling down to him can save your lives. He didn't take Chen Fan seriously at all. Xiao Yang was furious in an instant. He dared to insult my aunt. He couldn't bear it. I'll beat her again. Xiao Yu's face turned pale, and the corners of her mouth twitched, wanting to say something. But I heard Chen Fan say, come home with me. Take it home and close the door so you can talk. Xiao Yang secretly resented that my little aunt, the master, wouldn't take action for his disciple. It's not worth it to do it for my little aunt. When those people saw this, they became even more excited. Boy. I know I'm afraid, it's too late. Since you want to keep that girl, let's die together. He yelled and killed her directly. Xiao Yu panicked and quickly reminded, Master, they are strong people in the Return to Void realm. As soon as he finished speaking, there was suddenly a terrifying beast roar in his ears. From above the 9 heavens, the Emperor Qilin, who was squatting and guarding the house, roared. Sneezed. That group of people instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Not even the wailing, everything in this world has nothing to do with them. Walking very neatly and peacefully, Xiao Yang looked up and saw that it was in the sky. He could not see an extremely powerful monster. Xiao Yu was confused. That's it. Chen Fan then responded, so what? Just follow me as a teacher and we'll talk about it when we get back. Like ants, the Emperor Qilin is gone in just a moment. Xiao Yu didn't want to think anymore and quickly waved, Yanger, follow me quickly. Chen Fan directly interrupted, he can't enter my Chen family. Why? Xiao Yang laughed angrily before Xiao Yu could respond. He must follow his aunt. Just in case. Because he suspected Chen Fan had ulterior motives, otherwise why would he accept his aunt as his disciple? Big deal, die together. Chen Fan looked back and said, why? If it weren't for me, what happened today would probably involve all the people in the city being buried with them. You still ask me why? Get lost, for her sake, I will spare your life. Accepting a disciple depends on fate and pregnancy. Although it is said that the weak eat the strong, life and death are determined by destiny, wealth and honor are in the sky, the capable can rewrite everything and the weak are all ants. But at his level, this rule does not exist. The rules of the Chen family are also determined by him. Xiao Yu is good, with weak talent and lack of luck, but she can't bear fate. He saw everything just now clearly. Let me go. Xiao Yang clenched his fist unwillingly. He is weak and nothing he says is useless. Chen Fan is strong and everything Chen Fan says is right. Chen Fan could easily kill him. He was infinitely more powerful than those who were chasing them, and was guarded by terrifying mysterious monsters. But if he just retreats like this, what should the little ant do? When he heard the master's question, Xiao Yu was so frightened that he patted his chest. Suddenly he found that his injuries seemed to have recovered a lot. What a strong aura. Only then did I discover the clue. Yanger, let's go. He reminded her quickly. At least now they have no crisis or threat. Even if they are separated, they can still save their lives. It is not wise to offend Master at this time. Because this Master is extremely mysterious. Of course, her mind was not calm either. She was afraid that the Master would pick her up, and she had no confidence in her talent. But to a certain extent, Master is also their savior. Little Ant. Xiao Yang looked at his relatives, feeling very uncomfortable. He was the one who offended Chen Fan. Let's go, I'm fine. Xiao Yu became a lot colder. If he didn't express his attitude, Xiao Yang might not be willing to leave. Xiao Yang gritted his teeth and said, Little Ant, stay here and wait for me. One day, I will come to pick you up. Swear secretly. If Chen Fan dares to misbehave with his little aunt, he will definitely take revenge. Chen Fan frowned. What's his expression? Still not convinced. Qilin, see you off. The next moment, the Emperor's unicorn descended from the sky, flew Xiaoyang away with a slap, and then returned to the 9 heavens gracefully, as fast as a big black mouse. Xiaoyang was caught off guard. I will definitely come back, and then the voice gradually faded away. Yanger. Xiao Yu was startled. Don't worry, he won't die. It's not a bad thing for him to suffer some physical pain. Chen Fan didn't care. This thing can be alive and kicking on its own without the need for a master. And he is a good person. He only hopes to do his best to help those who have made mistakes, who may be prone to sacrifice because of the word, relatives and friends, and who do not have good luck, good talent, and cannon fodder girls. No, it's the eldest sister. The little aunt, she obviously doesn't have the youthfulness of a woman, but has a childlike face, well, a little bit cute. At this age, the charm of time has taken shape, although it is not as devilish and rough as Fang Yuehua and Mo Qingyan. Xiao Yu felt relieved after hearing this. I had mixed feelings in my heart. I didn't expect that Yanger was driven away because of a small move, and it was because she could save her life. And she was not in good condition when she came, and she can't leave now. The master is still a scary old monster who looks young and handsome, but is also very gentle to her. Thinking about it makes her face turn pale. Later, Chen Fan took Xiao Yu back to Chen's house. Along the way, Xiao Yu looked at the people from all over the world, all of them smiling happily. There was no such miserable hell scene as being tortured by an old monster. It's different from what I thought. Moreover, the spiritual energy here is so rich that it is almost terrifying. It is simply unbelievable. He said cautiously. Master, are you from a family? Chen Fan nodded. That's right. Then am I considered a disciple with a foreign surname in the family? Xiao Yu felt anxious. Because she is also from a family, if she does not join a force but joins another family, it means that she will become a collateral disciple of another family and her status will not be much different. Chen Fan looked at Xiao Yu and said, Don't worry, you are my direct disciple, and I will train you with all my heart. Thank you, Master. Xiao Yu's delicate body trembled, startling herself. Personal disciple. She is not confident in her talent, let alone, can I encounter such a good thing? How can I encounter opportunities? Master, my talent is mediocre, so why did you choose to accept me as your disciple? But this master doesn't look, sound, or feel like someone with ulterior motives. It's really confusing. Chen Fan smiled and said, I'm just playing. No, I'm looking at your luck, it's a sign of something bad. Suddenly serious. A sign of great misfortune. Xiao Yu was very scared. With her level of cultivation, she was obviously suppressed by Chen Fan. She couldn't hide her state of mind with a single word. It has nothing to do with maturity or immaturity. Yeah, Chen Fan nodded. Since it's fate, why don't I help you get rid of this bad omen? Thump. Disciple, pay homage to Master. Master's grace will never be forgotten. Xiao Yu was completely convinced and sincere. At this moment, she understood the truth that she was not as good as a genius, but she could not give up easily. What if I pick up a great master? Moreover, the master was right, she always felt that following Yanger would always lead to life and death crises. Driving Xiaoyang away now is tantamount to the master giving her a bad omen. As an aunt, she can only say sorry, and the aunt can't control it. Chen Fan smiled and said, Get up. Paying homage to relatives and friends is no joke. Moreover, those who cannot get it are always in turmoil, and those who are favored are confident. The wine and meat of Zuman stink, and the road is freezing to death. Those who suffer from drought will die from drought, and those who suffer from waterlogging will die from waterlogging. The same principle applies to geniuses and losers. Look at the disciple who is trembling, has never seen the world, is not confident, and looks pitifully distressed. Completely unlike Bai Fengyao's little ancestor. Although it is said that fate is in his own hands, at his level, he can indeed easily change the fate of ordinary people. Ding, the host has made so many excuses, but it's not because he wants to block system bugs. Quote. Chen Fan didn't deny it. It saved time. If we cultivate people who deceive their masters and destroy their ancestors, wouldn't it be good if their disciples and wives overlap? Not only can it bloom and grow, but you can also get rewards for growing up. Of course, don't force it. Just let it happen. Soon, they arrived at Chen's house. Upon entering the door, Xiao Yu was stunned. Although she had never seen it before, it did not stop her from being shocked. I have never seen such a luxurious mansion and the materials used to make it. The huge red pools and springs are also something I have never seen before. Xiao Yu, from now on, you will live here temporarily. Chen Fan warned, you can take the resources here by yourself. Of course, the premise is that you are alive to enjoy them. Disciple knows. Xiao Yu nodded quickly. With such terrifying spiritual energy and resources, daughter you still using Xiaoyang to take revenge? Xiao Yu, can do the same. She was willing to sacrifice herself before to save Xiaoyang because Xiaoyang was not only a relative but also an extraordinary talent. He represented hope and the future of the family, and could take revenge in the future. Now, she doesn't want to die. My eldest nephews, please take care of yourself and practice. This is what my aunt said. By the way, your body and soul are injured, so the divine spring water will be useful to you. Chen Fan said. Master. At this time, Bai Fengyao came out. Looking at Xiao Yu, who are you? The smile froze, the steps slowed down, there was no love anymore, the master looked for the master's wife again. Chen Fan saw this and said, girl, don't make a fuss. She is your junior sister, Xiao Yu. Puff. Bai Fengyao feels that it is not a good thing to be a senior sister at a young age. Her status is obvious, but she also looks older. Suddenly, Xiao Yu and Xiao Yu stared at each other. Master is as careless as ever. You came just in time, take Xiao Yu to heal. Chen Fan warned. Yes, master. It's time for the senior sister to show her friendship. Then, Chen Fan turned around and left without saying anything. He was not interested in what happened to Xiao Yu. Thinking about it, it's time to make an appointment to go to Luoyan sect. The free one is the most expensive. As Su Chanyu's fiancé. Jia. Isn't there a saying that even an ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her parents-in-law? It depends on who is ugly. Of course, Young Lan is a nice person, she has a smart mind, can handle things easily, has a good attitude, has a charming figure, and can be dealt with. Then, Chen Fan disappeared. Step into the void. Xiao Yu, who had been staring at his master's back, subconsciously looked at the sky. Where was the master? He was gone in a whoosh. The master is indeed enigmatic. I don't know what level of cultivation he has. I looked at Bai Fengyao, little senior sister. Teacher, senior sister. Sister Xiao Yu, just call me Fengyao. Bai Fengyao smiled and said that everyone was talking about their own affairs. It means one thing in front of others and another behind the scenes. Otherwise, master would still have to call her sister-in-law. Hearing this, Xiao Yu felt a lot more relaxed. Fengyao, what is our master's level? Bai Fengyao smiled and said, Sister Xiao Yu, what do you think? At the same time, he looked at Xiao Yu's whole body, and found that his aura was a bit weak, and his luck power was not that obvious. However, to be picked up by the master is already a girl with the same great luck as her. There is no doubt about it. Xiao Yu pondered for a moment, then thought for a moment, could it be the Dao Palace realm? Those monsters are so powerful, so the master is definitely not bad either. Guess again. Bai Fengyao shook her head. Transcending Tribulation Realm. Xiao Yu trembled. Bai Fengyao said mysteriously, Sister Xiao Yu, have you seen those soldiers guarding you? They are all transcending Tribulation Realm. The puppets who pointed at Moda's feelings are all workers according to Master's words. Holy Realm. Xiao Yu was shocked. The Master was at least a strong person in the Holy Realm. And so many soldiers guarding them, seemingly motionless, are actually transcending Tribulation Realm. It was everywhere, something she hadn't noticed before. I didn't expect that just one person could destroy their entire Xiao family. Hiss. And she actually became a disciple of a great master in the Holy Realm. She was also his direct disciple. I was knocked unconscious by happiness and this sudden hug. It's the great emperor. The master is a powerful person in the emperor realm. Bai Fengyao said no more. Okay, I'll take you to heal first. Then he took Xiao Yu away. Great. Great Emperor. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu was stunned and couldn't react for a while. I am so weak that I worshipped a powerful great emperor. Not a saint. I feel like I'm being crushed to death by happiness, it's unbelievable. Although her luck is not very good, but now looking at her luck, she is countless times better than Xiao Yang. Feng Yao, that monster above the door. He asked cautiously. That is the imperial beast, the ancient divine beast Qilin, used to protect the city. Bai Feng Yao continued. And the master was divorced just before. Show off like crazy and enjoy yourself. Well. Emperor Beast. Xiao Yu was immediately numb, which made me look useless and even weaker. But, break off the engagement. She discovered the key point, and also found that this young senior sister was still very happy, and she died in piety. Yes, the master was divorced when he was only 23 years old. Bai Fengyao curled her lips. Boom. Xiao Yu suffered an inhuman blow and froze on the spot. The master is actually younger than her. The great emperor is in his early 20s. He is not an old monster at all, he is really young. How is that possible? Unbelievable. Countless shocks and unreasonableness, coupled with thousands of words, can be condensed into one sentence. Please master, please correct me. Confidence, surged up, even though she was extremely small at the moment. But I will definitely practice hard and live up to master's grace in changing my destiny. Yanger, let your aunt take care of the matter of avenging the family. My aunt is on your side. While walking, suddenly, my cultivation level broke through. Hey. Xiao Yang fell to the ground at this moment. His head was disgraced, his blood was boiling with shock. Unexpectedly, after being reborn as the great emperor, one day he would be beaten away by a monster. And it was taken so far. Looking in the direction of the Chen family from a distance, his eyes flickered. Better not hurt my little aunt. Relatives are his reverse scales. He could not save those who had died in the battle and was powerless. But he and his little aunt depended on each other for life, and they were reborn in a desperate situation, so how could they ignore it? But now that his little aunt has been snatched away, he can only watch helplessly, not a match. The only good thing is that Chen Fan keeps his word. He wondered if he was overthinking. Impossible. The little aunt is so weak, otherwise Chen Fan should accept him as his disciple. She must have ulterior motives. Chen Fan just did it on purpose and needed time to train his little aunt. And this completely activated his passion. No worries, just one person, embark on the journey, bravely explore the world. Wait for the day when the king returns and controls his own destiny. He is only 16 years old, has just started, and has endless possibilities. Little aunt, wait for me. Tianyuan domain. Luo Yunzong. The entire sect disciples are talking about one thing. Have you heard that the saint broke off the engagement before? It is not a big secret that the sect saint is bound by a marriage contract, but no one dares to talk about it loudly, so they can only gossip in a low voice to avoid getting into trouble. It seems that the engagement was successfully broken off. Tisk tisk, that's great. That's for sure. There are not many people in the entire Tianyuan territory who can match her when the saint takes action. If you just say anything, how can the other party be ungrateful? Agreeing is the most sensible choice. Everyone was filled with indignation and excitement, as if they had successfully broken off the engagement. I don't know who has such good luck. If I were to be divorced by the saint, I would wake up laughing even in my dreams. Hey, if he knew who the saint's fiancé was, that boy would have been secretly slaughtered hundreds of times by the saint's admirers. Oh, you're right. Ha 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 ha. Must be from some low-class family. What you said is wrong. Even if the big family doesn't agree with us, the Saint of Luoyan sect, we have to agree. The disciples were very curious about who the other party was. Because they only know that the saint has a marriage contract, and no one knows who the fiancé is. This is a personal secret. So, we have a chance. You want to eat farts. No, we want to eat farts. Saintess is not something we can get involved with. Look, isn't that the saint and senior brother Shu? The disciples immediately lowered their voices when they saw the figures in the distance. Senior brother Shu is a genius. The saint has broken off the engagement, and senior brother Shu has a chance. They all showed envy, secretly cursing that their talents and abilities were not up to par, let alone their status. There is no need to pity senior brother Shu for wasting precious practice time to get close to the saint. Let's continue talking about our story. By the way, recently a family called the Chen family suddenly appeared and occupied a city. It can be said to be rampant. I've heard about it too. I've never heard of the Chen family before. If you come forward now, it's tantamount to seeking death. We sects should just watch the fun. Not far away, Shu Wan looked at the accompanying woman with a fiery expression. The saint has gone to break off the engagement. I have a chance. Although it is not possible now and the sect leader does not agree, we can establish a good relationship in advance. With the relationship with the saint, he will have a place in the entire sect in the future. He smiled like a spring breeze and said, "Junior sister, why do you see you looking so sad?" Su Chanyu was severely beaten by Shu Shan and had just returned from the Su family. She was not in a good mood. "Senior brother Shu, it's nothing. Too lazy to say more. You broke off your engagement with a great emperor, and you were in a bad mood, haha." But there was no way she could explain it. But senior brother Shu is the great elder's direct disciple. His status is slightly inferior to hers, but he is also an outstanding genius. It was hard for her to say anything. Shu Wan's face immediately turned serious. "Junior sister, could it be that the other party is making things difficult for you regarding breaking off the engagement? If so, I will teach that boy a lesson. Being divorced is not a good thing for anyone, it is an insult. It is possible for the other party to be angry or even to curse. But in his opinion, even if he curses, the other party is not qualified. The saint of Luoyan sect naturally does not need to hold back on herself when doing things. No, senior brother Shu, this matter has nothing to do with you," Su Chanyu said coldly. Chen Fan really didn't make things difficult for her. But Shu Wang's mention of this matter was tantamount to rubbing salt on her scars, and she didn't even want to think about it. Not to mention that if Shu Wang went, he would die. "Junior sister, how can you have nothing to do with me? How can the saint of Luoyan sect be humiliated?" Shu Wan expressed quickly. He didn't want to be so polite and irritated with Su Chanyu. Su Chanyu was so angry that she didn't want to talk about it at all if she didn't see me. And she also knew that senior brother Shu had other intentions for her, but she had successfully broken off her engagement with a great emperor. Everything looked like ants. Everything looked bad. Nothing can compare to Chen Fan. He has raised his standard to the terrifying great emperor level. That means he is unwilling to give in and wants to cry without tears. Remain silent and leave quickly. Junior sister. Seeing this, Shu Wang became anxious. "Senior brother, stop talking, stop talking." He quickly chased after him. "Junior sister, I heard recently that someone from the Chen family showed up and made a lot of noise." He quickly changed the topic, but he couldn't chat with his junior sister to death. He still understood this truth. The water flows slowly and he shouldn't be too impatient. When Su Chanyu heard this, her delicate body trembled. It was also at this time that a figure appeared like a ghost. It was Chen Fan. "Come and go without a trace, as you please. Free great emperor." Chen Fan directly released his breath and summoned Yunlin. "Chen Fan." Su Chanyu almost failed to hold her guard, but he came anyway. Shu Wan glanced at Su Chanyu's face. Why didn't the junior sister say anything? Then he followed Su Chanyu's gaze and saw a strange man appear out of nowhere. He didn't even notice it. "Chen Fan." "No, junior sister recognizes him. He calls me by name, otherwise he should be called senior brother and junior brother. Take a step forward." "Who are you?" Shu Wang was a little jealous. With a difference in names, he obviously felt that the other party had a better relationship with his junior sister. At this time, he has to pay attention. Ask clearly. Su Chanyu was startled. "Senior brother Shu." She quickly stopped her, but she didn't know what to say, so she gritted her teeth. Shu Wang ignored it because he was determined and pretended not to hear. When the disciples in the distance saw this, they all wondered. They had never seen this person before, but senior brother Shu had already spoken. Could it be that he was also an admirer of the saint? That's what they thought, because Chen Fan looked extremely young. Chen Fan heard the voice coming from behind and asked me. Didn't pay attention. No one here has seen him or knows him, and it's normal. He is not responsible for answering the aunt's questions. Just wait for someone. Shu Wang looked ugly, and Chen Fan ignored him, but he was not stupid either. The other party should have some identity, otherwise he wouldn't be so arrogant. But how did he get acquainted with his junior sister? They seem to be acquainted, but why don't they talk to each other when they meet junior sister? He looked at Su Chanyu, who was silent. Junior sister, who is he? Su Chanyu reminded. Senior brother Shu, all you need to know about this person is that you can't afford to offend him. Chen Fan didn't even bother to scold her, so why would he pay attention to Shu Wan? Chen Fan should be waiting for his master and sect elders. Her heart was heavy. When Shu Wang heard this, his expression changed. These words are a reminder, but in his ears, you can always hear some reverence. How unreasonable. I can't afford to offend him. What about my master? Luo Yun sect is the largest sect in the Tianyuan region, so his master, the Great Elder, is the most powerful person in the Tianyuan region. How to be afraid. Today, the relationship between this person and Su Chanyu must be ended. Because he always feels that in this situation and behavior, his goddess is the one who is being a licker, and he can't stand it. When he was about to walk over to make an appointment, he added another sentence, how old is he, junior sister, and what is his cultivation level? It's not that he is cowardly, but that he knows very well that there is heaven and there are people outside the world. He should not be careless and must be steady. Su Chanyu's eyebrows stood up. You still want to fight. You're not afraid, you just want to die. It's useless even if your master comes. Junior sister, don't get me wrong, senior brother just wants to get acquainted. Shu Wang hid his thoughts. Su Chanyu then hummed, 23 years old, Emperor Realm. Get acquainted. Why would Chen Fan pay attention to you? Only the master and elders can talk to him. When Shu Wang heard this, he smiled and said, you are only 23, so you are stable. Age is a curse. But the cold junior sister finally joked with him at this time, which was not easy. This is a good thing, progress, and quite naughty. Then, with a slightly cold face, he walked directly towards Chen Fan. When the disciples in the distance saw this, they gathered around one after another and started to watch. It was very lively. Look, senior brother Shu passed by and fell down. They were stunned, they hadn't finished speaking yet. Shu Wang's face was extremely ugly. Just getting close to Chen Fan made him stagger like he was walking in an ice cellar. He fell down directly, completely humiliated. Strong. Crawling on the ground, he weakly said, Chen Fan, let's have a fight. But the atmosphere is here, how can we give up halfway? Phew, Su Chanyu almost vomited blood. In comparison, senior brother Shu is indeed too fussy. Chen Fan turned around and said calmly, you are not qualified. Then he ignored me. The disciples in the distance were dumbfounded. Senior brother Shu risked his life to flirt with the saint. He is sincere, and the world can tell. I admire him, he muttered in shock. At the same time, I was curious about where Chen Fan came from. It was so terrifying. Senior brother Shu couldn't get up even if he didn't do anything. Not qualified. The face of Shu Wan on the ground is already pale. He is only 23 years old. He is the same age as his junior sister. How much better than him Shu Wan can be. He is the great elder's personal disciple, a super genius. Dignity and pride are where the heart of the Tao lies. How could he be hit like this? Even if he had to crawl over. The junior sister was still looking at him. How could he be so embarrassed in front of everyone, without even touching the corners of his clothes? It's not enough to use the spiritual power of exercises and spiritual weapons to protect the body, stimulate the physique, and activate the power of the bloodline. Release the divine ability to protect the body, and stuff the mouth with elixirs and various herbs. Show off 18 martial arts skills, lifelong skills and trump cards. Soon the hands became bloody. Soon, I will touch the corner of his clothes. Luo Yunzong, we sincerely welcome the arrival of the great emperor. At this time, Yunlin and the elders who were discussing together noticed Chen Fan's arrival and appeared immediately. They unanimously agreed to join the Chen family. Gambling on family luck. There are many examples of forces that have risen because of the ancient family. However, this road is not easy and has many variables. But right now, there seems to be no other way. Hiss, great emperor. All the sect leaders and elders came forward, and the disciples in the distance were not scared to death. This young man turned out to be the great emperor. I felt sorry for senior brother Shu for a second. It was difficult to calm down in my heart for a long time. This is the living emperor realm power. With their strength, there is no chance to see them. Great emperor, Shu Wang on the ground fell into the abyss. He is really a powerful emperor realm. The master and sect leader came out to meet him in person. Are you kidding me? Chen Fan stood with his hands behind his back. Sect Master Luo Yun, elders, you don't have to be polite. You didn't have such an attitude when the saint broke off the engagement. If he wasn't strong enough, no one would care about his feelings. Naturally, no matter what he says or does now, there is no need to care about the other person's feelings. Whatever you have, hold it back. Su Chanyu, the person involved, wanted to dig a hole and bury herself, but her father told her that cause and effect reincarnate, and cause and effect reincarnate. Think silently in your heart. The other disciples were shocked. The saint broke off the engagement, and it was the great emperor who did so. The way they looked at Su Chanyu changed for a moment. They had thought that the saint had a high status and would break off the engagement without hesitation, but they did not expect that she would be so courageous. It was also the first time for the Luoyuan sect elders to see Chen Fan, who was actually the great emperor. But now they were speechless when faced with what happened before. Yunlin is elegant and graceful. The great emperor does not care about past grudges. The past is Yunlin's responsibility. The great emperor has saved Yunlin's life and is deeply grateful for the gift. Today, let the world know that the Luo Yun sect is affiliated with the Chen family. Take the initiative to admit your mistakes and take the responsibility for this reincarnation. The cycle of cause and effect is not terrible. What is terrible is that it is unacceptable and affects the Taoist heart. That is the real disaster. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar. Their largest sect in the Tianyuan territory was actually going to be affiliated with a family. Chen family. All the disciples are in disbelief. Could it be the Chen family that has appeared recently? She is still the saint, her former fiancé. Su Chanyu felt uncomfortable being caught in the spotlight. It seemed that everyone ignored Shu Wang on the ground. Shu Wang completely broke his guard, broke off the engagement, and connected with his fiancé, the great emperor, and the Chen family, and a wave of despair hit him. How is that possible? No wonder Su Chanyu doesn't pay much attention to him. Chen Fan also said that he was not qualified. No, I have to touch the hem of his clothes. Only the great elder found his disciple. What does it mean to be close to the great emperor? Why is he lying on the ground? If he offends the emperor, he is seeking death. But he did not dare to say or ask. Because Chen Fan didn't do anything at all, it was his disciple who asked for it. That's very good. Chen Fan stood with his hands behind his hands and looked at Yun Lan, Sect Master Luo Yun. There are some things that we should discuss in detail. Great Emperor, please come into the hall. Yunlin said without any hesitation. At the same time, Shu Wu, who was lying on his stomach bit by bit, was annihilated by flying ashes as he advanced silently. Just because, challenge a great emperor. He died on the approach. And Chen Fan and Yun Lan left. Only the great elder dared to cry, Wanner, you died so miserably. Find someone to reason with. Inside the palace. Great Emperor, what do you want me to do? Yunlin asked. Now that you have decided, there is no way out. I wonder if sect leader Luo Yun is interested in entering my Taiku Godfiend pavilion. Chen Fan said casually. In his opinion, as long as these people are on fire, they will be qualified to touch the Emperor realm in the future. Ding. The system shuts up. I am willing. Yun Lan responded directly, with a serious look on his face and did not hesitate for a second. Okay. Chen Fan admired this charming woman, but don't you ask, Master Luo Yun. Yunlin smiled and said, I would venture to guess that this ancient Godfiend pavilion should be a secret force formed by the great emperor. Since the great emperor has extended an olive branch, Yunlin has no reason to refuse. You are very smart, Chen Fan hummed, looking old-fashioned. In this case, you are the Godfiend third pavilion master of my Taiku Godfiend pavilion. Fang Yuehua and Mo Qingyan will explain the relevant matters and rules to you clearly later. If these three people are well cultivated, they may not be able to touch the great emperor realm in the future. Forget those old guys who are strong in the holy realm. Being senile means that the body's potential has reached its limit. Unless there is another breakthrough, they will look like an old man until their lifespan is exhausted and they die. And the three of them all looked young. Based on the ratio of those who died at the age of 100, they would be 34 years old, so there was still plenty of time. However, their cultivation is similar to those of the old Saint Realm experts, which shows that their potential is still there. Similarly, if they cannot break through in their lifetime, they are destined to not escape the rules of aging. Of course, there are also strong people who can use the magic of disguising themselves to look younger. However, most strong people don't bother to cover up in that way. Thank you, Great Emperor. Yunlin nodded. Sure enough, neither the Holy King of Moon Painting nor the Lord of Phantom Sound can leave. If you look closely at the layout of the Great Emperor, Tianyuan territory and Tianyan territory are very close to each other. The two peak saint-grade forces of Luoyan sect and Wanyan Tower form an angle. In addition, Fenzhou Shinto Holy Land is not far from White Emperor State. Wai Lian, the Great Emperor, is pointing his sword at the ancient family. Chen Fan hummed and looked at Yunlan, who was the master. She was indeed more fragrant than Su Chanyu, the yellow-haired girl, and Wei Ji Langson. But he didn't care. By the way, the resources of the Chen family can be cultivated by you. If necessary, just go to my Chen family. Yunlan suddenly smiled. Thank you, Great Emperor. She is indeed very greedy for those resources. And he can also be the master of Godfrey Pavilion. That's it, disciple can't control it anymore, let master do it. At this time, an elder walked in. Please forgive me for disturbing the Great Emperor. Great Emperor, sect leader, the Jang family advocated Yuanba to ask for an audience. After hearing this, Yunlan looked at Chen Fan and said, please ask the Great Emperor to make a decision. Just throw the power to Chen Fan. Although there are some things, even if the Luoyan sect is affiliated with the Chen family, they can still solve and manage them by themselves. But the Zhang family that can come here can only be the Zhang family, the largest family in Tianyuan territory. Judging from the current situation, it is a good thing for Chen Fan to take action to intimidate. Chen Fan hummed, what a coincidence. Master Luo Yun, you can make your own decision. He didn't even pay attention to the Tianyuan territory, and if he took over the Tianyuan territory, the Zhang family would not be able to get past it. A mere Zhang family is not worthy of his action. Otherwise, what's the point of taking Luo Yunzong? Yunlin knew that Chen Fan probably didn't want to shock the Zhang family, because shock seemed like a discussion, which meant that there was no discussion from the beginning. Yunlin will definitely satisfy the Great Emperor. The chance to show off has arrived. Then he ordered, Third Elder, please bring Zhang Yuanba here. Yes, Sect Master. The third elder exited the hall. Logically speaking, these elders would not be too obedient to the sect leader. But now it's no longer possible. The sect leader is responsible for taking care of the sect's public affairs, so that Yunlan and Chen Fan have become slightly closer. No way. At this time, outside the palace, Zhang Yuanba came with the family elders and was waiting for sect master Luo Yun to come forward. After all, even though the Zhang family is big, they don't dare to act rashly when facing a top power like Luo Yunzong. However, I noticed that something was wrong with the atmosphere in the entire Luoyan sect today. Those disciples looked at them from time to time, didn't say anything, and seemed cautious. What do you mean? Don't know what happened. Master, the atmosphere is not right. Luo Yunzong is afraid that something will happen. The elder next to him was keenly aware. Zhang Yuanba was a little solemn, this is Luo Yunzong's matter. No matter what, just wait and see what happens. As long as it has no impact on my Zhang family, don't worry about it. But it was only recently that I learned that the Saint of Luoyan sect had broken off their engagement. It's a good thing. If possible, I can tell Kuner about the marriage. Able to climb high in Luoyan sect. Unfortunately, the probability is low. Soon, the third elder came out and glanced at the two of them disdainfully. You two, Master Luo Yun, am waiting in the hall. Coincidentally, if it weren't for Chen Fan, these people wouldn't be qualified to be invited by the elders of his holy realm. That's all, I sympathize with these two for a second. The bad feeling in Zhang Yuanba's heart is even stronger. Is it normal to wait for the old guy to greet him in person? But he still said, thank you, third elder, for your guidance. However, the next moment, the shadow of the third elder disappeared. Zhang Yuanba and others were puzzled, and soon they entered the sect master's hall. As soon as he entered the palace, he saw Yunlan and Chen Fan and frowned. Could it be that sect master Luo Yun was teaching the juniors a lesson? He didn't think much about it. Sect master Luo Yun, long time no see. I have prepared some gifts for you this time. Please accept them, Zhang Yuanba said with a smile. Yunlan's jade hands were intertwined together and placed on her waist. Her red lips gently moved. Zhang family master, there is no need for a gift. If you have anything to do, it's okay to just say it. Zhang Yuanba's face looked a little ugly and he refused to accept the gift, which was very difficult to do. But he still had to bite the bullet and said, Master Luo Yun, I have a son named Zhang Kun, and I recently want to send him to your sect to practice. You see, the meaning is obvious. It is not difficult for his son to enter the Luoyan sect. Even if he passes the examination in the normal apprenticeship ceremony, he will definitely pass the test. Now he just wants to be cared for and taken care of. As for Chen Fan, a junior, he didn't care. Everyone who knows this rule knows it, so what if he knows it? Yunlin had some expectations. Master Zhang, your son has outstanding talent. He is like gold that shines wherever he goes. I, the Luo Yun sect, will not accept it. Decisive, tactful and sharp. What? No, Zhang Yuanba thought he heard wrongly. Sect Master Luo Yun, what does this mean? I don't know where the Zhang family offended Luo Yunzong. You can go through the normal process, but if you want to go through the abnormal process, you will be rejected directly. Not only that, from now on, no descendant of the Zhang family will be able to join our Luo Yun sect. Yun Lan said lightly. Zhang Yuanba's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Sect Master Luo Yun, what does this mean? With good intentions, I didn't expect it to be cold. As for the behemoth Luoyan sect, although it is powerful, the Zhang family is not too afraid. Because the biggest difference between a sect and a family is wealth. Money can make the world go round. How can any sect, regardless of mortal world, compare to the wealth of the Zhang family who owns the White Emperor's property? There is no point in hiring strong men, otherwise it will be a disgrace to the name of the largest family in the Tianyuan territory. Faced with the questioning, Yun Lan's temper suddenly flared up. Roll, she wants to behave well in front of Chen Fan. She did have murderous intentions, but now she hesitates. Because she is not alone, there are also all the disciples in the sect, and not all of them are in the Holy Realm. She didn't know where Chen Fan placed the affiliated Luoyan sect in his heart. If it was a cannon fodder sent to die, then she, as the sect leader, must be responsible for the countless disciples throughout the sect. Instead of living alone. Zhang Yuanba was stunned by the yelling. Elder Zhang also looked solemn. One of them was in the Dao Palace realm and the other was in the Transcending Tribulation realm. They were no match for the strong ones in the Holy Realm. Master, let's go, he quickly reminded. If this continues, it will be detrimental to them. Zhang Yuanba obviously also knew this truth. He snorted coldly, turned around and left, which was regarded as an unhappy departure. But I heard, kill him, there's no need to let the tiger go back to the mountain. Chen Fan reminded Yun Lan calmly. After all, the Zhang family is quite powerful, and Yunlin is afraid that the disciples who go out for training will suffer retaliation and assassination, so it is understandable to hesitate at this moment. Kill, no need to let the tiger go home. Zhang Yuanba and the elders of the Zhang family heard this cold voice and couldn't believe that a junior whom they didn't care about at all dared to order the leader of a sect. What a loud tone. Who are you? But I heard. Yes, Great Emperor. Yun Lan understood instantly that Chen Fan would give her the full truth. Supporting her from behind was enough. With a cold look on his face, he took action directly without any intention of explaining nonsense. Great Emperor, how is that possible? That boy is a powerful emperor realm. Zhang Yuanba is completely scared, seriously. But there is no way they can stop Yun Lan. No, head of the family, please leave quickly. The elder Zhang next to him had no tough thoughts at all. It was tantamount to seeking death. As for the great emperor, he didn't even bother to think about it. Seeing that he could not escape, at the critical moment, Zhang Yuanba directly took out the protective one-time storage magic weapon left to him by his ancestor. He waved it casually, the saint's palm print. Yunlin, How dare you? He shouted at the same time. The Jang family, are not soft persimmons. But he has no self-confidence, because no matter how rich he is, he cannot afford to ask the great emperor to take action. This was probably the reason why Yunlan had no scruples in killing them. Boom! He was directly crushed by Yunlan's palm, and without saying a word, he killed Zhang Yuanba and the two again. The Zhang family is blocking the Chen family's expansion. Upon seeing this, Chen Fan knew that these two people would not survive. However, sooner or later there will be a conflict, it is better to strike first. Not to mention delivered to your door. Moreover, the Zhang family has plundered and cannibalized the previous Chen family's industry throughout the generations. However, I'm afraid no one will remember the fate of the losers. That is all history. Chen family. Daughter you. At this moment, Zhang Yuanba seemed to understand something, his pupils dilated in disbelief. The Chen family that just appeared has already sent its son to deal with it. The current Luoyan sect may also be captured by the Chen family, otherwise it would not be like this. Great Emperor, it's a pity that I can't figure it out at all and it's too late. As soon as he finished speaking, Yunlin shot the two of them into blood mist. Chen Fan looked at Yunlin. Don't worry, Master Luo Yun. Since it belongs to my Chen family, the Luo Yun sect will naturally be protected by me. I don't want to see this kind of thing happen again in the future. Give Yunlin a centering shot. As one of the pavilion masters of the Taiku Godfiend Pavilion, people are human beings with feelings and flesh and blood, but they cannot lose trust in each other. There is no need to think of him as the kind of person who pulls up his pants and doesn't recognize people. Yunlin felt relieved now. Yes, Great Emperor. Yunlan will definitely not have a second chance. As if unknowingly, he regarded himself as a junior. Not pretending to be young. It's quite tender to begin with. After that, Chen Fan got up and left after handling the matters here. Boom. At this time, an old man was furious at the back of the Zhang family. Who is it that dares to kill me, the head of the Zhang family? I will definitely make him pay with blood. The terrifying aura was released, and everyone was trembling. As the largest family in the Tianyuan territory, the head of the family died outside, which made everyone laugh. How can I bear it? As an ancestor of the Zhang family, how can I continue to watch? The third elder of the Zhang family did not dare to express his anger when meeting the ancestor of the Holy Realm. Ancestor, the head of the family and the second elder went to the Luoyan sect and fell. I'm afraid something happened. He was also very angry, but he had no idea why the Luoyan sect would take action against the Zhang family. Dare to be angry but dare not speak. If the ancestor comes forward, he will surely seek justice. Luo Yunzong, the ancestor of the Zhang family, was silent for a moment, calmed down instantly, and told himself not to be impulsive and do bad things. I can't beat him, he can't beat the fourth layer of the Holy Realm. There are 7 or 8 powerful people in the Holy Realm of Luoyan sect. He said in a deep voice. Okay, this matter is over. Let's promote another head of the family to take charge of the family. The tone left no room for doubt. He is obviously not good enough to deal with the largest sect in Tianyuan domain. Spending money and resources to hire strong men to deal with Luo Yunzong is tantamount to losing 1,000 to oneself and injuring the enemy 800. It will also destroy the foundation accumulated by the Zhang family for countless years and make others fight with each other. There is no need to go to that step unless life and death is at stake, otherwise it would be almost the same as dying together. None of the 3 elders of the Zhang family responded. What? For this matter, my Zhang family can just write down the account to Luo Yunzong. The ancestor of the Zhang family said angrily, hurry up and do it. The Zhang family can't be without a head for a day. Yes, ancestor. The elder quickly left dejectedly. The Zhang family ancestor's eyes flickered. Luo Yunzong, why on earth? There has always been no conflict between them, so why did Luo Yunzong suddenly kill him? Under the Chenjia city, Zhang Kun came with several strong men from the family, so he didn't need many manpower at all. In order to come here to shock the small tribes this time, he had made great preparations. He was dressed in extremely noble clothes and rode a fine monster beast with golden scales. He wears a sword on his waist, various spiritual weapons are placed and hung randomly, Various herbs are used as flowers to make him feel good. The porcelain elixir bottles are used as sachets, and he also pulls 9 carts of top-quality spiritual stones. It doesn't matter whether you use it or not. The main reason is to show the family's financial strength. Look up and see those 2 big characters. HMPH, you really dare to occupy a city directly. I want to see what strength this Chen family can have. Master, shall we go into the city? Said butler Jang next to him. Looking at the place in front of him, he felt a little emotional. The Chen family didn't know what was going on. Anyway, he couldn't figure it out. But Chen Day, as the original elder of the Chen family, had to come back to see the situation no matter what. If possible, it would be best to keep all the spiritual weapons and spiritual stones brought by the young master of the Jang family. Jang Day was thinking about how to backstab his teammates without exposing his own flaws. Going into the city. Jang Kun was unhappy after hearing this. Wouldn't entering the city be equivalent to us acknowledging the existence of the Chen family city in disguise? It's better to go into the city and catch him off guard, but I, the Jang family, don't disdain such dirty tricks. Go, call people directly, and call them all out to me, young master. Jang Kun's bohemian look. The 5th elder of the Jang family, who is a powerful Taoist palace realm, reminded at this moment, young master, the spiritual energy here seems to be extremely rich. Chapter 41. Hearing this, Jang Kun finally realized, what a strong power. I just focused on looking at the Chen family city, but I didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. Then he said with a fiery expression, there must be a treasure in this city. If I can capture it, it will definitely bring glory to my Jang family and it will be a great achievement. We have come to the right place. It is a wise move to take the initiative to ask for help this time. Jang Day didn't change his expression, but he was scolding in his heart. The Chen family has finally made some progress, and you still want to snatch it. The 5th elder nodded, but a little solemnly, Master, the quality of this power is at least the Saint Crystal vein. The best spiritual veins are not as good as this spiritual energy. The Jang family does not have the Saint Crystal vein. It is conceivable that if there really is a Saint Crystal vein here, how can it be without strong men? Can it be defended? As a seasoned person, I have to be careful. Sacred Crystal vein. Jang Kun was suddenly excited. What a great achievement. Jang Day was shocked. The Saint Crystal vein. He thought that the Chen family's Saint Crystal vein was poached before he was born. Where did the Chen family get the Saint Crystal vein now? Incredible. Has the Chen family gone so far behind my back? No matter, now that we are here, there is no reason to give up. Jang Kun also knew the reason. But the Jang family has a place in the entire Tianyuan territory. Even the Luoyan sect has to give 3 points of thin noodles. At this time, you cannot increase the ambition of others and lose your own prestige. After taking this place, he still has to rush to Luoyan sect to report. I'll go call someone myself. After saying that, Jang Kun rode a golden-scaled horse and ran directly over. When the 5th elder saw this, he naturally did not want to give up precious resources such as the Saint Crystal vein. Maybe they had really missed it. However, he also secretly increased his vigilance and did not dare to be careless. Jang Day was a little worried. With his strength, he could stab Jang Kun in the back, but it was impossible in front of the 5th elder. We can only wait and see what happens. Jang Kun looked at the city and laughed. Chen family, I am Jang Kun, the young master of the Jang family. Come out and see me quickly. I, the Jang family, can be a little more lenient. Passers-by looked at Jang Kun like a fool. And pointing, another one is here to die, don't envy him for being well-dressed, just go away quickly. What are you looking at? Jang Kun cursed angrily. What a look, isn't it useless to say the name of the Jang family these days? This is unreasonable. Above the 9 heavens, Bai Fengyao, who was guarding the house on an imperial unicorn, noticed the movement and let out a sigh. Qilin, beat him. Use your power directly to perform your duties. You are too arrogant. If you dare to shout at my master, I will beat you to death. Emperor Qilin looked down, bit a few of his own hairs, and then blew them over. Jang Kun, who was shouting on the golden scale horse, was suddenly knocked over by the person who hit him and fell down directly. Who attacked me? He roared madly. When I saw my monster mount, it was crippled and dying. Not good. The fifth elder of the Jang family was always on guard, but he had no idea what kind of incredible moves the other party was using. Without noticing anything, the young master was knocked off his horse. He quickly flew over. Zhang Dai's face slightly condensed. What a powerful method. It's impossible to guard against it. Who is the strong one? I don't know if the time has come for me to show off my cards. I hesitate. At this moment, a huge monster appears, and on its back is a girl with an extremely spiritual face. This combination has a very dreamlike feeling, and it doesn't seem real. Zhang Dai was dumbfounded. What a mighty monster. This is unheard of. Where did the Chen family get it from behind my back? The face of the fifth elder of the Zhang family changed drastically. He was definitely a terrifyingly powerful monster. The suppression from the aura was unmistakable. Master, let's go quickly. Sure enough, something is wrong here. He immediately ran away after mentioning Zhang Kun. Zhang Kun looked confused. Bai Fengyao smiled and blocked everyone's way. Since you are here, why bother leaving? Zhang Kun was in a state of embarrassment and couldn't bear it. Smelly girl. Are you from the Chen family? The fifth elder is a powerful Taoist palace. The fifth elder of the Zhang family almost scolded her, don't drag me along. But he also has to protect the young master. Be wary of that monster. You should be no match for that monster. You have to find a way to escape. Dao Palace Realm. Bai Fengyao curled her lips. I remember you. How dare you call me a stinky girl? But she herself is no match for a strong person in the Dao Palace realm. Then, he immediately snapped his fingers. The next moment, hundreds of transcending tribulation realm puppets volleyed above, directly surrounding everyone, blocking them tightly, and there were no blind spots in all directions. The fifth elder of the Zhang family was stunned. Transcending tribulation realm, his voice was also hoarse. He is the ninth layer of the Dao Palace realm, and it can also put pressure on him, so he must also be the transcending tribulation realm. So many. I am just an ant in the Dao Palace realm, so why force others to do so and bring hundreds of transcending tribulation realm experts to surround me? Who is this Chen family? Even if you want to run away, you can't. Transcending tribulation realm. Zhang Kun was confused. The five elders all said this, so it can't be false. But how could a small family have so many powerful people in the transcending tribulation realm? Why should I call hundreds of transcending tribulation realm ants to vomit blood when I am just an ant in the divine court realm? Do you want to be so exaggerated? Tell me how to fight. A good man doesn't suffer the immediate consequences. Girl, do you dare to let me go? Unexpectedly, it was only possible to ask the ancestor to come. Careless. No one noticed that Zhang Dai took out his knife with his backhand and was aiming. Let you go. Bai Fengyao narrowed her eyes. Dream. I'm not stupid, otherwise I would have lost my home long ago. You. Zhang Kun was so angry. Do you know that I am a member of the Zhang family? My Zhang family ancestor is a powerful person in the Holy Realm. You, the Chen family, cannot afford to offend you. So what? My master is still the great emperor. Bai Fengyao started to argue unconvinced. It's been a long time since anyone quarreled with her. This time, they kept quarreling. Great emperor. The fifth elder of the Zhang family's eyes twitched. This Chen family is so arrogant. They thought the great emperor was just Chinese cabbage. But Zhang Kun laughed, bragging and not drafting. He directly showed his trump card and decided the ranking. Let me tell you, I am a disciple of Luo Yun sect. If you offend me, you will offend the entire Luo Yun sect. His father has already gone to Luoyun sect. As expected, he is a disciple of Luoyun sect. With such a background, there was no one in the entire Tianyuan territory that he was afraid of. Offending the Luo Yun sect. Bai Fengyao laughed. The Luo Yun sect is a sect affiliated with my Chen family. You are throwing yourself into a trap. You. Zhang Kun looked angry. This girl can brag better than him. He can't even boast, can you believe it? This trick is really playing the piano against a cow, and has no place to use it. This time I met my opponent. Little girl, let's ask the Chen family to come and see you. The fifth elder couldn't stand it anymore. This girl doesn't seem very smart. I can only talk to her elders. Zhang Kun responded quickly. Tell your elders, the Chen family, to come out and tell you. Bai Fengyao suddenly felt unhappy. How come no one ever believed in a simple, kind and honest truth? Just as he was about to beat someone up, he heard a sound. Ouch, my waist, ah. Jang-kun looked in pain, screamed, and covered his waist with blood flowing out. Wasted. When he turned around to look, his mind was filled with questions. Butler, what are you doing to me? He actually stabbed Jang Dae in the back. He subconsciously wanted to knock Jang Dae away, but Jang Dae was stronger than him. After being stunned, he immediately pulled out the knife and retreated early. Hey, you can't hit me. The sudden scene made Bai Fengyao's eyes light up. It was so interesting. Seeking death. The fifth elder was instantly furious. At this time, Jang Dae actually dared to attack the young master. No matter how stupid he was, he knew it was unusual and took action directly. Hold him down. Although Bai Fengyao didn't understand the situation, she immediately gave the order. This move seems familiar. The fifth elder was directly pinned to the ground by the transcending tribulation realm puppet. Young master. He didn't forget to ask for help. He was responsible for protecting Jang-kun and destroying the Chen family. Unexpectedly, he was captured before even entering. The young master was also stabbed by one of his own. Jang-kun's face was grim with pain. He took 3 steps back without being able to stand still, and roared angrily, Jang Dae, do you want to die? But now that this girl Bai Fengyao wants to meddle in her own business, they can't even move, let alone hack Jang Dae to death to deal with the sudden internal rebellion. Jang Dae didn't pay attention to the two of them. I just wanted to show off my cards. What should I do? There are hundreds of transcending tribulation realms, so what's the problem with one saint realm ancestor of the Jang family? Even with the human sea tactic, one tiger is afraid of a pack of wolves. Then he looked at Bai Fengyao and said, Girl, I am Chen Dae, the elder of the Chen family. Please inform the family. Although I don't know who Bai Fengyao is, I'm sure it's right to stay here and tell her. Moreover, if he does not take action to express his attitude, he is afraid that he will be beaten to death like the fifth elder Jang-kun. Therefore, let's stop talking decisively. There is no way, weak people have their own way of survival, don't blame me. Puff, are you the elder of the Chen family? Bai Fengyao blinked her big eyes. No wonder this feeling seems familiar. Either I have seen it before, or this situation is inexplicably familiar. Exactly. Chen Dae smiled. What an unexpected surprise. If he came back, he wouldn't go back. Chen Dae, Elder Chen. Jang-kun wanted to scold his mother directly, betray my Jang family, do you want to die? No wonder it was a sneak attack. The fifth elder is also very angry. Even a mere ant dares to be an undercover agent. But now he has absolutely nothing to do with this undercover agent. Shut his mouth. Bai Fengyao had no intention of talking to him. Jang-kun was immediately speechless. Chen Dae glanced at Jang-kun and the others and smiled in the blink of an eye. Girl, look at these 9 carts of top-quality spiritual stones and some medicinal herbs and spiritual weapons. They are just used to strengthen my Chen family. Pointing to the trophies. Yes, I came here for free. It's better to take the initiative to deliver it to your door. Don't give it up for free. Jang-kun vomited blood directly. Those are my decorations, not to bring warmth. Yes, it can indeed be regarded as a resource. Bai Fengyao nodded, with a serious face, not daring to laugh at all. Master is not here, I make the decision. The conversation changed. I don't believe it. Who knows if you are deliberately playing a trick to deceive me about my young age? I'm not stupid. Jang-kun was stunned for a moment when he heard about it. Is it really a tactic? Is it really a tactic? Is it just that I didn't discuss it with him in advance? As long as I can leave, maybe I can accept being slapped, and the housekeeper still has a great job. Chen Dae suddenly felt bitter. So, girl, if you call the Chen family, won't you know? Hey, that's right. Bai Fengyao thought about it. Okay then, I'll call someone. At this time, Chen Fan's voice was heard. Girl, who are you going to call? Master. Bai Fengyao turned around and saw that the master was already beside her. Master, you are back just in time. Take a look at him. Is he the elder Chen? She still couldn't do it, and the master had to come. Seeing Chen Fan who suddenly appeared, Jang-kun and the fifth elder's expressions froze. Without knowing it. It must be the Chen family. The great emperor master this girl talks about. It's so funny, how is it possible for such a young great emperor? If he were, I would stand on my head and squat in a manhole. Chen Fan looked at Chen Day. Who are you? Elder. Another one is back. It's not easy. But people from the older generations left the family early, so they really can't be recognized. Chen Day burst into tears. Master, I am the eldest elder of the Chen family, Chen Day. It's been a long time since I've been home. Master, you've suffered a lot. He has grown so big in a blink of an eye. The look on Chen Fan's face clearly resembles that of the master of the house, so it can't be false. He must be the young master who guards the house alone. As soon as these words came out, Bai Fengyao smiled. I feel stable. This elder doesn't feel guilty at all. And Zhang Kun was immediately dumbfounded. He almost believed your trick of hurting your flesh and your head. They were all fake, only stabbing me in the waist was real. Chen Fan smiled and said, Great Elder, welcome back to the clan. If you recognize him at first glance and the name matches, then you were right. The elders and ancestors are also different. The ancestors in the family are responsible for the behind-the-scenes deterrence, which is the foundation of the family. The elders naturally assist the family head openly and are the core strength. They are naturally close to the family head. Therefore, the great elder is kind-hearted and has such a temperament that he will certainly not do anything like stabbing someone in the back. Hearing this, Chen Day knew that he had been saved, and was almost implicated by the fifth elder Zhang Kun and killed by mistake. Master, please return to your clan. Although he didn't know what happened, he still had to come back to avoid being killed by mistake again. Then he would die in peace. The young master is responsible for guarding the house, so of course his return must be more formal. Great Elder, aren't you back already? Chen Fan was in a good mood. Ding, the task of cleaning the portal is completed. Congratulations to the host for getting the reward, 7 holy puppets. What, is this the end? Chen Fan immediately realized the details of the mission issued by the system before and understood the meaning of basic power. An ancestor Chen Xuandao, an elder Chen Day, a direct blood aunt, a housekeeper Fu Bo, and a collateral disciple Chen Tianya, and he reluctantly became the head of the family for his father, and now they all come back one after another. The mission was a little sloppy, but it was an unexpected surprise. He casually signaled the puppets to retreat, and then looked at the fifth elder of the Zhang family. Why did you come to my Chen's house? Bai Fengyao immediately snitched. Master, they are talking nonsense. Well, the disciple heard it clearly. And Zhang Kun smiled, covering his waist and laughing, young master of the Chen family. Ha ha, as a young master, he thought he would not be inferior to Chen Fan. I am the young master of the Zhang family. If you offend my Zhang family, there will be no place for your Chen family in Tianyuan territory. If you don't hurry up, let me go. Snapped. Chen Fan whipped Zhang Kun out directly without asking you why you were talking too much. Talking to Zhang Kun is just nonsense and a waste of time. If you want to ask, of course you should ask someone who is stronger. Looking at the fifth elder of the Zhang family, why do you come to my Chen family? Zhang family. Sure enough, the Zhang family will not let the Chen family develop, because the family interests involve all aspects. Bai Fengyao stared at Zhang Kun and drew a parabola. Master. The fifth elder watched the young master being beaten away, and his heart tightened when he heard Chen Fan's words. I will come here on the order of the master of the family. He didn't know what to say. He didn't know what Chen Fan's strength was, but the hundreds of transcending tribulation realms next to him were no joke. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes and said, Zhang Yuanba is dead. Since you are here, you should stay too. Impossible. How could my father die? Upon hearing this, Zhang Kun couldn't care less when Chen Fan sent him flying. I am a disciple of Luo Yunzong. How dare you? How could his father die? His father went to Luoyan sect. Wait, this kid is finished. Not convinced. Specialized in treating all kinds of dissatisfaction. Chen Fan immediately shook Yunlin out of the Swire Godfiend field. Of course, he didn't mean to walk away from someone. The Luo Yun sect is an affiliated sect of the Chen family. It cannot bear this kind of stain, even verbally. To avoid spreading rumors, the horror of rumors is still worthy of awe, especially among big forces. Asked, Master Luo Yun, is he a disciple of your Luo Yun sect? At the same time, a charming woman stood next to Chen Fan. Sect leader Luo Yun, The cursing Jang Kun was stunned when he heard what Chen Fan said, pretending to be a ghost. Sect Master Luo Yun was much stronger than their ancestors of the Jang family, so how could he come to such a small place? Not to mention that his father went to Luo Yun sect, the leader of Luo Yun sect must have received him in person. Then he frowned when he saw the strange woman next to Chen Fan. She actually hired someone to act in a show. When the fifth elder of the Jang family saw Yunlin himself, he was immediately dumbfounded. He actually came. Such a shame. Who is Chen Fan? He was sweating profusely and opened his mouth bitterly, unable to speak. He was terrified inside because he could already imagine the consequences. No matter the reason. Yunlan, with her beautiful eyes, looked at Jang Kun casually. Great Emperor, he is not a disciple of my Luo Yun sect. She knew that Chen Fan asked her to come out for a confrontation, and he went out of his way to ask her questions knowingly. He was not trying to show off, but just wanted to completely clear up the relationship to prevent it from spreading and becoming a rumor. That was not allowed. Especially among the big forces, gossips and unwarranted rumors must not spread, otherwise, the Luo Yunzong will always be the one who suffers and is affected. Chen Day was a little confused and didn't know what they were talking about. And Bai Fengyao just pinched her waist with both hands, raised her head and raised her chest. Whatever she said before, the master would make the decision for her. Great Emperor. And Jang Kun smiled, but his waist hurt. He silently watched you cooperating and pretending to be cool. It was all left over from his play. He snorted coldly, whether I am a disciple of Luo Yunzong or not is not decided by you. At the same time, a plop. The fifth elder kowtowed directly. One sentence of, Great Emperor, directly broke his defense. The fifth elder of the Jang family, Zhang Yi, has met sect master Luo Yun. She didn't even dare to raise her head. A saint treated Chen Fan with utmost respect. Her words were extremely credible. Even if he didn't believe it in his heart, it still seemed pale and weak. Incredible. And Jang Kun immediately felt a cold feeling on his back, his face froze, and his whole body became hairy. Yunlin didn't take it seriously. Ignored Zhang Yi. Oh, then tell me, who has the final say? Jang Kun turned his head with difficulty. Junior Jang Kun, I have met sect master Luo Yun. He doesn't trust others, but he trusts the fifth elder. Of course you have the final say. Who knows why sect leader Luo Yun came here? Could it be because of Chen Fan? This thought made him turn pale with fright. Wrong. It's the great emperor who has the final say. Yun Lan suppressed the situation and sent the two of them flying. Chen Day was stunned for a moment, his eyelids twitching wildly. Is this really the leader of the Luo Yun clan? Is the young master the great emperor? I don't dare to ask, and I don't dare to tell. Master Luo Yun, calm down. What you are saying is that we are blind. Zhang Yi did not dare to resist at all and was trembling. Just kidding, he can't even beat the transcending tribulation realm, and he has no temper when facing the top saints. But Yunlin's mouthful of great emperor was really costing him his life, so how could he dare to look up at Chen Fan? Jang Kun dares to be angry but dare not speak out. Whatever I say is wrong. But his identity and background are obviously tougher. Holding his waist, he quickly explained, Master Luo Yun, I misunderstood, my father is Zhang Yuanba. Report your own home. The son of the head of the Zhang family, how could sect master Luo Yun take action against him? And Yunlin suddenly became cold. Your father Zhang Yuanba is dead. Impossible, how could my father die? Jang Kun roared directly. Then his face turned pale, and his father went to Luo Yun sect, but the leader of Luo Yun sect is here again, could it be true? Zhang Yi's heart sank and his face turned extremely ugly. Yunlin ignored it and said, remember, in the next life, don't make any decisions on unfinished business. When Chen Fan asked her to come out, he also asked her, the sect leader, to clean up the mobs herself. After all, you dare to talk nonsense even if you haven't accomplished anything yet. Before you even scratched your horoscope, you said he was a disciple of her Luo Yun sect. This is also a blow and tarnish to the prestige of Luoyun sect. Then, he passed by with a palm. In the last moments of life, the flow of time seems to have slowed down. Jang Kun and Zhang Yi didn't even have time to react. Their faces were full of fear, their pupils were dilated and their muscles were trembling. Looking at the saint's palm prints, Visible spiritual power fluctuations and golden wisps of energy formed a big fight. Unbelievable, indescribable, unable to resist, everything is in vain, running away as fast as a fool. His left hand, right hand, and legs were in slow motion, and his soul was stuck in the quagmire. Yunlin didn't care about the Jang family at all and attacked them. Could it be that that girl wasn't bragging? Luo Yunzong is really affiliated with the Chen family. Moreover, Chen Fan is also a strong man in the Emperor realm. Otherwise, why could Chen Fan order the leader of the largest sect in the Tianyuan domain? Boom! The next moment, the two of them flew into ashes and disappeared. Chen Day is the boss with an open mouth. Even Zhang Yi, who is in the Dao Palace realm, can't stand this big fight. He must be a strong one. Is the leader of the Luo Yun clan. The Chen family actually developed to such an extent behind my back. At first glance, the spiritual stone resources obtained through free prostitution are not very good anymore. Compared to his strength and background, this thing seems insignificant. Chen Fan was quite satisfied when he saw this. But after Yun Lan cleaned up such mobs, no one would believe the rumors. Then with a casual wave, 7 holy puppets appeared around him. Cold light, no emotion. Great Emperor, what is this? Yun Lan was stunned when she saw this. Chen Fan said, Master Luo Yun, aren't you afraid that the Zhang family will secretly retaliate and assassinate the core disciples of the sect? These are 7 holy realm level puppets. In addition, I will give you 2,000 more transcending tribulation realm puppets. Do you have the confidence? Destroy the Zhang family. Since this is achieved, one must strike first and not give the Zhang family a chance to retaliate. Because, generally speaking, sects are not willing to offend top families. In addition to some strength, the important thing is that the family is complex and large. If it cannot be eliminated at once, it is easy to give a chance to resurge and secretly retaliate. Well, for example, he is an undercover agent of the Chen family. The key is that financial resources and strength can achieve mutual conversion and checks and balances at a certain latitude. For example, hire or be hired. The same principle applies to exchanging certain benefits for the Empress Master. If you want to break all this, of course you need to break this balance. Reduce the loss to an acceptable range and you will be defeated. And even if he is the Emperor realm, he is still one person after all. It is easy to eliminate the top power of the Zhang family, but it will only lower the level of the Zhang family's power and decline. What is needed now is to completely wipe out all branches of the Zhang family throughout the Tianyuan territory. Leave no hidden dangers to avoid being stabbed in the back. When Yun Lan heard this, her beautiful eyes became excited. 7 holy realms. Their combat power is no less than that of the Luoyan sect. Not to mention there are 2,000 transcending tribulation realms. Luo Yunzong doesn't have that many, it's just a fraction, because transcending tribulation realm is not a big deal. It seems that this is Chen Fan's plan, to use absolute power to wipe out the Zhang family. That is the largest family in Tianyuan territory, and they want to completely wipe it out. Great Emperor, Yunlin will live up to his command. It may not be impossible. There are enough powerful people to cover all areas, and if those who slip through the net want to retaliate, they will only be a very small number after all. And after she killed Zhang Yuanba, she couldn't sit still and wait for death. Solving it in a short time seemed to be the best way. Chen Day opened his mouth, shocked. At such a level, he couldn't speak at all. His brain was buzzing as he listened. Is this still the leader of Luoyan sect, the largest sect in Tianyuan domain? Chen Fan hummed, Sect Master Luo Yun, you can arrange this matter. And I will go meet other sects. After all, there are many sects affiliated with the Zhang family. But to take down the sect, you don't need too many manpower. He alone is enough. Yunlin smiled and said, Great Emperor, just call me Yunlin. Chen Fan did not hesitate about this title and turned to look at Chen Day aside. Great Elder, let's go back. When Chen Day heard this, he trembled all over and became excited. Taishu Prefecture, Weiyang Domain, Yang family. In a cold and remote small hall, a group of guards were guarding the door, and there was a big lock on the door bolt. In the room, a thin woman was lonely and in pain, her hands and feet were chained. The soul was also sealed. Fanur, I am not worthy of being your mother. Her name is Yang Lingqiang. Yang Lingqiang's expression was extremely haggard, his eyes were empty and lifeless, his red lips were pale, and there were 2 lines of clear tears streaming down his face. It was clear that these years had not been easy for her. Just now, she fainted due to excessive thoughts. As a result, she dreamed that her son had become a strong man in the emperor realm, leading his father's family, the Chen family, to stand out from many forces. Why would I have such a daydream? Fanur, Mom misses you. Yang Lingqiang's eyes flashed with tears, the dream was just a lie after all. More than 10 years ago, when her son was still a little older, she left the Chen family in White Emperor State and returned to her mother's clan to seek help, hoping that her mother's clan would help the Chen family. When the results came out, the Chen family was weak, but she was fine, but now she was imprisoned in this quiet palace and could not go back. I feel extremely guilty for not fulfilling my duties as a mother for so many years. I even dreamed about my son again, which filled me with endless thoughts and pain. Although the daydream of having a successful child is a mother's greatest hope, the more this happens, the more uncomfortable she becomes. I don't know how well you have lived these years, and what happened to the Chen family. Yang Lingqiang closed her eyes in pain. In her mind, she could not get rid of the little figure of her son who had stayed in her memory. Growing up alone, lonely, unable to eat or sleep well, no one to take care of me. As for the shackles on the body, they have long become a habit. At this moment, there was a commotion outside the door. Soon, the door lock was opened, and a middle-aged man pushed the door in. There was an old man following behind. Madam, why are you doing this? The old man looked at Yang Lingqiang's appearance and sighed. What does it have to do with you? Yang Lingqiang became angry when he saw this person. This person is Chen Shujian, the elder of the Chen family who came back with her. He was responsible for protecting her along the way, but unexpectedly, he betrayed her. Unexpectedly, Chen Shujian thrived in their Yang family and gained the respect and trust of his elder brother. Can you believe it? Although we are all from the same family and do not speak the same language, in this situation, you can get along better than me in my own family. The middle-aged man in front of her is her eldest brother, Yang Qi. Hearing this, Chen Shujian suddenly became very angry. However, I was thinking crazily in my heart, I am an undercover agent, my wife does not know, and I must not expose any flaws. Phew. Okay. Yang Qi stood up and motioned for Chen Shujian to retreat. Then he stood with his hands behind his hands and looked at Yang Lingqiang. Sister, why are you doing this? As long as you don't clamor to go back to the Chen family, why does the elder brother have to imprison you, and why do you have to suffer so much? In recent years, Yang Lingqiang has escaped frequently, and it would be impossible without being imprisoned and locked up. Yang Lingqiang stared at Yang Qi. Brother, although this is my mother's clan, the Chen family is also my home. With my son and husband, how could you ask me to give up? How could I just watch? How outrageous. The Chen family is just an ant, far inferior to our Yang family, the largest family in the Weiyang region. Why are you going back? Yang Qi was furious. Are you going back to seek death? Big brother is doing this for your own good. For my own good. Yang Lingqiang smiled miserably. You are just afraid that the Chen family will be a burden and affect your position. Snapped. Yang Qi suddenly felt cold and slapped Yang Lingqiang on the ground. Young master, please calm down, madam just has obsessions in her heart. Chen Shujian quickly persuaded. But he could only watch helplessly and couldn't say anything useful. Yang Qi also knew this truth. He said in a cold voice, he who knows the current affairs is a hero. If you were not my sister, I would not bother to pay attention to you. Although our Yang family is far inferior to the top families in ancient times, we don't want anything. And you have made a lifelong private arrangement with a man from a small ant tribe in the White Emperor State, which is not far away. It's ridiculous. If you stay here obediently, nothing will happen. Chen Shujian's old face trembled, and he thought to himself, I am an undercover agent. Yang Lingqiang covered the side of her face and said nothing. She and her eldest brother have the same father and mother. For the position of head of the Yang family, that is, the position of her father, the eldest brother has other competitors, half-brothers. Therefore, the eldest brother is afraid that because of her bondage, the Chen family will implicate him and affect his ability to seize power, and cannot help him. Seeing Yang Lingqing's silence, Yang Qi snorted coldly. No matter what, you will never go back to the Chen family. In addition, I am here today to inform you that the head of the Huang family is interested in you. Choose an auspicious day and get things done. By the way, he doesn't mind that you are married and have a son, and you are just a concubine. You should be grateful to the Huang family master for giving you this honor and opportunity. However, he knew that after his sister married, she basically had no status and was already useless. The Huang family is far inferior to the Yang family. The head of the Huang family is an old man, but he needs to win over and support. The Chen family is just a burden and will not bring him any help, not to mention that they are far away and there is no need to waste time. Thinking about it, my younger sister has also been married, and it is not a bad thing if she is just a member of the Chen family and does not return. If she cannot get married, it is not good to be a widow for the rest of her life. Thinking about it this way, this deal is still cost-effective and does not suffer a big loss. Chen Shujian was immediately confused. At such an age, I must have a big wedding. Everyone knows that the old guy from the Huang family is a pervert. He only eats grass that is younger than him, and he won't refuse anyone who comes. Boom. But Yang Lingqiang was stunned and knelt down directly. Brother, please, brother, I am your biological sister, I have a husband and a son. Don't send me to Huang's house. Begging. She was afraid. The eldest brother wants to use her identity as a biological sister to make friends with other families and compete for power in the future. And he already has a family. In the past, he was just like a wretched maid. Yang Qi saw Yang Lingqiang pulling his trouser leg and was indifferent. Ha, you are to blame for this. Otherwise, as the eldest brother, I would not be able to find a good marriage for you. Furthermore, since you are always marrying down, what is the difference between marrying into the Huang family and marrying into the Chen family? The head of the Huang family, I don't dislike you, that's the best result. Just be content. Chen Shujian could hardly hold his sword anymore, but once he died, it was completely over. No, we must find a way. Seeing that his elder brother was extremely determined, Yang Lingqing's face turned pale. I want to see my father, I want to see my mother. They also have a grandson. She came to seek help from her mother clan and needed resources and skills. After all, she knew something about Xuanji Great Emperor, but the decline of the Chen family was also a real decline. She didn't want to put herself here. Yang Qi became serious. Father will not care about you, and mother, because you insisted on getting married, was already very angry. Now, for our future, mother will not let you do whatever you want. I have the final say in everything. This matter is it's settled, you should prepare well. Brother, Yang Lingqiang was terrified in her heart. It was all because of the decline of the Chen family, and she no longer had the right to speak behind her back. His voice was almost hoarse. He is your nephew. My nephew. I don't recognize him. Yang Qi snorted coldly. Sister, if you continue to be so stubborn, I won't mind meeting this nephew in person. The word, nephew, was specially bitten very hard, and it was full of threats. Yang Lingqiang sat down directly on the ground, desperate. No, you must not let your eldest brother go to the Chen family. Let's go. Yang Qi ignored Yang Lingqiang. His sister would think it through. Nowadays, the Chen family has no use at all. It will only be a drag, and there is no talk of kinship. Young master, why don't you let me persuade madam? Chen Shujian said. Yang Qi glanced at Chen Shujian, then turned and left. Chen Shujian had better be wise and not jump back and forth, otherwise he wouldn't mind killing people. As for fear, can't talk about it. Even if Chen Shujian wants to jump around and has no family background, he is just an ant that can be destroyed if he wants to, depending on his mood. Yang Lingqiang was stunned, his eyes were dull. How could? Chen Shujian said cautiously, Madam, I will find a way to save you. Undercover is very simple, taking advantage of human nature, that is, the pleasure of conquering the other person, to satisfy the other person. This was a temporary ancestral precept. Of course, he didn't think Yang Qi would completely trust him. Yang Lingqiang immediately looked at Chen Shujian in disbelief. Chen family. This day. Sign in. Ding. The sign-in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Emperor-grade spiritual weapon, the Star Battleship. Upon hearing the system prompt, Chen Fan immediately looked at the system space. Star battleship, not bad. It is very majestic and huge, as bright as the stars in the sky. It is made of material, glittering and translucent, and it is also an emperor-grade spiritual weapon. This thing is mostly used for transportation, and it also integrates offense and defense. It's just that compared to purely offensive and defensive spiritual weapons, this aspect is worse. But it is also superior to its comprehensive functions. It can break into the void and travel at a very fast speed, which is no less than the teleportation of the powerful Emperor realm. With the star battleship on our side, it is not difficult for the entire clan to dispatch. Chen Fan was very satisfied. It is conceivable that if there is a fight in the future, just take the family's treasure ship and bring the whole family there to fight in a group. Save time, you can run away immediately if you can't beat them, which greatly reduces the family's losses. Then I thought about it, I can lend it to Yunlin for a try. After all, although Yunlin is his worker, he cannot be treated badly. With the equipment configured for her, it will be easier to capture the Jang family and reduce losses. He looked back at the warm bed that was still warm and smiled slightly. Ling Qingcheng had just left. This time, he opened the door for Ling Qingcheng and walked in the middle of the night. Stay with me all night and make a baby. Then he went back secretly, afraid of being discovered. The Empress Master is quite cute. But when she regains her memory, she may just think he is cute. After all, even though she has become a wife, the majesty of the Empress Master is still there, and the Xuanji Great Emperor is much stronger than the Taihuang Great Emperor. Chen Fan immediately made up a picture in his mind. One day, Ling Qingcheng was holding a baby in her arms, sitting on the throne with her legs crossed, and looked at him coldly, and said, "Traitor." Hiss. So scary, but bang. However, Chen Fan was confused about something. Ling Qingcheng always asked him if he was feeling well afterwards, and she was always talking nonsense. Is it possible? Chen Fan thought of something and his face darkened. How could he be that kind of person? He really just wanted a baby. The couple had a deep understanding and were definitely not indulgent. Ling Qingcheng had misunderstood him. At this moment, "Master, I would like to see you." Xiao Yu's somewhat uneasy voice came from outside the door. Chen Fan recovered his thoughts and said, "Come in." Xiao Yu pushed open the door and entered. "Xiao Yu, are you still used to this place?" Chen Fan looked at his second disciple and asked casually. "Just call him Yuer, the disciple is older than him." The purpose of calling him that before was to appear mysterious and create a personal image. Since we are talking behind closed doors now, there is no need. Xiao Yu was tense and respectful. Although her master was younger than her, he was the great emperor. Her lifelong mentor. "Master, this disciple is used to it. Thank you, Master, for your kindness. Now that I'm hugging you, I have no intention of letting go. As long as the master doesn't dislike her food, that's fine." Chen Fan hummed, "If you have anything to do, just tell me." Xiao Yu's pretty face immediately turned serious, extremely serious. "Master, once you are a teacher, you will always be a father." "Stop it, I don't have such a big girl." Chen Fan has heard this many times from his eldest disciple Bai Fengyao. Xiao Yu glanced at the master's face and continued, "Master, this disciple is here to take care of you. Don't misunderstand me, Master. I see that you don't have a maid to take care of you. Perhaps this disciple can do it for you." Then he quickly explained in a panic. She mustered up a lot of courage to say it. Chen Fan smiled and said, "No need. Xiao Yu, I'm used to it." Xiao Yu was a little disappointed when she heard that, because such a big good thing happened to her, and she always felt guilty in her heart, saying that she was prostitution for nothing. The master didn't like her either. "If I don't do something, I'm really sorry, Master." "Master, you can just call me Yuer." He glanced at Master's face again. Although she is older than the Master, according to the law of respecting the strong, she is willing to be called Yuer by the Master. Chen Fan laughed dumbly, "That's fine. Yuer, you're here just in time. I'm going to check your root bone." "Okay." Xiao Yu nodded obediently. "Then sit aside and meditate." Chen Fan casually spread out a burst of spiritual power, covering Xiao Yu's body. Xiao Yu silently watched the master examining her, feeling a little nervous. Could she be a little too useless? Soon, Chen Fan got the result. Constitution, none. The power of blood, none. Root bone, none. His cultivation is not outstanding either. The soul is not that powerful, which means that Xiao Yu's talent and understanding are not so obvious. It can be said that it is unremarkable. Xiao Yu stared at Master's face nervously. Master, am I too ordinary? It collapsed immediately. Otherwise, Master wouldn't have such a look on his face. Chen Fan nodded. Xiao Yu froze on the spot. And Chen Fan didn't care. Your physique and bloodline are divided into innate and acquired. Your origin is destined to make you ordinary, but you can work hard to pursue strength. As long as you meet your own opportunities, you can still create extraordinary physiques and bloodlines. Before encountering these opportunities, you just need to be prepared. As a teacher, I will always support you. The rest, do it with confidence. How about it? This disciple's background is a problem, and his confidence is destined to be hit. But if you want to be strong, this is a taboo. You must fill up the chicken soup for the soul in advance. Mysterious self-confidence is also self-confidence. As long as you transform self-confidence into strength, you will have real ability. Xiao Yu was so moved that the master did not dislike her for being useless at all. Master, please follow your instructions. As long as the master supports her, this is the source of her confidence. Okay, Chen Fan smiled, then took out a book of mental techniques and handed it over. Understand this Dian Heart Sutra with your heart. It will enhance your soul and state of mind, assist your skills, and speed up your practice. If you don't understand anything, just ask your teacher at any time. This is the previous sign in reward, a saint grade mind book. It is also different from the exercise divine ability. It is gentler and needs to be taught step by step. Xiao Yu took it with both hands and looked at the method in his hand. The golden characters read the Dian Heart Sutra. It was extraordinary at first sight. Cautiously, Master, what grade is this Dian Heart Sutra? She was afraid that she was too good and would cry if she went crazy. In the Saint grade Heart Sutra, it is also top-notch, close to Emperor grade. Chen Fan said casually. Ah, Xiao Yu was frightened. Saint grade, she has never seen such a precious thing when the master takes it. If word spreads, countless old monsters will rob her. And she was very grateful to master, but she always felt that she was not reliable. Ah, what? Chen Fan's face was stern. Let you understand it, just understand it. Although this Dian Heart Sutra is saint grade, it will not bite you back. It is divided into 9 realms, step by step, it will not have much impact on you, don't worry, just practice. Hey, look at the limited knowledge of the second disciple, it really makes master feel distressed. However, her childlike appearance and her long legs are so outstanding that describing her as slim is simply inappropriate. She is quite cute. No wonder she is a little ant. Okay, master. Xiao Yu immediately expressed her attitude to avoid making master angry and she would be beaten. After that, Xiao Yu left. And Yunlin also came out of the ancient Godfiend field, and her heart couldn't calm down for a long time. Unexpectedly, the great emperor actually has such a forbidden space. Comparable to the forbidden land of Godfiend. Moreover, the headquarters of Taiku Godfiend Pavilion has been built, and the symbol is the one she has seen before, the Thunder Fury Emperor Beast. Seeing Yun Lan come out and look dazed as if there was no one around, Chen Fan reminded him, Yun Lan, do you understand the relevant rules of the Taiku Godfiend Pavilion? Yunlin turned around and said, Great Emperor, I already understand that he must abide by the rules. Fang Yuehua and Mo Qingyan had already explained to her. Okay, Chen Fan thought about where it would be better to poach. After all, the few masters of the Taiku Godfiend Pavilion are not enough. Talk later. In addition, how about I give you another battleship to help you wipe out the Jang family? Battleship. Yun Lan didn't know where Chen Fan came from so many means. One by one, you can make a holy puppet, which is incredible. But it should be difficult. Thinking like this. Chen Fan hummed, come with me. Yunlin didn't hesitate and followed. Then, Chen Fan appeared in the sky and directly took out the star battleship. Suddenly, a huge battleship that was as big as half the city shrouded the entire Chen family city like a dream. Covering the sky and the sun, it is majestic and can be seen everywhere. When everyone saw this, they stopped and looked up. Somewhere, Bai Fengyao also saw, Master, please let me be the captain. I can change into captain's clothes. Yunlin's beautiful eyes were shocked. So big. It is more than enough to build a ship-based city. Great Emperor, what level is this? Emperor grade. Even if you encounter a strong Emperor realm person, you can escape. Chen Fan said casually. At the same time, those who feel reassured in their hearts, Luo Yunzong is the head force in charge of the entire Tianyuan territory. It cannot be lost. Because to establish the ancient family, one Dao domain is not enough. There are at least 3, or even more, and crazy expansion is needed. Emperor grade. Yunlan had already guessed in her heart, but she was still very excited when Chen Fan said it. Because the Luo Yunzong didn't have any imperial weapons, they had only seen other people's weapons, and they were drooling silently. Not to mention that this kind of battleship-like imperial weapon consumes much more precious materials than ordinary imperial weapons. Thank you Great Emperor for trusting me, Yunlin will definitely live up to your mission. Chen Fan lent it to her, which was a sign of trust. Otherwise, if she lost the imperial weapon, the loss would be absolutely immeasurable. I was immediately moved. The Great Emperor's courage was extraordinary. Chen Fan waved his hand casually. Yunlan, follow me from now on, no need to be so polite. Go ahead. Become a captain. At the same time, 2,000 transcending tribulation realm puppets flew directly onto the star battleship, and then solemnly guarded it in a circle, which was full of oppression. Yunlan smiled, cupped her hands to say goodbye, and turned around with fiery eyes. Jumping onto the star battleship bravely. Set off. Chen Fan also watched silently. Suddenly, Master, I'm going to be the captain. Bai Fengyao said and flew up. Yunlin was confused. Chen Fan was also stunned. A great emperor immediately grabbed the chicken and brought his eldest disciple back from a long distance away. Girl, you can't mess around. Look at you, you want to get along with everything. If you had half the inferiority complex of you would be honest. Hee. Bai Fengyao looked at Chen Fan awkwardly but politely. Master, this disciple understands. Then he showed an Anaya smile. On the star battleship, Yunlan was silent. Bai Fengyao came and wrote down a sentence. Su Chanyu is not allowed to ride. I have a headache, this disciple is too protective. And her disciple became the target of torture, and she pitied him for a second. Yunlan went to destroy the Jang family. Chen Fan is also ready to set off to implement his plan. As for the family power in the entire Tianyuan territory, the Jang family is the largest, with powerful men in the Holy Realm sitting in charge. Other more powerful families include the ancestors of the Transcending Tribulation Realm, or the family spends a lot of money to hire Holy Realm level guards to protect them, so they obviously pose little threat. Those strong foreigners will run faster than anyone else when there is a rumor, and they will never fight tooth and nail. In addition, there are more than 100 cities in the Tianyuan territory, among which most of the powerful saints are the lords of a city, or there are independent cultivator saints who travel and settle down. There is no need to annihilate them all, they will not pay too much attention to the disputes between families. Of course, there is one thing you should be wary of. Most of the city lords of powerful cities are guarded by the sovereign clan. Changes in the Tianyuan territory cannot be concealed. Occupying the entire Tianyuan territory, the sovereign clan also has to be expelled. For now, it is still a coexistence and penetration relationship, and we just need to wait and see what happens. Chen Fan's goal is to exclude the other 9 saint-grade sects except Luo Yun sect. Of course, according to the 28-20 rule, these 9 sects combined are basically no match for the Luoyan sect. After all, Luoyan sect has elders at the pinnacle of the Holy Realm in charge. Other sects, even if they have a saint-grade first layer, are considered to belong to the saint-grade force. It sounds similar, but in fact the gap is huge. Chen Fan took care of some family matters and went out. Now it is unrealistic to retreat behind the scenes and take care of the elderly. Taishu Prefecture. Weiyang Domain. Yang family. Yang Qi looked at Chen Shujian. He asked casually, Chen Shujian, how would you like to persuade my sister? Although he values this person's ability to do things, after all, it is related to his sister, so he must be on guard against others. He wanted to see what Chen Shujian had in mind. Chen Shujian's expression was slightly hesitant. Young master, I would like to persuade you. But my wife just doesn't want to. Then he looked at his words. Believe him, I tried to persuade him for a long time yesterday, and my words are all worn out. Yang Qi immediately snorted, in that case, you don't have to worry about it. As long as you lock her up, she can still escape. That's what the young master said. Chen Shujian nodded and bowed, then changed the subject. He said in a deep voice, young master, I have an idea. I wonder if you are interested. Oh, tell me. Yang Qi watched silently. Is Chen Shujian just playing tricks on him? Or is there really a way? After all, he doesn't want his sister to get married without death, and when things get ugly, he doesn't want to see such an accident. Immediately, Chen Shujian's expression turned sinister. Whispered, young master, madam has an obsession with that son. If she brings him to my Yang family, madam, maybe she will be honest. A typical villain's treacherous face. Yang Qi frowned, threatening his nephew with cheap money. That's fine. But, that's the young master of your Chen family. How can you bear it? It's doubtful. He didn't want to waste time in the Chen family, and he didn't bother to travel thousands of miles to catch his nephew, not to mention it would be disgraceful. But if my sister wants to live or die, this may be the best way. Chen Shujian smiled and said, the eldest young master is joking. I am not from the Chen family now. What's more, we are a family. Extraordinary times require extraordinary measures. Besides, the young master of the Chen family may not have a good life in White Emperor State. It would be a good thing to take him over. Yang Qi hesitated slightly. That's fine. Bringing your cheap nephew here, as long as it's under his nose, won't make any big waves. Even if he doesn't agree with his mother's remarriage, he can just lock him up, and he can also threaten his sister to stay honest, killing two birds with one stone. Okay, I will take him back to the Yang family in person. The excuse is simple. After all, they are related. Even if he is captured, he will be a well-known teacher and outsiders will not say anything. No, Chen Shujian immediately stopped him. Young master, you absolutely must not. Why? Yang Qi was confused. Young master, you just need to send the message and ask him to come to the Yang family by himself. There is no need for you to come forward in person. Chen Shujian continued. We can't let madam know that it's you who wants to use your son to threaten her, but it's her son who has voluntarily come to the Yang family to find relatives and is walking into the tiger's mouth. Otherwise madam will get emotional and cause other accidents. Yang Qi smiled, you are so considerate, I will send someone to notify you and ask him to come to my Yang home. A nephew. He hasn't seen it either, but he would also like to see it. Chen Shujian smiled and said, young master, there is one more thing. Regarding my wife's marriage to the head of the Huang family, there is a person who doesn't want to see you unite. Why don't you let me go find out and be on guard in advance? Yang Qi was shocked. Second brother. A half-brother is indeed a trouble. Chen Shujian nodded meaningfully. Okay, go ahead and do it. Yang Qi said casually. Yes. Chen Shujian left, and Yang Qi's eyes flickered. Chen Shujian. It's not that he's suspicious, it's that he has to be on guard. Then he can wonder whether Chen Shujian will betray him and choose to join forces with his second brother to help his sister escape. But Chen Shujian told him this in person. After he said it, it was a layer of fog, and he couldn't be sure of Chen Shujian's loyalty. Of course, he was still very satisfied with the previous suggestion. The rest, Chen Shujian had better be discerning. Soon, Chen Shujian met Yang Feng, the second young master of the Yang family. What are you doing here? Yang Feng frowned. Chen Shujian said, second young master, you also know that I am from the Chen family. I don't want to see my wife suffer. I want to join forces with you to prevent my wife from marrying into the Huang family. In the same way, it will prevent the Huang family from becoming the help of the eldest young master, which will be detrimental to you. What do you think? Yang Feng narrowed his eyes. You want to betray Yang Qi. How can I trust you? He really didn't want the Huang family to support his eldest brother. After all, it is also a trouble and is not good for him. But Chen Shujian seems hard to believe. Chen Shujian said calmly, the second young master doesn't believe it. Now Yang Qi plans to use me, the young master of the Chen family, to threaten my wife. How can I bear it? Indignant, Yang Feng was confused. This, second young master, I am here to remind you out of kindness. Soon, the young master of the Chen family will come to the Yang family. You don't want to see Yang Qi achieve his goal easily, right? Chen Shujian glanced at Yang Feng's face. Yang Feng hummed, I will consider it. Afterwards, Chen Shujian left. And Yang Feng fell into deep thought. Nephew. Although he didn't know what Chen Shujian was like, the news he brought had some weight. If it is true, maybe you can consider it. For the rest, wait and see what changes. Chen Shujian left with a smile on his face. You don't believe me? That's right. Then he happily went to the main hall of the Yang family. Once inside, I almost burst into tears. Master, you asked me to keep an eye on the eldest young master and the second young master. There is news. They all want to touch your grandson. That's right, a real undercover agent will never tell others where he is undercover. My face is not red, my heart is not beating. This time, even with my head on my neck, I have to save my wife. The head of the Yang family, Yang Zonjin, was drinking tea when he was startled and his hands shook. I thought it was something and was in a panic. Chen Shujian, you are also the representative of your Chen family. How unbecoming it is to look like this. Although he also has some expectations for his grandson whom he has never met, after all, he is also his daughter's son. But the Chen family really failed to live up to expectations, so that their expectations were infinitely diminished. As for Chen Shujian, he was part of the Chen family. Of course, he was the one who stayed with his sons and jumped back and forth, which was equivalent to the undercover agent he sent there. If nothing else, he still has the final say in this family. Chen Shujian has a special status and is just here to take advantage of it. Chen Shujian started acting. Master, I have been in the Yang family for many years. This time, the young master of the Chen family will come. What does it have to do with me? Yang Zonjin frowned. Master, no matter what, the young master is also your biological grandson. Chen Shujian kept mentioning these words. Playing the family card, the way must be paved for the arrival of the young master. Don't say anything else, as long as there is no danger. Moreover, only the young master can prevent his wife from being sent to the Huang family. The key is Yang Zan's attitude. When the young master makes a mistake, the head of the family can step in and calm the two young masters. However, the young master can be guaranteed. He may be made difficult by Yang Qi and Yang Feng, and his fate is unpredictable. After all, he has no direct blood relationship with the Yang family. But as long as the wife can be saved, everything will be worth it. When Yang Zan heard about it, he really couldn't help it. Even though he hadn't seen her before, he was really close to her. Okay, I got it. If he comes, I will personally test him. If he can get my approval, I will give him resources to train him. If he fails, don't blame me for being ruthless. For him, this is just a matter of words. Giving him a chance is also based on his blood. Of course, the premise is that it's worth it, otherwise he won't care too much. The master of the family is wise. Chen Shujian knew that as long as Yang Zan was willing to let go, that would be enough. Yang Zan's brows were relieved. That boy's name is Chen Fan, right? What is he here for? He suspected that his eldest son was up to something. Chen Shujian did not dare to neglect. Master. The eldest young master wants to use me, the young master of the Chen family, to force his wife to marry into the Huang family, trying to increase his help and obtain industrial cooperation with the Huang family. Jumping back and forth, the more chaotic he is, the more chances he will have, but the end may be worse, but he doesn't care. Ling Qiang, Yang Zonjin sighed. Then he didn't care. In his opinion, sons are the key to inheriting the family, and daughters are the water thrown out, used to marry into power and strengthen the family. What's more, he has so many wives that he can't take care of this small family. Don't worry about it. They can handle their own domestic affairs on their own. The main reason is that this daughter is useless. Already married. What happens in the future is all due to cause and effect, and you have to take the blame yourself. As for the grandson, he didn't think Chen Fan could stop his son. Let them decide everything by themselves, whether they will be the king or the enemy is determined. As for Chen Shujian, he has nothing to control, so there is no need to care. And he himself is approaching the age of retiring behind the scenes. Letting go of power is also a slow transition. Yes, head of the family. Chen Shujian knew that everything was as he expected. If the head of the Yang family doesn't stand up and let this little family go, it means adding chaos to chaos. I just hope no accidents happen. He is all so desperate. In the quiet hall, Yang Lingqiang was looking forward to it. It turns out that Chen Shujian is her father's man. He is not dependent on his elder brother, which is a bit confusing. But this is good, at least the father will not interfere too much in the affairs of the eldest brother and the second brother. But she doesn't have the heart to think about it that much now. Because Chen Shujian suggested to her that she should bring her son over. Fanur, mother, I'm sorry for you. She had no choice. Only the son can stop all this, and that's because of the blood flowing in him. He is a flesh and blood member of the Yang family, his father's grandson. As long as his father is willing to speak, the eldest brother cannot do anything to her son. Fortunately, he is a son. If he were a daughter, his father would probably be less likely to take him seriously. It's not that she is biased, but that her father is such a person, and she herself is a living example. And now she can only trust Chen Shujian. Looking out the window, maybe it wouldn't be a bad thing to bring his son to Yang's house. At least, it is much stronger than the Chen family, and any resources are a help. Although it will be difficult and wronged when her son comes. But she really has no choice. And she could finally see her son. As a mother, I will protect you even to the death. The other side, Yang Qi is already planning this matter, and he doesn't want to waste too much time. At this moment, standing in front of him was the confidant he had trained. On your trip, go to White Emperor State, Tianyuan Territory, and Langya City to find a man named Chen Fan from the Chen family, who is about 23 years old, and ask him to return to his mother's clan as soon as possible. As for the reason why he asked, there is no need to answer, just inform him. Ask your nephew to go back to his parents' house. Yes, young master. A group of cronies received the order and then left the Yang family. And Yang Qi took a deep breath. After a while, he called his two sons because he also got married. Dad, what do you want from us? Two men in their 20s appeared. Yang Qi glanced at his two sons. Buyer, Liner, your eldest brother will come to the mother clan soon. When he comes in, give him a slap on the wrist. Remember not to embarrass me, do you understand? It's a pity that he started a family a little late, and his son is not as old as his nephew. But it's not a big problem. How old does it matter? Isn't it just a slap in the face? And the Chen family, who is close to the nephew, is just a small clan, and it is still falling apart. Who knows if it has any education? How could the resources and talents be as good as those of the descendants of the Yang family? Moreover, my nephew will definitely not agree to this kind of thing happening to my sister, so if it is necessary to let him in, let him suffer some hardships. It is best to let him take advantage of her honestly and let her marry into the Huang family willingly. As an uncle, it is naturally inappropriate for him to take action. Of course, his sons, who are about the same age, can share the affairs for him. Here, Yang Bai and Yang Lin looked hot. They obviously knew something about the situation. This cheap brother was the aunt's son, and they had never met him. But their chance to show off has come. As the Yang family's main bloodline, they have extraordinary talents and are invincible at their age. Even if the cheap eldest brother is a few years older than them, so what? Dad, we will definitely not show mercy. Give him a blow. Dad, we will definitely not disappoint you and share your worries. Extremely confident. Comes from everything given by the family. Okay, you go and get ready. Yang Qi was very satisfied. A boy from a declining family obviously couldn't make any waves in his hands, and he couldn't get his father's attention because he was too useless and weak. Then everything can only go according to his plan. Dad, there is no need to prepare to deal with him. That's right, Dad, let him have one hand, no problem. White Emperor State, Tianyuan Domain, the mountain behind the Zhang family. The ancestor of the Zhang family was a little gloomy. Luo Yunzong, this account must be settled. Even if it is the largest sect, their largest family is not a soft persimmon that can be manipulated by others. As the ancestor of the Zhang family, he has already recorded this account for Luo Yunzong. You can't openly fight to the death, but your sect disciples will always have scapegoats. His eyes were fierce, because he had not yet reached the point where both sides would suffer, and both would be destroyed. All we need to do is make Luo Yunzong pay the price, know that it hurts, and stop at it. Suddenly, noticing the movement in the family, the ancestor of the Jang family appeared directly above the Jang family. In front of you, a battleship is overwhelming, and wherever it goes, there are dead souls. The ancestor of the Jang family was stunned when he saw this scene. The next moment, he was furious. Who dares to break into my Jang family? He bared his teeth in anger and shook his head. It's quite sudden. The family headquarters occupies the size of a city, but it was directly attacked. And the battleship in front of you is absolutely extraordinary. Jang family, when did you offend such a person? The disciples of the Jang family below were running away like crazy, panicking and not choosing their way out. Run quickly. What the hell? But there is no way to escape. The corpses are separated one by one, and they die with their eyes open. Yun Lan was on the star battleship and saw the Jang family ancestor appear. Sword directly into the sky. Luo Yunjian, unsheath. Buzz. The sword points to the sky. Luo Yun's sword technique. The gorgeous sword light stretched for 1,000 meters and killed directly. Yunlin, it's you. The ancestor of the Jang family felt his heart sink when he saw Yunlin attack him without saying a word. Luo Yunzong, do you want to make an enemy of my Jang family? He roared angrily. The two forces have always been at odds with each other, but why have they frequently been at odds recently? This is simply too much. But he is no match for Yun Lan, and it is too late to hire strong men now. Who knows why Luo Yunzong suddenly came to kill him? Yun Lan was a little indifferent. If you, the Jang family, offend someone you shouldn't offend, you are only bringing the blame upon yourself. Die. The great emperor doesn't care if he dares to send people to stir up trouble in the Chen family. Well, that's unreasonable. Not to mention Chen Fan's purpose, to expand the Chen family, the only way is to eliminate other clans. There is no room for two tigers in one mountain. The face of the ancestor of the Jang family changed wildly. Is there anyone in the Tianyuan territory who the Jang family cannot afford to offend? Then I thought, Chen family. Recently, Zhang Yuanba had only sent people to offend the Chen family who suddenly appeared. How is it possible? A small and arrogant family cannot afford to offend. Seeing the sword light slashing towards him, he didn't even bother to ask why, and secretly said, it's not good. Escape. He can't beat him at all, let alone the Luoyan sect's Saint Realm powerhouses who have more than one. Only escape. However, several powerful men from the Holy Realm suddenly appeared around him, directly surrounding him, leaving him with no way to retreat. The ancestor of the Zhang family did not hesitate and directly chose to resist with all his strength. But even so, it can't be stopped at all and can only offset some of the power. Then he was slashed with a sword, and the saint's body began to bleed. He was severely injured in an instant. If he does it again, he will definitely fall. Yunlin, don't bully others too much. Fortunately, disaster fell from the sky. It was like taking a big blame. Death. Yun Lan took action again without taking a breath. Afraid of something unexpected happening, the ancestor of the Zhang family must be killed. The ancestor of the Zhang family was instantly desperate. Confused. It was quite sudden. Just now, he planned to make Luo Yunzong pay the price, but he didn't expect that Luo Yunzong didn't care about the Zhang family at all and came directly to kill them. Who gave Luo Yunzong the confidence to act so wantonly? Seeing Yun Lan coming to kill again. Yunlin, who did my Zhang family offend? Let me understand even if I die. They carried out sneak attacks without respecting martial ethics, and even fought in groups. It's really hard to die in peace. Yun Lan did not answer directly. Have you seen this battleship? The imperial weapon from the Chen family. Then he struck down with a sword. The ancestor of the Zhang family was immediately in disbelief. It was really the Chen family. Who has so much energy? Imperial weapon. This battleship is actually an imperial weapon. No wonder it is so powerful. Is the Emperor realm strong? So, Luo Yunzong has been conquered. Otherwise, how could you act so decisively? This is your confidence. Seeing that he could not escape, he gritted his teeth and said, you will be retaliated against. How big the Zhang family is. As long as there are survivors, the Luoyan sect will definitely be made to pay the price. Don't worry, the great emperor will not leave any hidden dangers. Yunlan looked at the Jang family ancestor and was struck by her. Look, the ancestor has appeared. The disciples of the Jang family below saw their ancestor appearing, and endless hope surged in their hearts. Ancestor is fighting with others. Ancestor has fallen. Run away. Fear inside. Even the ancestors are no match. What kind of person did the Jang family offend? The ancestor of the Jang family was wiped out bit by bit, and the last thing he heard was just 2 words, Great Emperor. In the Chen family of Tianyuan realm, a powerful emperor realm man unexpectedly appears. Soon, it dissipated into dust. After Yunlan destroyed the ancestor of the Jang family, he immediately returned to the star battleship to take command. Without the Saint Realm powerhouse, the other transcending Tribulation Realm elders have nothing to worry about. They cannot give the Jang family a chance to breathe, let alone allow them to escape, otherwise there will be endless troubles. And this is just a part of the Jang family. She also sent 2,000 transcending Tribulation Realm puppets, commanded by the high-level forces of the Luoyan sect, to wipe out the bloodlines of all major branches of the Jang family throughout the Heavenly Abyss realm. Because without the Holy Realm, the Transcending Tribulation Realm is absolutely invincible. This is the power Chen Fan gave her. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy and relaxing. It is conceivable that if the Jang family is destroyed, this extremely rich place will allow the Chen family to expand rapidly. And then annex it. If you seize abundant financial resources and take over major industries, you may be able to reach the sky directly. Then it would be easier to annex and subdue other small families. The Chen family is unstoppable. Follow the great emperor and work hard, and the Luoyan sect will not suffer. Not knowing when they would give birth to a baby for the great emperor, Fang Yuehua and Mo Qingyun were urging the great emperor's wife Ling Qingcheng to come. Don't know why, but after she became the master of the Godfiend Pavilion, she also had to persuade Ling Qingcheng. However, she was not very familiar with Ling Qingcheng. Ding, the Qingyun sect has been conquered as a subsidiary sect. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the holy spiritual weapon, the Qingyun sword. Ding, the Tianluo sect has been conquered as a subsidiary sect. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the holy grade skill, the Deluo Tiankong. Ding, you have conquered Daoyu sect as an affiliated sect. Congratulations to the host. The quality of the Chen family library will be automatically upgraded. Ding. At the same time, Chen Fan has spent several days alone, walking through the other 9 saint-grade forces in the Tianyuan territory. Wherever they go, they are suppressed casually. As soon as the emperor's power came out, no one could hit him, and all the major forces did not dare to let go of any of them, indicating that they would become affiliated forces of the Chen family. This is the respect and basic attitude that great strength brings. Of course, he won't kill anyone. Because these sect forces are his help in dealing with the powerful defenders of the major cities and the sovereign clan. It is used to balance the power of the Tianyuan territory and then gradually erode it. Therefore, the system rewards obtained are also very generous. We also recovered dozens of family undercover agents, of all levels, but most of them were former disciples of the Chen family. They were standing next to him, staring at each other. Ding, your affiliated sect Luoyan sect has destroyed the hostile force Jang family. Congratulations to the host for getting the reward, an ancient secret space. Chen Fan immediately felt comfortable. It seemed that everything on Yunlin's side had been resolved. Coupled with the sign in rewards these days, it can be said to be a terrifying harvest. The family is established. The Chen family was established and there were no other threats. The preliminary prototype has been formed. The rest is to deal with those non-powerful, city lords. And the existence behind them. Master, the undercover agents were stunned and at a loss. Fortunately, I can go home. It feels like a dream. The young master alone took dozens of undercover agents and dug them out among the top forces. Chen Fan said casually, everyone, let's talk after you get back. Then with a wave of his hand, he led the undercovers back to Chen's house. Outside the Chen family city. Now a group of people came. They came here using magical weapons and did not dare to waste any time. After all, the eldest young master had ordered it. But they inquired all the way and found that Lenya city that the eldest young master told them about was gone. Became the Chen family. But the Chen family didn't know the situation. They only knew that they were looking for Chen Fan, a boy around 23 years old. In order to complete the task, missing persons notices have been posted around the city. They even shouted everywhere, "Whose name is Chen Fan?" One after another, the voices came out with confidence. "Who is Chen Fan? Please come quickly. Whoever can find Chen Fan will be rewarded with a low-grade Pei Yuan Dan." A big deal. An Earth-level elixir is like a treasure to ordinary monks. Yang Qi's cronies were acting recklessly. If you want to find someone, it's better to let him come to your door. It saves trouble and effort, and they only need to sit here and wait. Tell me, can this person be found? Is he already gone? Probably not. It seems that the Chen family is doing well. No matter, the huge reward of a Yuan Pui Dan is just a small town. Not many people can resist the temptation. Even if Chen Fan is hiding underground, he can find out. Just so confident. The leader of the man frowned. "We can't stay here for too long. After informing the boy, we will go back and report to the eldest young master. Because this place looks a little different. Not only is the spiritual energy rich, but Lenya city has become the Chen family's. It is very different from the declining family that the eldest young master told me. I am afraid something has changed." But they had no intention of investigating. Anyway, the person they were looking for was just a 23-year-old man, so they were not afraid. People coming and going not far away would watch these people from time to time. Pointing, "You dare to call the ancestor of the Chen family by his name and post a missing person notice? I'm afraid these people don't want to live anymore, right?" I was dumbfounded. I have seen bold people, but I have never seen such bold people, blatantly looking for the lair. Who knows? Maybe they think they can do it again, haha. Tisk, tisk, admire them, admire their courage and their bohemian appearance. The reward is a Yuan Pui Dan. Who are you looking down on? It's over, it's over. Hurry and walk away. Let alone Earth-grade elixirs, they would not hesitate even if Saint-grade elixirs were used as payment. Just kidding, the territory here is the biggest opportunity, and they still look down on mere elixirs. Not to mention accepting the reward and betraying the ancestor of the Chen family. I'm afraid he thinks he will live longer. Soon, the news here reached Bai Fengyao's ears. And the city gate. Yang Qi's cronies gradually became confused as time passed, and suddenly became less confident. Tell me, why do those people look at us with pity? A shiver ran down my spine. One person might have been an accident, but everyone looked pitiful. They felt like they were being pointed at like a wandering beggar. That's not true. That's right, can you tell from their eyes that they admire our courage? I don't quite understand why the folk customs here are so weird. Also, has no one taken a look at Pei Yuan Dan? With such a huge reward, no one can be found. Seeing Pei Yuan Dan is like seeing the god of plague, avoid it. Aren't they greedy? Do you think our dignified Yang family will use fake products to deceive us? The leader's eyes became serious. There may be something unexpected here. If it doesn't work, we can only go to the city. They were not fools. They did not enter the city immediately. It was just that the situation here was different from what the young master said. To be on the safe side, they started looking for people outside the city. But the task given to them by the eldest young master must be completed. If it couldn't be done, they could only go find it in person, and couldn't wait for Chen Fan to come to their door. Yang Qi's cronies looked at each other, and then started shouting again, but the voices were obviously not that loud. The suppressed gazes from the people around them made them all feel that they might really be beggars. I doubt my life and feel uncomfortable all over. No matter what, let's go to the city. Afterwards, a group of people prepared to enter the city. However, a girl came towards them and stopped them. Bai Fengyao stared at several people. You guys, looking for someone? She didn't know why these people were looking for master, but she wasn't stupid either. She would try to trick the other person into saying something first. The leading man frowned. Little girl, who are you? Bai Fengyao curled her lips. Did you see the big characters on the top of the city? I am the defender of the city of Dacheng. Serious. Everyone laughed immediately. In that case, do you know where Chen Fan is? Tell us, this Peiyuan pill is yours. The leading man narrowed his eyes and began to lie. Bai Fengyao looked at Pei Yuandan, her face turned cold and she slapped it away. Everyone's expressions instantly froze, seeking death. She's just a little girl, she's not old, but she has a bad temper. She doesn't even like Pei Yuandan. But they are all transcendent realm cultivators. Qilin. Bai Fengyao shouted immediately, and the Emperor Qilin suddenly appeared, flying everyone away with one claw. HMPH, you dare to call my master's name. You have a bad attitude, and you dare to come to my Chen family to cause trouble. You will be paid to arrest my master, and Qilin will beat them up. No matter what, let's wait until the fight is over, as long as he doesn't die, and wait until the master comes back to deal with it. As soon as everyone saw each other, their bones were all shaken, and they were so frightened that they peed, monster. Terrifying monster. They were completely unaware of it. Who is Chen Fan? He actually has disciples. Girl, wait, we have something important to do with your master. Without thinking about it, he quickly changed his mind. Bai Fengyao narrowed her eyes, real or false? Looking for master. I don't know what's going on. It's absolutely true. Girl, show mercy. Everyone was scared. Who knows that this place is guarded by such a powerful monster? The heart is cold and cold, but a good man will not suffer the loss in front of him. Then you know my master. Bai Fengyao expressed doubts. Do not know. How dare you be so public even if you don't know me? Bai Fengyao's uncle couldn't bear it and called a group of puppets to surround the offenders. Everyone was stunned. There were so many of them, and each of them had a stronger aura than them. They were trembling. If you really don't know, why bother trying to make things difficult for us ants? It was also at this time that 5 women with their own merits appeared around. He held a missing person notice in his hand. There were no portraits, only the words, "Looking for Chen Fan," were written on them. As a senior sister, I have a sulky face. I just came to meet my junior brother and encountered this kind of thing. I can't stand it at all that my junior brother, the great emperor, is so tainted. Staring at everyone, are you looking for our junior brother? I don't know who Bai Fengyao is, but this is the Chen family, so there is a high probability that she is one of them. Ha, Bai Fengyao glanced at a few teammates who suddenly joined, master. Senior sister. So many. Everyone was dumbfounded. Chen Fan's senior sister looked pretty powerful. We're looking for Chen. I stuttered, trembled, and went out without looking at the almanac. I thought it was not casual to find a boy in his early 20s. Who knew I could encounter so many troubles? Before they could explain honestly, they suddenly saw a huge terrifying battleship spiritual weapon appearing in the sky, blocking a shadow. A shadow appeared in front of them in an instant, and it was impossible to detect how the other party got down. Just stupid. Strong. Very strong. Yunlin came to return the star battleship after dealing with the Jang family's affairs in the past few days. Seeing such a scene, she understood instantly. Looking at the people surrounded, are you looking for the great emperor? Otherwise there is no way to explain it. Bai Fengyao knew that when Yunlin came back, there was a high probability that the master would come back soon. As for Zhang Luoli and the others, they don't know who Yunlin is, but they are certainly one of their own. But that battleship is so powerful. Boom. Great emperor. Everyone broke through the defense directly. We are timid. Don't scare us. How dare we look for the great emperor? Although I don't know why, I finally know why those people think so of them and shy away from the reward of Pei Yuandan. The leading man endured all kinds of pressure, gritted his teeth. Senior, let's find Chen. Her master. He looked at Bai Fengyao and immediately changed his mind. A good man will not suffer the immediate consequences. Oh, what do you want from me? At the same time, a voice came from my ears. The next moment, Chen Fan appeared next to him like a ghost. Scanning the crowd, I can't recognize it. Missing person notice. How could someone who didn't know better think that the great emperor was wanted? Master, great emperor, junior brother. The girls greeted. Then he watched quietly and let Chen Fan handle the rest. Chen Fan nodded and looked at the unfamiliar group of people in front of him. What do you want from me? If you can't give me a reason, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave alive. The origin of the other party is unknown, and they are still looking for him. He really doesn't know the reason. Here, everyone was trembling and shivering, and this person was probably the legendary Chen Fan. It's not easy, but you can finally see it. But in his heart, he secretly thought that something was wrong, the situation had changed, and Chen Fan was too weird. The leading man quickly said, Master Chen, we are your uncle's cronies, from the Yang family in the Weiyang region of Taishu Prefecture, and we specially invite you to visit your mother's clan. A big change in attitude. No matter how stupid they are, they know that they can't afford to offend now. You can't make it public, you can only wait until you get back to Yang's house to talk about it. Now we can only adapt to circumstances, and the eldest young master will understand them. When the girls heard this, they looked a little weird. Yang family. How could? Chen Fan was stunned for a moment. Is there any reason? Uncle Yang, why would you think of him when you are so good? It's not that he doesn't believe in blood connection, it's just a fact. Otherwise, we haven't seen anyone from the Yang family come here for so many years. Of course, he would definitely go to the Yang family, because his mother was in the mother clan. I don't know how my mother is doing. The man at the head did not dare to show off his arrogance. The more he couldn't see through Chen Fan, the more frightened he felt inside, and he was sweating profusely. Master Chen, there is no reason. They didn't dare to say it at all. Everything happening now was too unexpected. They just wanted to escape from the Chen family and inform the eldest master as soon as possible when they got back. No reason. Chen Fan frowned. Now that you know my identity, what about my mother? Could it be because of his mother? Chen Fan thought. Master Chen, my wife is very good. The man responded quickly, otherwise he would not be able to communicate with the young master when he returned. However, Chen Fan's dual pupils still captured the details, which is the fluctuation caused by the word, mother. He suddenly became indifferent and asked, what's going on, my mother? There must be something hidden. The Emperor Realm's strong man only revealed a hint of coercion, which made it difficult for everyone to breathe. The man crawled down directly and confirmed that Chen Fan was extremely powerful. It was unbelievable. Young Master Chen, please forgive me. We are just servants and we don't dare to deceive you. In comparison, his attitude turned completely 180 degrees. Who knows that Chen Fan is so defiant and has so many helpers? Could it be that he is really the great emperor? The thought of this brings despair and fear. I just hope I can fool him and go back to answer my question. Chen Fan snorted coldly, hit him with a burst of spiritual power, and started searching for souls without saying a word. It's best not to, but just in case, even if it's a misunderstanding, for the sake of his mother, he is willing to apologize to the Yang family in person. However, the result of the soul search made Chen Fan's aura pour out uncontrollably. Boom! The Emperor's power was majestic and endless, like the wrath of heaven. In an instant, the entire space buzzed, and then it began to twist, and even faintly cracked and shattered into pieces. It was the first time that Bai Fengyao saw her master so angry. Otherwise, he was an amiable little master, with an extremely angry face. What did the Yang family do? The Emperor's unicorn felt the master's emotions and roared, sounding like heaven and earth. Yun Lan also looked unhappy, and the great emperor was angry. Zhang Luoli and the others looked solemn. They had been rushing to their junior brother's home for many days. Unexpectedly, they saw the wrath of Emperor Wei with their own eyes. The junior brother was angry. Master Chen, have mercy on me. Master Chen, have mercy on me. Everyone turned pale with fright and fell to their knees, trembling all over, fear spreading. He had no power to fight back. No, he had no intention of resisting at all. Not to mention that the boss was forcibly searched for his soul, and he was afraid that he would become a fool. Master Chen can shatter even the void. How could ants like them have ever seen such a scene before? We only know that Madame has been imprisoned by the young master for many years, and we don't know anything else. At this point, the voice suddenly stopped and his soul was extinguished. Because everything is too late. After casually crushing these people, Chen Fan looked in one direction and said, "The Yang family, what a Yang family." The tone was extremely cold. "Everyone, come with me to take my mother back to her clan." Chen Fan immediately rose into the sky and formed a formation to protect the entire Chen family city. He wants to go to the Yang family and bring his mother back in a glorious manner. Tell everyone that the Chen family is not empty. And mother will always be the mistress of the Chen family. The entire Chen family will welcome her with all their respect. They are all supported by her. If the Yang family is unjust, then it will turn them upside down. Yes, the girls didn't know what happened, but they just followed. Bai Fengyao immediately went to summon the Chen family members, who were extremely anxious. Many senior sisters who were senior sisters did not ask any questions at all. Since they were here, they should help. As the master of the Godfiend Pavilion, Yunlin naturally wanted to go because the trip was far away and she could share some of the pressure on the Great Emperor just in case other forces were touched. Soon, in no time, they had gathered on the star battleship and shuttled through the void. Head to Taishu Prefecture, Weiyang Territory, and Yang family. But Chen Fan was a little silent. My mother has been imprisoned for many years. I thought my mother could save her life and live a better life in her mother's clan, instead of suffering in the Chen family. I never thought that I would be locked up in a small hall alone, living like a year. More than 10 years. I don't know the specific reason, and the soul search has yielded no results. There is no relevant information in these people's memories, but there must be a reason. He didn't believe that the Yang family would do this without any reason, even regardless of family ties. And everything my mother did was for the Chen family, that's why. As for Taishu State, its overall strength is much stronger than that of White Emperor State, that is, the top forces are stronger. Just like monks, there are strong and weak, and the same is true for regions, including major states, or great Dao areas within states. The Yang family in Weiyang region is indeed a top family. But compared to the Jang family in Tianyuan territory, it is not much stronger. The only thing involved is that he has another bloodline from his mother. It's very fast. With the speed of the star battleship, it can cross several major states and reach Taishu Prefecture in half an hour. Ling Qingcheng silently stayed by Chen Fan's side. Taishu Prefecture, Weiyang Domain, Yang family. In the quiet hall. These days, Yang Lingqing's days are like years. The more this time comes, the more painful and long the time becomes. The spirit was tense, the expression was painful, and the patient could not sleep all night. But there was light in her eyes, because she knew that she would see her son soon, and her eldest brother had already taken action, Chen Shujian told her. If nothing else, it will probably take at least a month before I can see my son. After all, Taishu State is very far away from White Emperor State. And she wanted to see her child, but she didn't want to. She was afraid that if he came, the mother would not be able to protect him, and would be left out, wronged, and ridiculed and bullied by the genius of the Yang family. Her heart was so anxious and entangled, but she couldn't do anything. I'm sorry, Thinner, so much so that the shackles on his body have long been forgotten. She prayed silently in her heart that the Yang family would not send anyone to pick up her son, and safety was a problem, but Chen Shujian would send someone secretly so she could rest assured. Chen Fan. The only ones to be bullied are the Yang family. The main hall of the head of the Yang family. The head of the family. Chen Shujian. I said I knew it. Yang Zonjin was scared when he saw Chen Shujian. Chen Shujian comes here every day these days. I will personally test that kid and get my approval. I can give him resources, status, and training. Because I want to use you, you blow my ears every day, and my ears are almost calloused. The master of the family is wise. Chen Shujian felt relieved when he heard these words, and shamelessly raised his hand. These days, I always have my head in my head to remind Yang Zan, and repeat this sentence every day. Even if Yang Zan got impatient and killed him in anger, he was still worth it. Because the young master is coming soon, we must pave the way and there must be no room for failure. We cannot afford to lose. And he will still come in the next few days. Master, wait for me, I will definitely come. There will be at least another month, so I have to keep my head high. Smiled. The other side. Yang Qi stood with his hands behind his back. Calculating the time, we should have informed that kid as well. There was a sneer on the corner of his mouth. The people he sent out used heaven-grade low-grade transportation spiritual weapons. In terms of speed, it goes without saying. If you don't have a spiritual weapon and want to inform your nephew, it may take 10 days and a half. A few days is enough for now. But I'm afraid it will take another month for that kid to come to Yang's house. What a waste of time. He shook his head. But when it comes to this, he is willing to wait for his cheap nephew to come. As for his own 2 sons, he is very confident. It doesn't matter if you are prepared or not, you can give your cheap nephew a punch at any time. Shocked. The Yang family doesn't need to waste resources. If it weren't for the Yang family's blood in the cheap nephew, he wouldn't be qualified to join their Yang family. Dad, Master Huang is here to see you. At this time, Yang Bai walked in. Yang Qi hummed, I'm going to meet the Huang family leader. Chapter 51. Soon, Yang Qi met Huang Gong, the head of the Huang family. He laughed politely and said, the Huang family master has arrived in person. It's a shame to welcome him from afar. The old man in yellow robes had a red face and gestured with his hands. What did the eldest young master say? It's so rude for me to come here uninvited. A smile on his face. Yang Qi pretended to be stern. Master Huang, you are so polite. From now on we will be one family, no need to talk about 2 families. I, the Yang family, will definitely welcome you at any time. He said politely. Huang Gong simply walked down the steps and said, in this case, it will seem awkward for me to be polite to the young master. I don't know, your sister. It doesn't matter if you are a woman or not. Mainly women from famous families are more exciting and possess the desire to conquer. The Huang family is not as good as the Yang family, so they will naturally feel this way. Moreover, it is not easy to get a woman from the Yang family. The head of the Yang family will not give the Huang family a second glance. This is because Yang Qi, the young master, asked for help from him. Of course he would not refuse, not to mention that compared to him, Yang Lingqiang was just a junior. At his age, he doesn't care about anything else. What he can get is a kind of contentment. Hey, Yang Qi sighed after hearing this. Speaking of this matter, Mr. Huang, you also know some secrets, and my sister is stubborn by nature. I tried to persuade her with good intentions, but she refused in every possible way. But I already have a method. When I introduce you, my sister will definitely be willing to join your Huang family to serve you. The family is complicated. If he wants to become the head of the family, he needs support from outsiders. The first is to bring huge benefits to the industry, contribute to the family, improve one's reputation, and convince everyone. Second, marriage and kinship have become a backing force for him. The Chen family failed to live up to expectations, so he had no choice but to replace him. It's understandable, it's understandable. Huang Gong didn't care at all. It was Yang Qi's business anyway. As for whether Yang Lingqiang is willing to join their Huang family, it is not up to her. However, he continued, my sister is still young, so naturally she does not want to join my Huang family. It is normal. Master Huang, this is wrong. Of course Yang Qi knew this truth, but the world would not allow him to tell the truth. It is her blessing to join the Huang family. The head of the Huang family does not dislike her getting married. He is already generous and informal. In the future, when my sister joins the Huang family, the head of the Huang family will need to take care of her and not care about her willfulness. The eldest brother said this for his sister. As for Yang Lingqiang joining the Huang family, he couldn't interfere in other people's family affairs. Huang Gong felt very comfortable and laughed. That's nature, that's nature. I like those who are willful and disobedient. Then what method does the young master have? He also wanted to hear how Yang Qi made Yang Lingqiang honest. And Yang Qi said meaningfully, Master Huang, there is no need to ask any more questions. Just rest assured and leave the rest to me. Just kidding, family scandals should not be made public. Using a cheap nephew to deal with your sister is an internal matter within the family and there is no need to let Huang Gong know about it. It's not okay to avoid taking advantage of the nephew's existence and make Huang Gong regret it. I can rest assured that the eldest young master will take action. Seeing that Yang Qi didn't want to say anything, Huang Gong had no choice but to give up. Then he thought of something. What about your sister's son? Although he didn't care, he never wanted to see that boy. Yang Qi immediately became serious. Master Huang, my sister's son might have died long ago. You don't have to worry about someone interfering and causing disgrace to your Huang family. He could only say this, but he still hoped that his nephew would be alive so that he could take advantage of it. When the time comes, he will be locked up in the Yang family, and he can be given an identity as he pleases, without letting Huang Gong know about it. As the eldest young master of the Yang family, I can easily accomplish this. Okay. Huang Gong was relieved. Without that brat, he can live his life comfortably, GG. In that case, the young master doesn't know where your sister is. He wanted to see a living person. If he cheats, he doesn't want to be the victim. Yang Qi is also a ghostly person. Huang family master, don't worry, let's talk about business first, and choose an auspicious day by the way. Sister, you will see it naturally, how about it? He was afraid that Yang Lingqiang would be emotional and unable to think clearly. He would not let Huang Gong see his sister before his cheap nephew came. There is no room for error. This time, the support of the Huang family must be won. That would be very optimistic as the benefits grow. Huang Gong suddenly started to smile. I'm just worried. It's okay. An auspicious day. It's useless. He didn't care at all. As long as Yang Lingqiang entered the Huang family, he couldn't run away. He still wanted to live in glory. That was impossible. She was just a serving concubine. If she didn't value her identity and bloodline, she wouldn't have discussed it. Yang Qi smiled and said, I can't deal with you yet. It's just about everyone asking for what they need. If my sister hadn't failed to live up to expectations and had married someone before, I wouldn't have given it to Huang Gong. Because he would have a better choice. Now, the eldest brother is forced to do something out of necessity. Then Mr. Huang, let's talk in detail here, with an old fox smile on his face. This is also the time. There was a loud bang in the ears, the space trembled, and the buzzing continued, like a whale, and it had the appearance of shaking the earth and the mountains. It's like, something has collapsed, or the family has been attacked by outsiders. Yang Qi and Huang Gong were caught off guard and were so shocked that they almost fell down. However, they were also powerful monks and immediately used their spiritual power to stabilize their bodies. His expression changed drastically. What happened? It was quite sudden, without any warning. That's not good. Who dares to come to my Yang family and act so arrogantly? Yang Qi immediately looked outside with an angry look. He could sense that his family was under attack and he was looking for death. How dare you disturb Tai Sui? Master Huang, wait a moment. Young master, it's okay to be busy first. Huang Gong's face was solemn, and he was also extremely depressed. What's going on with the Yang family? Could it be that you have offended someone? Otherwise, how could there be such a movement? It is simply rare. I have never seen such a bold person, because the Yang family is not an ordinary family. Of course, as an outsider, he can only watch the excitement at the moment and not fall on himself. After all, the Huang family is far inferior to the Yang family. But Yang Qi was filled with anger and immediately flew out. Dad, it's not good. As soon as he went out, his two sons, Yang Bai and Yang Lin, ran over in a panic. Dad, something big happened. Liner, Bayer, what happened? Yang Qi's mind was still buzzing. Who knew that he and Huang Gong were happily discussing important matters, but this kind of accident happened, which ruined his mood. That's not true. Dad, it was a slap in the face that shattered a large area of my Yang family's land. All the palaces within a 10-mile radius were turned into dust and disappeared. Yang Bai's face was solemn. The facade of my Yang family, the main gate, is broken. It's so sudden, I don't know who the Yang family has offended. Who has such courage? It's simply courting death. What? Yang Qi's momentum couldn't help but pour out, completely exploding. The Yang family's territory is huge, covering only 10 miles, so it won't hurt your muscles and bones, but smashing the main entrance is tantamount to provoking the majesty of the family. It's a heart-breaking move. And as the future head of the Yang family, how could he endure it? It is simply a matter of life and death. Dad, who did my Yang family offend? Yang Lin was still frightened. It wasn't that he was timid, but the pressure from such a distance made him tremble. No matter what, if you dare to come to my Yang family to provoke me, you will definitely die. Yang Qi's eyes flashed. As a strong man in the fusion realm, he can easily achieve such an effect. However, something happened suddenly, and even the elders of the outer sect of the Dao Palace guarding the Yang family were unable to stop it. It was obvious that the other party was as powerful as the elders. But he dared to provoke the Yang family. Without strength, It was obviously impossible. Could it be a top transcending tribulation realm powerhouse? Or a holy realm powerhouse? Because their Yang family has a holy realm powerhouse in charge. It's not a secret. The principle of cutting off the first bird with a knife, he deliberately delayed for a while. Let's go, come with me and have a look. Then he set off. Suddenly, a huge thing appeared above the head, blocking out the sky and the sun, and most of the Yang family was shrouded in shadow. The speed is so fast that it is impossible to react. Moreover, it suddenly stopped right above their Yang family. Dad, what is that? Battleship-like spiritual weapon. Yang Qi immediately disappeared and hurried to shake people. This is a big deal. Everyone knows that in the skies above the family, outsiders are not allowed to fly. This is a taboo rule of the family. Not to mention, he is carrying a spiritual weapon. In the quiet hall, Yang Lingqiang was shocked by the huge movement. The earth was shaking just now, and the entire space was trembling. What happened? The Yang family was attacked. Why were they suddenly attacked? Who did the Yang family offend? She does not know. She only knew that she was waiting for her son to arrive and looking forward to it. But now such an accident happened to the Yang family, which made her a little worried. He quickly struggled to get up and lay down on the window to take a look. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it. When you look at it, your face turns pale. The scene in front of you is extremely shocking. 9 days above, a huge warship stopped just above the Yang family. This is a family taboo. No one can bear it. When has the Yang family ever experienced such provocation? But what can she do? And from this angle, nothing can be seen clearly. The Yang family will naturally cope with it. Yang Lingqiang didn't look much and curled up. But she suddenly found that she was not too panicked. She didn't know why, but she felt inexplicably relieved. Maybe it's because she can't do anything and can't protect herself. She just lets nature take its course, so what if she dies? Or maybe I care about my son and don't care about him. Not long after he walked out of the patriarch's hall, Chen Shujian, who was worried, was frightened. Just the last second, he sat down on the ground. He was shaken involuntarily, and of course it was due to distraction. Don't know what happened. However, at this moment, a huge thing appeared above his head. He was also shocked and his eyes were horrified. Battleship-like spiritual weapon. Extremely high quality. Even a fool can see it, although he doesn't know what grade it is. It's so sudden. When has the Yang family experienced such a slap in the face? This is riding on top of their heads. They didn't even say hello, but the person who came was extremely brave. I don't know whose general it is. His eyes were extremely solemn. Who on earth dares to offend the Yang family like this? It's been a long time since I've seen him, and he came without any warning. But he didn't bother to pay attention, because this was an opportunity. It seemed that the other party was not weak. As long as the Yang family was in chaos, he would have an opportunity to save his wife. Save the young master. According to his previous plan, there is actually the last step, which is to expose himself and cause chaos in the Yang family. He will jump up and down in the open, so that the Yang family brothers will not get along, the father and son will not get along, and the attention will be divided. After making up his mind, he immediately changed his plan and went to find his wife. As for this, the Yang family will handle it. At the same time, the entire Yang family was hit by the sudden blow and fell into a state of confusion. Looking at the battleship above his head, he looked horrified. Dare to provoke the Yang family, cause trouble to the Yang family, and fly above the Yang family. Tired of living. This is simply unheard of. The Yang family is the largest family in the Weiyang region, with 2 Saint Realm ancestors sitting in charge. How could they suffer such humiliation? All of a sudden, the Yang family elders appeared in the transcending tribulation realm one after another, more than 10 in total. The head of the family, Yang Zan, was so furious that he immediately led many strong men from the Yang family and rushed directly towards the battleship. This is a provocation, a disgrace to the Yang family. No one can tolerate it. But the opponent came too fast, too fast. The strong defense of their Yang family was broken through like paper. The opponent had already broken into the Yang family. There was no time to react. And this battleship is of extraordinary quality. But, no matter what, it must be stopped. Otherwise, if word spreads, the Yang family, the largest family in the Weiyang region, will become a laughing stock. It will make everyone laugh. Somewhere, the two holy ancestors of the Yang family were furious. They showed up directly. On the battleship, Chen Fan stood with his hands behind his back, watching the strong man from the Yang family coming towards him. But my heart is extremely peaceful. To rescue the mother, of course, we must first capture the entire Yang family. Otherwise, it will be a waste of time. Everyone has surrounded the Yang family and no one is allowed to leave. If he wasn't afraid of hurting his mother, the Yang family could be razed to the ground with one palm of his hand. Yes, great emperor. Fang Yu painted Mo Qingyan and Yunlin. This was the first time for them to cross such a distance to fight. Generally speaking, this is the habit of assassination-type sects, carrying out missions across the entire continent. But as the masters of the Godfiend Pavilion, they are naturally bound to do so. Then, in a flash, he disappeared silently on the battleship. At the same time, the transcending tribulation realm puppets were densely packed and pouring out crazily. They did not pay attention to anyone at all, as if they were not invading other clans, and began to perform their tasks as if there was no one around. When the two Saint Realm ancestors of the Yang family saw this, their eyelids twitched and they stopped where they were. Because of their level, they are destined to see more clearly. 3 Saint Realm experts who are no worse than them, maybe even more powerful, and a group of transcending tribulation realm. So many. Not to mention that the young man on the battleship is the core, and there are 7 lifeless beings guarding him behind him, who knows what kind of beings they are. More importantly, there is also an ancient mythical beast, Qilin. Darling, the Yang family has stabbed the strong man's nest. They simply won't die in peace. Want to cry but no tears. Yang Zan was so angry that he was hit without even knowing the reason. Who could bear this grievance? They simply didn't take the Yang family seriously. They sent people arbitrarily on their territory and ran past them without paying any attention to them. There is no reason for this. He roared, "Who are you? You dare to offend my Yang family? With countless strong men from the family, capture the thief first and capture the king first." Yang Qi and Yang Feng were among them. Chen Fan was very calm. Without even looking at it, he just snorted coldly, and the sky and the earth turned pale and roared. The disciples of the Yang family below were filled with righteous indignation. Look, the master of the family and his elders have taken action, they have fallen down. I was confused for a moment. There were dozens of strong men like Yang Zan and others. They were fine when they left, but when they came back, they hit the ground like cannonballs. Their energy and blood surged uncontrollably, and they were all in a mess. He groaned, vomited blood, and was directly injured. There is no resistance at all, let alone touching the other party. All of them looked extremely frightened. After all, who is so sacred? How could the Yang family offend the other party? Ask the ancestor to come forward. Yang Zan knew that he had extraordinary abilities and had to ask the ancestor to come forward to deal with it. Otherwise, the other party would not give any explanation at all, and the Yang family would be like this, and it would be a big injustice for the whole family. Soon, 2 Saint Realm ancestors appeared and headed directly towards the battleship. Yang Zan breathed a sigh of relief. The ancestor usually doesn't take action, but if he does, the family's survival will definitely be at stake. Yang Qi gritted his teeth secretly. Who exactly was it? It could be said that it completely disrupted his mood and plans. The disciples of the Yang family below saw hope. Look, my powerful ancestor of the Yang family's holy realm has taken action, and he will definitely suppress it. The ancestor kneels down. Confused, silent and dumbfounded. Yang Zanjin and others were dumbfounded. How could the ancestors of the holy land of their Yang family would not hesitate to do this? The 2 Saint Realm ancestors of the Yang family looked at Chen Fan with respect. I have met my seniors. I don't know when my Yang family offended my seniors. Please forgive me. The Yang family can pay any price. Just kidding, if this continues, the Yang family will be gone. Moreover, the other party's attitude is firm and their purpose is clear. If they don't show sincerity, they may not be able to get over it easily. That is, the entire Yang family will be destroyed, and the consequences will be unbearable. Chen Fan ignored it. Forgive me. Ha. The Emperor Qilin next to him roared, and the entire Yang family fell into a quagmire. No one could move, including the two Saint Realm ancestors. A turmoil arose in their hearts. Not only was it an ancient divine beast, it was also a 14th level imperial beast. Only then did Chen Fan speak as if no one was watching. Mother, my son and everyone from the Chen family are here to pick up his mother and return to her clan. Chen Fan stood on the star battleship, looking at everything as nothing, looking at the entire Yang family. The rich sound vibrated out, mixed with imperial power, very penetrating, and difficult to disappear for a long time. At this moment, he is not the great emperor, this is a call for family ties connected by blood, nothing more. At the same time, release your own perception and cover every corner. As long as the mother hears his voice and responds, he will definitely arrive as soon as possible. Moreover, in his opinion, it would be faster to come to the Yang family to ask for someone and waste your time talking nonsense than to do it yourself. Of course, he couldn't calmly talk to the Yang family. This account is still unfinished. The Chen family members next to them followed closely and said, I'm waiting for the Chen family members to pick up Madam and return to the clan. A firm voice was conveyed. That was the mistress of the Chen family, and she was imprisoned in her mother's clan. How unreasonable. What's more, the madam also worked for the Chen family. They were both undercover agents with similar intentions. Although their natures were somewhat different, how could she not feel heartbroken? The sense of substitution was too strong. And now, the young master is the backbone and cohesion of the Chen family. Because no one in the entire Yang family dared to beep, and there was total silence, the sound could be heard clearly and spread to every corner of the Yang family. The sudden scene can be described as a sudden change. First, there was an ancestor who knelt down to beg for forgiveness before he could react, and then there was a strong man who threw up his hands and shook the world just to find his relatives. At this moment, it seems that time has become extremely long, and difficult to flow. Everyone was dumbfounded. Looking at that incomparable young and heroic figure, I can't say I'm not frivolous. He came here to look for his mother. Most of the Yang family disciples looked confused, because there were many things that they were unable to touch. Chen family, what's going on? But who is the mother? Chen Fan almost wiped out the Yang family. The chickens and dogs were restless, and they turned over and over again. How? How? Holy shit, PFFT. They didn't dare to beep loudly and even joked. The ancestors even knelt down. Wait, mother, such a young peak power. My mouth went dry instantly, it was unbelievable. The two Saint Realm ancestors of the Yang family were even more shocked. Chen Fan ignored them, did not explain or put forward conditions, and they did not dare to refute at all. The imperial beast Qilin was not a joke. But now, Chen Fan is not a senior. He is just a junior. He is still here to pick up his mother. But such a young emperor realm is so powerful. If you want to be so exaggerated, I have a bad heart. How is it possible? I can't believe my eyes at all. However, seeing is believing, I have already seen it. My voice became hoarse and I was too bitter to speak. I don't know what happened to anger the great emperor. After all, they were behind the scenes and would not pay attention to ordinary family affairs. Looking at the high-spirited young great emperor, I can only worship him. The descendants are no longer scary, they are simply terrifying. And Yang Zonjan's mind was buzzing and turned into a mess. The Chen family. In other words, those who came to pick up his daughter. Then this kid, no, this strong man is his grandson. Are you joking? Such an exaggeration. It's unbelievable. Who can believe it? If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would dare to believe it? He was able to suppress him, the head of the family, without even taking a breath, and he even tested him. He didn't know who was testing whom. Even the Holy Land ancestor has no temper. You know, he is only in his early 20s, right? It seems that he knows everything. He muttered to himself, becoming much older in an instant. Then my heart was filled with despair. Chen Fan came to the door so quickly, and then I thought about everything that happened to my daughter. It's over, it's turned upside down, and I never thought that I would offend my grandson. Really, my grandson. If I had known, I would have stopped my son. Unfortunately, it is too late to regret. In the crowd, Yang Qi and his son were stunned on the spot and collapsed on the ground. No way, no way. His eyes were full of fear, his face was extremely pale, and his unstoppable despair spread, even more than the others. How could Chen Fan be so powerful? The two ancestors of the Yang family who were in the Holy Realm did not dare to speak. He is only in his early 20s. Is it true? My sister won't hide it from me, right? I doubt life. Yang Qi thought about what he wanted from his sister, and was almost frightened. If Chen Fan knew about it, saw his sister, and wanted to pursue the case, the ancestor wouldn't even have the strength to protect him. No, I have to ask my sister. No, I am his uncle. Yes, I am his biological uncle. Quickly comfort yourself. Dad. Yang Bai and Yang Lin trembled. Is this the legendary eldest brother? As soon as we entered the door, we almost overturned the Yang family. In this battle, the ancestor had to kneel down and beg for mercy if he disagreed with me. Are you asking them to give their elder brother a blow? Just thinking about it makes me tremble all over. It's so ridiculous that I get excited one after another. The time was extremely long, and everyone did not dare to express their anger. They did not even dare to raise their heads to look at Chen Fan, for fear that the emperor's power would blind them. Huang Gong, who was in the room, was so frightened that he peed. I am afraid that the entire Yang family can hear this sound clearly. When the Chen family picked up their mother, they were stunned for a moment at first. After thinking about it, they almost committed suicide on the spot. Why do you want me to use Yang Lingqiang as a concubine? Her own son came to the door and almost destroyed the Yang family. Even the Yang family couldn't handle it, and my Huang family was nothing. In his heart, he scolded Yang Qi like crazy. What a fall, this person is something even your Yang family cannot afford to offend. Escape. We must escape. It is not suitable to stay here for a long time. In the quiet hall, Yang Lingqiang curled up in loneliness. Because of her weight loss, she looked much younger, but she didn't have the vitality and brilliance of a young woman, and her eyebrows were melancholy. And legs together, arms hugged. Although there was a lot of noise and chaos outside, she didn't know what was going on, and she didn't care. However, I suddenly heard this sentence, "Mother, my son and everyone from the Chen family are here to pick up his mother and return to her family." Single quote. There was another voice, "I'm waiting for the Chen family to pick up my wife and return to the family." Single quote. Faner's voice. I was confused for a moment, people from the Chen family. It seemed that they had become unfamiliar words, so unfamiliar that they only existed in her memory, but now they were spread from the outside into the dark little room. How could it be? She just missed her son too much and was exhausted mentally and physically. Coupled with the long-term loneliness, she had hallucinations and auditory hallucinations in her ears. She has had this kind of daydream before. Smiled slightly, continued to shrink, and waited. Suddenly my beautiful eyes are enlarged and I am daydreaming. It was also at this time, Mrs. Dang, dang dang. Outside the door, Chen Shujian slammed the door anxiously. There are no guards here. Unfortunately, with his strength, he can't break the special door lock. There are also seals all around. But it's urgent, because he also heard what he just said. The Chen family came to the door. The young master is here too. Such an exaggeration. Let's not talk about whether it's true or not, but Madam will definitely be saved anyway. The more chaotic the Yang family is, the better. He can't wait for it. This is a great opportunity. Next moment, there was a bang. The entire door, as well as the door lock and seal, were torn apart with bare hands and thrown away. Yang Lingqiang didn't know where the strength came from and broke free from the shackles on his body. Maybe I just don't want my son to worry, especially when mother and son meet again. Looking at the battleship in the distance excitedly, Faner, it's Faner here. Jingdian was too remote and the distance was not close enough to see clearly, but she heard it. Chen Shujian was stunned. This makes me look useless. Madam, that's right, Madam is born with divine power. Although it is still difficult to break through with Madam's strength, but at this time, I don't know where Madam got such terrifying power. Elder, Faner is here, it's Faner. Then Yang Lingqiang cried with joy and ran out. Chen Shujian hurriedly followed without saying anything. He didn't know, but mother and son were connected, so the lady couldn't make any mistakes. And he was so clever, his mind was spinning so fast that he was about to burst into flames. At the same time, Chen Fan on the star battleship finally noticed his mother's response. And then flew away. Everyone's eyelids twitched when they saw this. He moved, Who is the boss's mother? Ordinary disciples of the Yang family thought so. Yang Zan, Yang Qi and others had dry mouths. When Chen Fan came to find his mother, he didn't give them any preparation at all. There was no chance of maneuvering at all. The Chen family showed a slight smile. The young master-type ancestor must have found his wife after taking action. Chen Fan actually had his own selfish motives for choosing to suppress the Yang family directly. First, if the Yang family doesn't know his identity, they can't use his mother to blackmail him. They will only be kept in the dark and become a headless victim. Of course, he is not afraid even if he is threatened. Second, he doesn't like to be kidnapped by morality, after all, he is related by blood. Therefore, morality cannot kidnap him without revealing his identity. Third, if his mother knew about it, she would definitely stop him, because this is her mother's clan. But he prefers to kill first and then tell the story later. He is a bit stubborn, but it's not a big problem. But now that the Yang family has paid the price, they will take their mother back and return to their clan. Soon, he saw two figures. However, before he got close, he heard a cry of grievance and complaint. Master, Yang Qi wants to force his wife to marry another member of the Huang family. Chen Shujian didn't care about anything else, he was the first to kill him first and then tell him later. He has to make a report even if he doesn't see anyone, otherwise the wife won't let him tell him, and he will feel very uncomfortable. Yang Lingqiang was stunned and turned to look at Chen Shujian. I didn't even have time to warn him. Chen Shujian slapped himself, saying that he really couldn't control his mouth. Chen Fan appeared in front of the two of them and hugged them directly. Mom, you've lost weight. Looking at the familiar figure, there was no strange feeling at all. Here, more than 10 years have passed, but with the flick of a finger, how can I stop the ties in my memory? As for the other marriage he just heard about, the Huang family, that's fine. Yang Lingqiang almost didn't react and hugged her son. Fanur, it's really you, it's your mother's fault that you've grown so big. She felt a little overwhelmed by the familiar aura. I feel extremely guilty inside. For her son, she has not changed much, but for her, she has grown so big without company. As for why and what happened, they are all forgotten at this time. Mom, it's me. I'm here to take you back to Chen's house. Mom, are your wrists and ankles? Chen Fan suddenly noticed his mother's condition and suddenly felt a surge of anger. She was obviously restrained. Sign. Yang Lingqiang smiled softly. Mom is fine, it's okay. For her now, this is not important. Oh, look at my wrists and ankles. They're fine. Chen Shujian didn't want to disturb the reunion of mother and son, so he could only look at the sky on the side and lamented that his hands and feet were so clever. Yang Lingqiang was confused again. And Chen Fan knew that this was the third elder who left the Chen family with his mother, Chen Shujian. Hearing this, he was not stupid and could guess it. Mom, elder, we will talk later. Snort, what a good Yang family. Then with a big wave of his hand, the next moment, he led the two of them directly onto the star battleship. The Chen family members, have met madam. The Chen family members on the battleship beamed with joy. When the Yang family saw this, their eyelids jumped wildly. He is here, and he is here with his mother. It turns out to be the eldest lady. It's over. Everyone knows that the eldest lady is not doing well in the Yang family for various reasons. The two Saint Realm ancestors were so angry that they were so angry. No wonder it was like this. They don't interfere in public affairs, but they also know some things. Yang Zan had expected it, and no one could stop Chen Fan. He would know sooner or later. Yang Qi instantly felt like he was in an ice cellar, feeling extremely stressed. My nephew can't see me, he can't see me. On the star battleship, Yang Lingqiang looked around, seeing familiar faces and unfamiliar faces, all as unreal as in a dream. What happened while I was away? Chen Shujian couldn't hold back his laughter. Although he didn't know why, he was surrounded by fellow undercover agents. Happiness comes suddenly, too fast. I really want to hug them to celebrate. Fanur, Yang Lingqiang couldn't recover for a long time. Mom, before I return to Chen's house, I will make the decision for you. Chen Fan turned around with a cold look on his face. Mother doesn't mind, he does. Fanur, Yang Lingqiang was startled. She didn't know what happened to her son, but she didn't want to embarrass her mother's family. Mom, I am Ling Qingcheng. Ling Qingcheng quickly stated her daughter-in-law's position. Yang Lingqiang suddenly became energetic and started calling me mother. She must be my daughter-in-law. Until I heard a sound. Grandma, I am Bai Fengyao, master's chief disciple. Bai Fengyao smiled. Once a teacher, always a father, isn't this what a grandmother is? And this is Xiao Yu, junior sister. Master's second disciple. Xiao Yu was invited to introduce him by the way. Xiao Yu, I have met Madam. Yang Lingqiang immediately froze, a mess, with big eyes and small eyes. She couldn't care about her son at all. She wanted to sort out the relationship first. The Chen family said that it must be you. The family of the young master-type ancestor really can't survive without you. Of course they know that this is to divert Madam's attention. Chen Fan looked down at the crowd. Who is Yang Qi? The sound was transmitted loudly. If you dare to force your mother to marry another person, you are simply reckless. Everyone is afraid to show off their anger, the reckoning is coming. I feel sorry for the young master for a second. Yang Zan's expression changed, and Yang Qi suddenly turned pale. It wasn't that his uncle was not living up to expectations, but that voice made him lose the courage to resist and stand up. Dad, Yang Bai and Yang Lin also felt sorry for their father for a second. The Saint Realm ancestor next to him had a solemn face and said proactively, Great Emperor, Yang. I didn't let you say it. Chen Fan said coldly. Who is Yang Qi? He spoke again. Dare to do it but dare not admit it. Of course, under the dual pupils, he has already locked in a middle-aged man by observing his words. He is very brave. Hearing this, the two ancestors looked bitter. Even if Chen Fan is connected by blood to the Yang family, this is a big deal. A genius who dominates a generation, unparalleled throughout history. The Yang family disciples all looked at their eldest master. My nephew wants to settle a score with you. Don't know whether you should cry or laugh. But if the Yang family offended such a strong man, who acted vigorously and resolutely, even his uncle would not be able to escape a severe beating. Yang Qi is about to cry, look at me. Then he gritted his teeth and stood up directly, Nephew, I am your uncle, Yang Qi. Recognize relatives and point them out. After all, this blood exists. Even so, what can Chen Fan do to him? Chen Fan saw this, the legendary uncle. It was also at this time. Ding, find the family mistress, and your luck will be prosperous. Congratulations to the host for getting the reward, Emperor Realm's second layer cultivation. Suddenly, Chen Fan's aura rose steadily, the color of the world changed, and vision surged. It's like heaven descending. With a bang, in anger, the entire Yang family was razed to the ground. Everything just happened in an instant. All the palace buildings seemed to have been internally wounded by a force, and shattered into dust from the inside like powder. They were all neat and tidy, gone and turned into a desolate ruin. The disciples of the Yang family were so frightened that their jaws dropped to the floor and they were stunned. Our home is gone, just go around them and it's gone. We are also bald and chilly. Under the terrifying aura of heaven, they were as weak as ants. It seemed that Chen Fan could break through in cultivation at this time. He was shocked in his heart, he was too strong. Yang Zan vomited 3 liters of blood, it was over, he was bleeding profusely. The Yang family was destroyed, but only in the thought of his grandson. Hold it in, you can't beat your grandson. When he calms down, there is still room for maneuver. After all, his daughter will not watch it. This is his last wish as the head of the family. But it's too much to break through the cultivation level at this time with your level. It's unbelievable. On the other hand, Yang Qi was dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? Chen Fan has become stronger again, how is it possible? Not to mention Yang Bai and Yang Lin, it's okay not to mention it if they want to scare their elder brother. Great Emperor, calm down. The two ancestors of the Yang family were quite depressed, their faces solemn and miserable. They really couldn't stop the Great Emperor from getting angry. Moreover, Chen Fan just made a breakthrough in his cultivation. Can you believe it? This practice is just like eating and drinking. You must know that it will take them 10,000 and 100,000 years to advance to a small level in the Holy Realm. Unless there is a heaven-defying opportunity. Chen Fan gradually became familiar with this power. He didn't pay any attention to others at all. Looking down at Yang Qi. I call you, do you dare to agree? On the battleship, the Chen family watched silently. It was the first time they saw such a battle. They quickly looked at it. If they missed it, they were gone. They just lay on the side and watched. Moreover, the young master seems to have achieved a breakthrough in cultivation. It's so terrifying. How long has it been? And Yang Lingqiang sighed extremely. It was not a dream before, but it turned out to be real. My son has reached such a state. Even the mother can't believe it. But she also knew that Fanur made the decision for her mother. It was just this scene that shocked her nerves. How could she chill her son? The main reason is that she likes her daughter-in-law very much. Nothing is more important than this, and she doesn't know what her daughter-in-law's background is. Faced with Chen Fan's questioning, Yang Qi immediately became mute and couldn't even say what he wanted to say. The little courage he had just left disappeared as the entire Yang family was wiped out, and he was trembling all over. This is my Yang family. It's your mother's maternal clan. Quickly remind Chen Fan. He admitted that he really didn't dare to agree, otherwise he wouldn't know if his head would still be on his neck the next moment. No one can truly understand how much pressure he is under now. Chen Fan snorted coldly, and Yang Qi vomited blood and flew out. You also know that this is my mother's mother clan. But he imprisoned my mother for decades. Forced my mother to marry someone else. How do you think of my Chen family? The voice of questioning rumbled in everyone's ears. Then, before Yang Qi landed, Chen Fan felt cold and hit him with a burst of spiritual power. In an instant, Yang Qi's cultivation was directly abolished and fell to the ground. Ah! The painful howl made people's scalp numb. Everyone's eyelids were twitching so hard that they almost jumped out of their sockets. It was so cruel. Sure enough, my uncle also had to be beaten severely. However, the eldest young master actually forced his own sister to marry another member of the Huang family. Even if Chen Fan didn't tell them, they wouldn't know. As for the implications, everyone understands. Chen Fan, how dare you destroy my cultivation? Yang Qi broke the jar and threw it. This was just as uncomfortable as killing him. Without cultivation, his future is completely gone, let alone competing for the position of family head, which has nothing to do with him. Fear, despair, why don't I dare? You are worthy of being a relative of my clan. You are also worthy of being my mother's eldest brother. Chen Fan stood with his hands behind his back. Tell me why. He had no interest in the Yang family's interests, but he wanted Yang Qi to admit it himself. Wait, Yang Zan, as the head of the family, knew that he could not stay out of the matter, so he stood up directly, hoping that for the sake of the Yang family's blood, Chen Fan could stop after venting his anger. Great Emperor, here has learned a lesson. I didn't ask you. Chen Fan casually suppressed Yang Zan. If you don't teach me, we will settle the matter later. Talking about feelings at this time. Why did you go there earlier? Don't ask, just ask to get feelings. Everyone is numb, there is a traitor. It is not just an ordinary traitor. My grandfather has to be called the Great Emperor, but it doesn't work and he is suppressed, it is simply a filial piety. Yang Zan suddenly froze in place. And Yang Qi was about to have a mental breakdown. Sister, save me. He struggled and looked at the battleship above his head. He couldn't see his sister, but he hoped that his sister could come forward to stop Chen Fan. It would definitely be useful. Yang Lingqiang took a deep breath, with a look of struggle and pain on his face. Yang Qi, I'm not your sister. I'm just a bargaining chip for you to use. Since you decided to let me join the Huang family to gather the interests of the family industry and business, when have you ever experienced my feelings? We have nothing to do with each other anymore. The eldest brother just wanted to force her to death. He even wanted to use his son to threaten her. As a mother, she would do anything for her son. After hearing this, Yang Qi broke through his defenses and fell into the abyss. He roared crazily, Yang Lingqiang, white-eyed wolf. I'm doing this for your own good, so there's nothing wrong with me. Yang Lingqiang's delicate body trembled. Snapped. Suddenly, an inexplicable slap came. Yang Qi was in a daze and shook his head. You. Chen Fan said indifferently. Don't look at me, I'm doing it for your own good to make you sober, so why am I wrong? Great Emperor, if Yang Qi makes a mistake, I, the Yang family, will personally handle it and give you a satisfactory explanation. The two ancestors of the Yang family's holy realm took the initiative to say. As top experts, they saw what Chen Fan meant. The reason Chen Fan was talking nonsense was not because he didn't want to kill Yangqi immediately, but because of the existence of his mother. He couldn't do it himself. If you want to ask why, it's this bloodline bond. Everything Chen Fan is doing now is just to pave the way for Yang Kudao to break his heart and commit suicide. This guy is so cruel. Heartbreaking act. Chen Fan glanced at it and said, I don't believe in your Yang family's ability to do things. Are you satisfied with this reason? The two ancestors were immediately speechless. They were determined to cause trouble. If the powerful great emperor wants to cause trouble, they can only stare without any reason. I said. Yangqi was going crazy from the torture, and his ancestor was talking about the great emperor. This shows how much he has provoked his nephew. It is like reminding him of this matter all the time. It can't be over like this. It's me who is obsessed with using my sister to gain support from the Huang family. It's me. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar. The Yang family disciples were also furious. The eldest young master admits it personally, which is simply too much. And this is the eldest young master's fault, but the whole clan is left to shoulder the blame. I immediately felt extremely unhappy. Because it touched everyone's interests. Feeling the angry gazes one after another, Yangqi knew that the situation was over. Who knows that Chen Fan is so strong, otherwise why would he want to win over the Huang family? Why would he force himself into such a situation? Everything is just a matter of winning, easily achieved. It's a pity that there is no such thing as regret pill. Chen Fan smiled coldly. This move was to clear his mother's name. Suddenly, I noticed a sneaky figure that looked out of place, moving with difficulty on the empty ruins of the Yang family. Just kidding, under his perception, everyone can be easily detected by him, and there is no hiding. Immediately after a thought, this person appeared in front of him as if he had switched time and space. He was an old man in yellow robes, still crawling on the ground. You want to leave? Chen Fan looked at this person. Here, no one dares to move. He doesn't know who this old man in yellow robe is, but his behavior is different and extremely conspicuous. Seeing the old man's sudden appearance, the people who knew about it had strange expressions on their faces. The head of the Huang family. Yang Zan was confused. It's over. Why is Huang Gong here? But Yangqi couldn't protect himself. It's him. It's Huang Gong who wants to possess my sister. I was deceived by him. He just grabbed hold of life-saving straws and roared out. Huang Gong. The trembling and cautious look of fear. Before I can react, why am I here? Great Emperor, please spare my life. It was Yangqi who was the one who spat, not me. I was so scared that I ran away inch by inch. How could I still be caught? But he knew that if he didn't run away, Yangqi would betray him sooner or later, and he would die faster, so he had no choice. As for trying to reason with Yang Lingqing's biological son, the Great Emperor, he has never considered it at all. There is no reason to reason. After hearing this, everyone realized that they were asking the eldest young lady to marry this old guy from the Huang family. Although they couldn't control the eldest young master's work, now that Yangqi was dead, they felt that they could. That's not true. And Chen Fan has a murderous intention. He knew about the Huang family, but he never expected that he was still an old guy. And right in front of him, uncontrollable anger poured out, and the emperor's majesty was so majestic that in an instant, Huang Gong's shattered ashes were wiped out. Huang Gong didn't make a sound, and there was no trace of his fallen scum left. No one dared to show off their arrogance. As long as Chen Fan thought about it, they would be like Huang Gong. Yangqi felt relieved. After killing Huang Gong, Chen Fan should calm down. After all, nothing happened yet. And they are also connected by blood. Don't go too far. However, then he howled in pain, as if falling into the nine nether hell. Chen Fan just glanced at him, and Yangqi's soul began to shatter, and his spiritual world collapsed. The two Saint Realm ancestors knew that Huang Gong's appearance had made things worse, so they immediately took out the family tree and made an ouch. It turns out that Yangqi was picked up from the garbage heap and is not from my Yang family. I made a mistake. I quickly changed the genealogy overnight. Yangqi is confused. I was picked up from the garbage heap. There is a chance of recovery after the cultivation level is abolished, but after death, everything will return to dust. Don't kill me. this is the Yang family, and I am your uncle. Chen Fan was too lazy to say anything and snorted coldly, which shocked Yang Qi to the point that his soul was shattered and turned into ashes. Yang Qi deserves it too. I never expected that the other party was still an old guy. How could this happen without Yang Qi's consent? He couldn't stand it at all. Everyone's eyelids popped out. So cruel. Yang Bai and Yang Lin were confused. Was their father picked up from the garbage dump? Then we. Here. Yang Zan was stunned. Yang Qi was dead. After noticing his grandson's gaze, Yang Zan felt as if he had entered an ice cellar, with chills running down his spine and his soul frozen. Chen Fan said coldly, Master Yang, without your consent and indulgence in this matter, how dare Yang Qi do whatever he wants? Imprison my mother and force her to marry another old man. And you just watched and ignored me, letting my mother endure more than 10 years of darkness, and becoming a bargaining chip for your final profit. You must squeeze out your own self-interest. My mother, she is your biological daughter. The bang directly knocked Yang Zan away. He knew very well that it was because his mother had lost her value that she was in such a mess in the Yang family and was not valued. Just like the decline of the Chen family, the same applies to everyone. The Yang family didn't want to waste resources to help the Chen family, and they didn't even want his mother to go back, and they had to overdraw the final use value, and they couldn't blame anyone. He admitted it, but the Yang family couldn't escape the consequences that followed. He didn't believe that Yang Zan didn't know. Chen Fan's words were heartbreaking. Everyone who heard it and knew the family master's temperament could only feel sorry for the family master for a second. Yang Zan flew out with an extremely ugly look on his face. This is the Yang family. No face left. He yelled angrily, this is my Yang family, my Yang family's family affairs, why do I need a junior to point fingers? Every family has its own rules. No matter how strong Chen Fan is, he is still his junior. He is also Chen Fan's grandfather. A fact that could never be changed. He didn't believe that after Chen Fan vented his anger, he still dared to act wantonly and trample on him at will. To reach this point, it was simply too much. As for asking for a daughter, he doesn't need it yet. Yang Ling queuing on the battleship closed her eyes in pain. Without saying anything, Chen Fan pointed out and directly penetrated Yang Zan's dantian, abolishing Yang Zan's cultivation. Ah, Chen Fan. Yang Zan couldn't believe it, Chen Fan could really defeat him. He is a transcending tribulation realm first-layer monk and has absolutely no room for resistance. The disciples of the Yang family were all stunned. The master of the family had to stand up and be beaten severely. It was simply doing whatever he wanted. They thought too, but it was a pity that they were not envious. Chen Shujian was silent on the battleship, thinking that Yang Zan was going to test the young master, but now he saw that it was the other way around. Can you believe it? Chen Fan snorted coldly, family affairs. Master Yang, I am handling the family affairs of my Chen family and making decisions for my mother. I don't need to be merciful to others. Are you satisfied with this explanation? From the time he left home, he never thought about being kidnapped by morality. Unfortunately, he came in a hurry and did not expect that the matter was more serious than he thought. It would never be over. Since your Yang family does not have a place for my mother in your eyes, then as a son, I must fight for my mother. As for your Yang family, your skills are not as good as others, and you are responsible for this cause and effect. The sound was deafening, and the emperor's power was mighty. Everyone had a thought, what would it be like to have a son of the great emperor at the beginning? Right before your eyes. Yang Zanjin was speechless and couldn't believe it. This guy is so evil. He doesn't care about anything, he dares to do anything, even my grandfather dares to do it. His grandfather can't beat him. His whole body was shaking, his voice was hoarse, and he looked at the battleship above him with difficulty. Ling queuing, he called his daughter reluctantly. Only my daughter can stop Chen Fan, no one else. Although the Yang family was destroyed and its foundation was shaken, the Yang family is still very big. It can rebuild and make a comeback in a short period of time, but it cannot withstand Chen Fan's efforts. Yang Ling queuing was silent on the battleship. Dad, you can sacrifice your daughter for the sake of your son, you can pretend you don't see anything, and you can ignore my feelings. My daughter understands that you are dissatisfied with my kinship ties. My daughter also understands that you are not willing to waste time and resources to help my daughter's father's family. But now, my daughter is also a mother. Fanur is my god. After finishing speaking, he looked at the strange and slightly scrawled, eldest granddaughter, in front of him. Stupid. It was all taught by Bai Fengyao, because now her mind is very confused and irrational, and she has no idea what to say. Dilemma. Bai Fengyao nodded. That's it, her grandmother was right. In the future, I will still have to convince my father to join the Chen family, but now I feel, it's almost the same. When Yang Zhan heard this, his heart was filled with despair, and his daughter was also unreliable. Yang Lingquing. Boom. Chen Fan knocked Yang Zhan away again. Master Yang, I just want to hear what I want to hear. Kind reminder. He can't control what rules the Yang family has. All he can do is follow his rules, and no one will care. Yang Zhanjin knew that Chen Fan was asking him to apologize to his daughter. But he was a father, and the head of the family, so he said it all. How to admit your mistake. This is also the time. Several powerful auras appeared around the Yang family, and came quickly. Figures galloping past. Heavenly Dao sect, support the Yang family. Fengwoman, support the Yang family. Holy Land of Mountains and Rivers, support the Yang family. Full of momentum. Surprisingly, they are all powerful sects that have some kind of interests involved with the Yang family, or they are forces sent by disciples, or they are affiliated forces, or they may be forces that combine with each other. Discovering the changes in the Yang family, he came according to the contract signed by the forces. Hearing this, Yang's fighting spirit was shaken. Their teammates from the Yang family were finally here. Everything happened so fast here, so it's understandable that they arrived late. Although it doesn't work even if you come here, there are always more people and more power, so you can help. Looking forward to it in my heart, my eyes are slightly warm. The two Saint Realm ancestors of the Yang family shook their heads, saying it was useless. The two of them, one at the 5th layer of the Holy Realm and the other at the 2nd layer of the Holy Realm, did not dare to beep at all. The 3 people who came here were all of the same level. There is no use for the peak power of the Holy Realm without the top sect. Besides, there were experts at the peak of the Holy Realm, even dozens of them were not enough for Chen Fan to see. The entire Taishu prefecture doesn't even have enough. This is the gap with the great emperor. It is as difficult to cross as a chasm. Chen Fan naturally sensed the aura of the visitor. It was obvious that he was at the holy level and had helpers. It was normal. Then ignore it. At the same time, the 7 holy puppets around him who were responsible for protecting the Chen family moved. Swish swish swish. 7 shadows, difficult to detect. The 2 ancestors of the Yang family looked at each other and couldn't believe that those cold and lifeless existences were actually in the Holy Realm. Hiss. What kind of existence is this Chen family? It shouldn't be unknown. With such means, they will definitely be able to gain a place in the entire continent. The Yang family disciples obviously reacted much slower, and they all looked at the horizon. He exclaimed, "Look, Heavenly Dao sect, Fengwo sect, the Holy Land elders from Shanshui Holy Land are all here. They are all gone. I was so confused that I left as soon as I arrived. We haven't finished talking yet." The Holy Realm elders from the 3 factions came in with great momentum. There was too much movement here. I don't know what happened, but as forces with friendly relations, we must work together to help the Yang family tide over the difficulties. However, they just saw a huge battleship and a terrifying monster from a distance. They didn't get close to the Yang family at all. The 7 holy puppets in front of them intercepted them directly. At the same time, 3 women suddenly appeared behind them. They were all from the Holy Realm. They were not just ordinary Holy Realm experts. They must also be among the top ones. They were surrounded by them. Not to mention the thousands of transcending tribulation realms densely packed in all directions. Oh my God. Don't think about it, just turn around and walk away, pretending to be passing by. At the same time, he warned without looking back, Master Yang, you didn't know why you were moving. We won't disturb your happy move. Yes, if you need decoration materials, you can always ask. Be sure to notify us when hosting a wedding banquet, and I will definitely wish the Yang family prosperity. I was cursing in my heart, who did the Yang family offend? The entire Yang family has been razed to the ground. Bare and endless ruins. What kind of monster? The strong ones are like cabbage. They are not here to die. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Retreat quickly. But Yunlin was trained by Chen Fan to be submissive, and she was killed directly. Buzz. Sword. Unsheath. Go out without leaving any hidden dangers, not to mention that the great emperor has reached this point, the Yang family will inevitably be weakened. If the Yang family cannot do it internally, then start from the outside. You're here, but you still want to leave. Fang Yuehua and Mo Qingyan also took action at the same time. The puppets followed closely behind, and soon it turned into a siege. Otherwise, since the other party is a saint, it would be troublesome and a waste of their time if they tried to use any means to escape. The strong men in the holy realm of the three major forces were instantly frightened and surrounded from all directions, without respecting martial ethics. Who are you? Ask loudly. They were fine when they came here, and they can't go back. But they are also from prominent forces in Weiyang region, how can they be cowardly? And the main reason is that they don't want to die when they reach this level. Not to mention the unexplained death, it is simply a big injustice. It is extremely unwilling to accept it. However, no one responded. Immediately afterwards, they were bombarded indiscriminately. Show mercy. We were just passing by. We have nothing to do with the Yang family. Everyone was stunned. It was too cruel. Even the Holy Realm might not be able to watch the excitement. They would be beaten severely when they came. That's a saint. He can't escape. However, this move directly frightened the two Saint Realm ancestors of the Yang family and made them tremble and take 3 steps back. Yang Zan's mouth went dry instantly. It's over, the alliance of forces has collapsed. It can be said that it collapsed instantly, with no room for maneuver. The Yang family is isolated and helpless. Chen Fan reminded. Master Yang, what do you think? You have to force Yang to fight, kill the chicken to scare the monkey. No, you have to force the monkey to scare the chicken. Yang Zanjin never thought that one day he would have to bow his head and admit his mistake to his daughter, but he would be forced to do so by his grandson. If word spreads, filial piety will be lost. Looking at the star battleship, he instantly became countless. Her voice was hoarse, Linquing, it's all Dad's fault. It's Dad who shouldn't have indulged and hurt you. It's Dad who shouldn't have ignored your feelings. It's Dad who is biased. Admit, the situation is over. If Chen Fan is so strong, the only one who will suffer is the Yang family. Moreover, the Yang family not only missed an unparalleled emperor realm talent, but also missed a unique opportunity for the family to rise and prosper. He didn't think that Chen Fan had reached this point and would turn hostility into friendship and help the Yang family regardless of past grudges. It hurts so much. On the battleship, Yang Linquing was extremely silent, never expecting that her father would one day admit her mistake. She is indeed unwilling to give in, but what can she do? Without Faner to make the decision for her, she can't even control her own destiny. This kind of hurt from family affection is the most heartbreaking and uncomfortable. She doesn't want to be disobedient and disobedient. Seeing this, Bai Fengyao had an idea and whispered, Grandma, my wife wants to give you a grandchild, but she is too embarrassed to tell you. Well, nod your head very seriously, don't be too sad. Quote. Yang Linquing was very worried. He was about to have a schizophrenia. Should I feel sad or happy? It went on and on. This girl is really quirky and lovable, but she has no idea where she came from. Then he smiled slightly and looked at his daughter-in-law, Ling Qingcheng. He didn't know where her daughter-in-law was from. When Chen Fan saw this, he knew what his mother meant. Master Yang, from now on, my Chen family will have nothing to do with your Yang family. Let's put aside the relationship, it's okay not to want this mother clan. Yang Zan directly collapsed on the ground, and the fate of the Yang family was bound to plummet. Just because I offended my grandson. What kind of thing is this? The disciples of the Yang family are a little disappointed. Without the relationship with the Chen family, the Yang family has indeed lost an absolutely strong support. This is also the time. The winds and clouds surged, the sky and the earth changed colors, and rolled incessantly. The sky was rumbled with lightning and thunder. The oppressive atmosphere of the bloody storm is terrifying and powerful, making people feel restless. What happened? The Yang family was in commotion again, and surprises came one after another. Everyone looked above their heads with solemn eyes, especially the top experts. Not good. The two ancestors of the Yang family were in disbelief. Yunlin and the others are also extremely solemn. This aura is very strong. The sudden scene made Yang Zan tense up. Could it be? Chen Fan stood with his hands behind his hands and looked at the sky, while the Emperor Qilin roared beside him. He knew that this kind of movement was coming from the Emperor realm, traveling through the void. Bells and whistles. Soon, an ancient voice resounded throughout the sky and lasted forever. It turns out to be a battleship-type imperial weapon, and there is also a 14th level ancient beast Qilin. Ha 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 ha. Luck, what a blessing. This sound was extremely terrifying, and the mere vibration made countless people feel unsteady. Immediately afterwards, a huge palm, accompanied by rolling imperial power, the golden shadow instantly broke out of the void, and the source could not be seen clearly, showing the appearance of grabbing, covering it down. Yang Zan was excited. Taishu Prefecture, Jushuan Great Emperor. There are many powerful Great Emperors in Taishu Prefecture, but generally speaking, each of them sticks to their own side. As long as it does not involve plundering and huge benefits that are against the odds, they are on good terms with each other. Now the absolute overlord of the Jushuan Dao domain in Taishu Prefecture, the Great Emperor of the Jushuan Holy Land, all appeared attracted by the movements of their Yang family, making Yang Zan's expression extremely solemn. These beings who changed their minds after hearing the news came for Chen Fan's monsters and imperial weapons. Wait, Jushuan Great Emperor is a veteran Great Emperor. He must be stronger than Chen Fan. At the same time, the sudden scene made everyone look horrified. What is that? What a scary big hand. It's the Great Emperor. It was as if he could not escape even if he was not within the scope of his coverage. As if his neck was being pinched, a suffocating feeling of being strangled by his throat spread. It's over for the Chen family, they're being targeted by the Great Emperor, and the best outcome is that both sides will suffer. The Chen family stood on the battleship, looking at the giant palm that broke out of the void and grabbed it from the sky above their heads, and they all began to look pale. Emperor Realm is a strong man. Still here to grab things. I wonder if the young master can. Breathing began to become unsmooth, and it was extremely depressing. Under this power, they were as small as ants, fear spread, and they could not stop the fear. It's not that they think, it's that the soul is simply out of control. Yang Lingqing's face was pale, her heart was clenched, and she held her jade hands tightly. She didn't want her son to be hurt by others because of her. His eyes were extremely worried. Finner. Mom, don't worry. Chen Fan quickly comforted her. Then, looking at the imperial seal captured above his head, he directly slapped it with his palm. Everything is happening simultaneously, very quickly. Grandma, Master is invincible. Nothing will happen to him. Don't worry. Bai Fengyao held Yang Lingqing's arm to comfort her. It can be said that she was born with social skills and was very familiar with it. It is said in the book that in Master's situation, the force will definitely be pulled high but not low. It will cover the top of the head. The disciples were only responsible for applauding, which made me feel relieved. Ling Qingcheng, it seems that I am the daughter-in-law. Hurry up and comfort Yang Lingqing, she absolutely trusts the Great Emperor husband. The husband of the Great Emperor is a reincarnation strongman who awakens the memory of his past life. Chen Fan's face was cold. He had already expected that he would alarm the top experts in Taishu State, but he was not without any means of dealing with it. Now that I'm here, I don't even want to avoid it. If you want my star battleship and the Emperor's unicorn, it depends on whether you have the ability. A terrifying palm print was struck. A human hand was extremely small, but it could evolve into the form of a giant palm that filled the sky, competing with the sky. Then roared away. Time and space began to break, and everything became longer. It shows two big guys fighting up and down. This scene is shocking. Hard work. The two ancestors of the Yang family are completely convinced. They don't know Chen Fan's situation, but this Jushuan Great Emperor is a veteran Emperor realm powerhouse. How can it be simple after it has existed for endless years? But when you encounter young and energetic people, you can only do it if you don't accept it. I admire you. And they are completely unable to intervene in such an existential battle, otherwise they will think that they have a long life. Humph, what a loud tone. The voice of the Jushuan Great Emperor came from the space, and the rumble exploded in everyone's ears. He did not recognize Chen Fan. He came here because he sensed the presence of a strong Emperor realm aura, and he did not want to offend other great emperors and avoid losing more than the gain. However, I never expected that there would be an ancient divine beast. It is still an emperor beast level unicorn, which is worthy of his action. Because the ancient beast can grow to the realm of rumors. Even if it is a great emperor, everyone will be tempted. Chen Fan is only the emperor realm 2nd layer. He looks young, but he is the emperor realm 4th layer. How can he be afraid? Yunlin Fang Yuehua and Mo Qingyun were both pretty and worried, but at such a level, there was no way they could intervene. Yang Zan himself was disabled, so why should he be afraid? Seeing that he was about to collide, he quickly stood up and faced the sky. Juzan Great Emperor, calm down. My grandson is young and vigorous, please forgive me. Chen Fan has already been offended, so why not use a little bit of the Yang family's position to lobby for Chen Fan to hand over his things? After all, saving his life is the most important thing. Chen Fan will also forget about it and thank the Yang family for coming forward. Even if it's just guilt for my daughter, I'll learn from every experience. Of course, he doesn't think that Chen Fan is the opponent of the Jushuan Great Emperor. There is no need to risk his life. That's the jealous talent. As soon as these words came out, everyone understood what Yang Zan meant, the pattern, the head of the big pattern family. However, things changed in the ears of the Jushuan Great Emperor, Yang Zan's grandson. Roll, are you showing off? Or insulting? This great emperor has lived for many thousands of years, and you tell me that he is your grandson. Fart, you don't have to find such a ridiculous reason to play with me even if you want to be let go. It's just asking for death. Press down with one palm. Everyone was stunned by the shouting, and Yang Zan was also stunned by the shouting. I was right, oops. Chen Fan, quickly hand over the imperial weapon and imperial beast. Otherwise you will lose your life. I dare not remind a grandson of the great emperor with these words. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Chen Fan and Jushuan Great Emperor faced each other directly. A crash. Everything happens in one breath, but it is extremely long. It's over, it's too late. Yang Zan knew that once they fight, they will lose control. If Chen Fan doesn't stop the Jushuan Great Emperor, that would be the wisest choice to save his life. This is the result of being inferior to others. Everyone held their breath, the world was in turmoil, and the souls affected by the power were unstable, as if they had gone through hell. The space above his head was filled with broken tracks, and nothing could be seen clearly. There were only two giants fighting over each other. What happened? How is the result? But with their level, they can't even understand it. Supreme Bone. Innate Supreme Body, who are you? The expression of the Jushuan Great Emperor hidden in the void changed drastically. His voice was extremely horrifying. In one palm match, the Emperor Realm 2nd layer is completely worthy of his Emperor Realm 4th layer. Just after he finished speaking, he saw Chen Fan's eyes flashing with extraordinary energy, ancient dual pupils. Beginning to be afraid. This is tantamount to narrowing the cultivation gap between Chen Fan and him, not to mention that the Emperor Qilin has not yet moved. The next moment, his strength collapsed and collapsed. He lost in a contest of strength. But Chen Fan didn't say anything, and directly used the heavenly law of order to compile the order of space. In addition to cultivation, it can be crushed in all directions. With the supreme bone and supreme blood, the physical body is not afraid of hardness at all, not to mention the chaos Tao body, which is as powerful as chaos and as the most primitive physical strength. Coupled with the baptism of a pool of Pengu's blood, his combat effectiveness is far greater than before. One slap, creating a new world. Fortunately, he broke through to the Emperor Realm 2nd layer, otherwise, it would not have been so easy. Then, Chen Fan's figure disappeared and entered the tearing space. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Jushuan Great Emperor was defeated now. It was obviously because the Great Emperor above was destroyed. Incredible. So scary. Wait, what did Jushuan Great Emperor say just now? Supreme Bone. Ancient dual pupils. Yang Zan was completely stunned. Jushuan Great Emperor was defeated. Original, ugly, gee. Wait, this is just the first move, how could I be a clown? Supreme Bone, Ancient dual pupils. and then directly broke through the defense. Even so, Chen Fan can definitely be regarded as the unparalleled great emperor. The disciples of the Yang family took a deep breath. At the same age, why can we only watch here and not fight? Look, the young master of the Chen family, the great emperor, has gone up to the void, the other party has come down. There was silence. No one could spot the Jushuan great emperor from beginning to end, but at this moment, he was forcefully pulled out of the space by Chen Fan. There was a bang. The body of the Jushuan great emperor hit the ground heavily, causing thousands of miles of turmoil. At the same time, Chen Fan stepped through the void and came. Emperor Qilin. Without saying a word, he released the Qilin for a last-ditch attack. Able to fight in groups, never fight alone, a stable group. On the battleship, Bai Fengyao was ecstatic when she saw this under her phoenix eyes. The master had won. Bang bang bang, applause rang out for the master, which made her grandmother feel at ease. When the Emperor Qilin heard his master's words, he pounced directly towards the Jushuan great emperor that had just fallen. During the speeding process, the body began to expand infinitely, and it instantly stood up against the sky and the ground. It was like a mountain of meteorites falling from the sky, and it was possessed by Qilin fire. As an imperial beast, it can naturally become larger or smaller at will. The monstrous beast descends, its terrifying claws are unparalleled in sharpness, its bloodthirsty cold light flashes, and it is majestic. Who is this, so dazzling? No one could see clearly or dare to look. There was endless dust flying all around, not to mention the dazzling light. They could not avoid it and could not protect themselves. It just felt like after the Jushuan great emperor was pulled out of the void by Chen Fan, it seemed to hit the ground directly, and then a huge thing rushed over with a whoosh. On the other hand, the Jushuan great emperor was stunned at this time. Once upon a time, a majestic great emperor could be so embarrassed. Being thrown out by a humanoid tyrannosaurus. It was so obviously embarrassing. This technique is weird. Could it be the power of law? You must know that the laws of heaven and earth are extremely difficult to control. He has not yet mastered the power of law, otherwise he would be able to rank among the top great emperors. As Chen Fan's opponent, he has a deep understanding that it is almost equivalent to Chen Fan having the final say, and everything that binds him is indeed somewhat similar. But how is it possible? Not to mention, under Chen Fan's ancient dual pupils, all his offensive and defensive trajectories cannot escape Chen Fan's perception. That is full of flaws. He was obviously completely overpowered. In terms of the quality of his skills, he was completely crushed. The advantage of his cultivation was gone. Incredible. Not good. Then he noticed that the Emperor Qilin was coming, and he immediately thought of retreating and ran away. The main thing is that he is not good at close combat, otherwise he would not have chosen to use the Divine Soul Release Emperor Palm to test Chen Fan in the void space for the first time. Coincidentally, Chen Fan is very good at it. And the incredible Supreme Bone is just the icing on the cake, and he will do it if he doesn't accept it. This was one of the reasons why he was quickly forced to appear and was defeated. Now, the ancient mythical beast Qilin wants to fight him in close combat. With his current state, he will not be an opponent at all. 9 mysterious souls escape. How could he care about the dignity of the great emperor? He ran away directly, and his figure instantly disappeared on the spot. It seemed that there was no trace left. Boom! The Emperor Qilin jumped into the air, but the ground shook and large areas of land sunk. At the same time, from an unknown location, the voice of the Jushuan great emperor came. I, Jushuan Holy Land, have recorded this matter. He snorted coldly. It would not be easy for Chen Fan to kill him. He is a great emperor and is leaving, who can stop him? If you eat nothing today, you will definitely get it all back tomorrow. After I control the law. Everyone couldn't see anything clearly, but when they heard the voice, they were shocked. The Jushuan great emperor actually ran away. Chen Fan, standing in the sky looking down at all living beings, was waiting for this moment. A great emperor will not fall so easily. Moreover, the Jushuan great emperor's melee combat ability is mediocre. He is good at the way of the soul. This escape method seems to be related to the soul. But under his dual pupils, there is still nothing to hide. Instantly lock in one direction. Without saying anything, he took action directly. Supreme Bone, mixed with Primordial Spirit Emperor Palm. What a heck you remember. Now that you're here, just stay. I'm afraid that if Jushuan Great Emperor doesn't escape, otherwise he will hurt many innocent people with this god-level force. The terrifying palm prints cover the sky and the sun. The imperial power leaked, and the space buzzed. Chen Fan was surrounded by golden light, the blood of Supreme was flowing, and he could be called Supreme's palm. Bai Fengyao's eyes lit up on the battleship. Master has enlarged his moves. I'll just say it. Huh. While Yang Lingqiang was relaxing, he thought this girl's words were very interesting. But my son is so strong. My parents are so useless and I want to cry. When everyone else saw this, they didn't know why. Is this just for shooting? We really can't see the boss's world. Yang Zan's face changed wildly. Chen Fan actually defeated the Jushuan Great Emperor. The Jushuan Great Emperor could only run away. If it hadn't happened in front of them, who would have dared to believe it? Thinking about what I said before makes my face feel hot and painful. I am a clown. Grandson, stop. He quickly stopped and played the emotional card. After all, what happened before has passed. But now that he has offended Jushuan Holy Land and Chen Fan has run away again, what should the Yang family do? Is it really going to be a big housewarming? Then he will have to cry and faint in the toilet. Although he couldn't see it, Chen Fan must have locked the position of the Jushuan Great Emperor when he took action. However, it was no use. Chen Fan ignored him. Jushuan Great Emperor heard, grandson. He really is a grandson. How old is he? The grandson of the Great Emperor level is making trouble, vomiting blood. It is simply unbelievable. How could such a perverted monster exist? Then he noticed the terrifying aura coming from behind him, and he turned pale with horror. How is it possible? What a divine ability this is. Although the 9 mysterious soul escape is powerful, under such a terrifying range, the soul cannot escape at all. This divine ability is as powerful as Chen Fan's technique and is simply terrifying. That means completely suppressing him. There is also physical strength, and he can detect the terrifying aura carried by this palm print, which seems to be an extremely ancient and primitive power of chaos. It can be said that he has the palm of the Supreme. How can he resist the tough attack? Ah! The next moment, the painful howl of the Jushuan Great Emperor came from the space. Everyone's scalp was numb and their backs were cold. It was so scary. This was because the power of the Holy Realm was gone, and everyone had to be beaten when the Great Emperor came. Anyway, whoever comes here can only be beaten. Death. Chen Fan showed no mercy. What did Yang Zan say have to do with me? Don't kill me, don't. The Jushuan Great Emperor was completely scared. He had no intention of confronting Chen Fan head-on with this imperial palm, but now he couldn't run away. Despair and fear, he came to snatch the ancient divine beast Qilin, but he didn't want to die here. He was not willing to die, he was afraid of death. Heartbreaking. Let me go, I am willing to be a slave. Ah. Boom. So they had to discuss it. In one breath, Chen Fan chased down the Great Emperor for dozens of miles and completely obliterated the spirit of the 9 Zan Great Emperor who escaped. The voice of the Jushuan Great Emperor suddenly stopped and disappeared. And the primordial spirit Emperor Palm turned into little fireflies and began to disappear. A generation of Great Emperor fell here just like this. Death. Naturally, Chen Fan would not believe what the Jushuan Great Emperor said. Sometimes, even his own people could not believe it, let alone an outsider, especially the more powerful the enemy. And even if the Jushuan Great Emperor truly surrenders, it does not comply with his rules. He was not happy. Quiet. Extremely quiet. As the voice of the Jushuan Great Emperor dissipated, the air became extremely quiet. Dead, dead. Everyone was immediately numb, thinking that Chen Fan was just an ordinary Great Emperor and that it was easy to beat them, the Yang family, and that was normal. I never thought that when the Jushuan Great Emperor came, everyone would have to leave their lives behind. It was so terrifying. The Great Emperor, the overlord of a generation, fell like this. Even if he was willing to give up his status and beg to be spared and become a slave, he couldn't even run away. The battle of the Great Emperor, which is so shocking and rarely heard of in the world, is happening before our eyes. Although they didn't understand it from beginning to end. Then, they all looked at the young figure who was young and heroic, but seemed to be one with the way of heaven. He was accompanied by the ancient mythical beast Qilin, and looked arrogant. His aura overlooking all things could not hide his domineering power. 4 words welled up in my heart. eternally unparalleled. Admire, admire, worship, and gather together. The Yang family had forgotten about Leonor taking the blame. The main thing is that as people of the same age, we are still working part-time, but you are beating up the great emperor. Hissing and gasping for air. I looked at Yang Zhan again, the head of the family. The situation is getting smaller, the situation is getting smaller. But it is also destined that the Yang family has missed the biggest support in history, from the eldest lady's husband's family. Sigh. Glory does not belong to the Yang family. Yang Zhan was stunned and it was too late to say anything. A bitter look on his face. All the 9 Zhan great emperors died here. The stronger the grandson is, the more uncomfortable it will be. It's not that you can't see it, it's just that there is no regret pill that can be refined for what you missed in front of your eyes. Everything starts with a grandson of the great emperor who is far away from home. It starts with offending his own daughter. On the other hand, the Chen family on the battleship were beaming with joy. The feeling of the rest of their lives after the disaster was only joy and smiles. Mom, let's go home. Chen Fan jumped up. Seeing the huge battleship disappear in an instant, the Yang family's children finally came to their senses. He looked at the endless ruins around him again. Quote. The happiness of monks and monks are not the same, right? Everything seemed to happen very quickly and could be described as thunderous. The entire Weiyang region is in turmoil. The weak people did not dare to get close to the noise coming from the Yang family. They only knew that something big had happened to the Yang family. It can be said that the sky is dark and the earth is dark, and the aura is terrifying. Several powerful people who supported the Yang family fell, and their life cards were shattered. They immediately sent people to investigate, but after arriving at the Yang family was gone. I don't know who I offended. It can be said that the loss was in vain. After learning that the Jushuan great emperors had all died here, they began to rejoice. Fortunately, the loss was not big, just a strong man in the Holy Realm. In the entire Taishu prefecture, there are hundreds of realms, and there are only a few people who can detect the battle of emperor power, and all of them are powerful emperor realm. They didn't know what happened in Weiyang territory, but it seemed that there was a lot of movement. And the life card of the Jushuan great emperor was shattered, and the entire Jushuan Holy Land fell into fear. The great emperor actually fell outside. Incredible. The luck of the Holy Land plummeted. White Emperor State, Tianyuan Domain, Chen family. Now a group of people came. They are the joint force of the masters of the major cities. They are not considered a force in the Tianyuan territory, nor do they belong to any local force in the Tianyuan territory. Among them are the strong men stationed by the sovereign clan, and some city lords who have been won over by the sovereign clan. In just these few days, the Chen family was able to summon the Luoyan sect, the largest sect in the Tianyuan domain, to quickly wipe out the entire Jang family with the power of thunder. It can be said to be terrible and heartless. They didn't even react, and it was too late when they learned the news. The city lords who have the bloodline of the branch of the Jang family do know a little bit about it, but Luo Yunzong obviously has a plan. They specially brought the Holy Realm experts to their city, completely ignoring them, the city lords, and caught them off guard. Carefully wipe out the Jang family branch bloodline. They were so arrogant that they could only watch the city under their jurisdiction become bloody. The fall of the Jang family also caused a loss of profits to the city, that is, various industries collapsed and disappeared. Moreover, in these days, the entire Saint-grade forces in the Tianyuan domain were taken over by an unknown strong man. It can be said to be extremely arrogant. But even so, all the major Saint-grade forces expressed their surrender. See you soon. Then this arrogance can be transformed into another word, which is really shameful. Going to the door in person can be said to have given the major forces face, and they can freely absorb auxiliary forces and strengthen themselves. They didn't know who such a mysterious strong man was, but judging from various reasons, there was no doubt that it was the Chen family. But no matter how they asked, all the Saint-grade forces would change their minds and would not dare to tell them at all. It can be seen that the intention of this mysterious strong man is to use the major Saint-grade forces to check and balance the masters of their major cities. But with their backing to the great Xia sovereign clan, they naturally couldn't just watch such a huge turmoil occur in the Tianyuan territory under their jurisdiction. It's not that they don't want another family to rise. Family disputes will always be there. What they are afraid of is the family that is out of control. At least the Jang family, which has always been the largest family in Tianyuan territory, has never dared to make such a mistake. The Chen family, which seems small and has no property, has such a sudden thunderous momentum, shows its sharp edge, has huge energy, and absorbs all major forces, and is already on the verge of getting out of control. The largest city in Tianyuan territory, the Lord of Tianyuan City looked solemnly. He is one of the strong men stationed in the sovereign clan, and he looks like a middle-aged man. Here, the spiritual energy fluctuations are extremely strong and rare. It seems that the source of the turmoil in the entire White Emperor state was here. Stupid. Earlier, the entire White Emperor state could be said to have been swept by a strange phenomenon from heaven and earth. Unexpectedly, the source was in their Tianyuan territory. I couldn't detect it under my nose. Of course, their strength does not allow it. Unless the forces at the pinnacle of the Holy Realm or the Emperor Realm can sense it, it is difficult for ordinary Holy Realm powerhouses like them to determine the source. Lord Tianyuan City, something happened here. The city changed hands. It's normal that the news didn't spread. An old man said. The Lord of Tianyuan City is very serious. It is his responsibility to cause a catastrophe, otherwise he might be strangled in the cradle. It won't be too out of control. The Lord of Shanha City's eyes flickered. This Chen family seems to be extraordinary. I don't know who they are, but they have such huge energy. In just a few days, under their sovereign clan's nose, the Chen family almost confiscated the entire Tianyuan territory, which is really shocking. Could it be the birth of a powerful emperor realm? Someone speculated. As soon as these words came out, there was silence. They all also thought that with such terrifying energy, who except the mighty emperor realm could achieve it so easily? But it's not determined yet, everything is unknown. But the top insiders of those affiliated forces dare not reveal anything at all, and they are obviously affiliated with the Chen family. The Lord of Tianyuan City snorted coldly. Even the powerful emperor realm can't anger me, Great Sha sovereign clan. They are backed by the Great Sha sovereign clan. Although they are not very good, their background is also a kind of strength. The Great Sha sovereign clan possesses many emperor realm powers and is the top power in the entire ancient continent. How can it be feared? Moreover, this incident made him extremely angry. Because, out of control. Then he ordered, go, arrest someone and ask. Although the Chen family seems empty now, they don't dare to be careless. The other city lords remained silent. They knew that although the other party might be very strong, if they kept silent and disturbed the entire Tianyuan territory, the Tianyuan city lord would be a little shocked. Soon, a soldier captured a commoner. Tell me, who are the people in this Chen family? This old man had never seen such a battle before, and he was so frightened. Sir, I don't know. We only know that the aura here is rich, and the ancestor of the Chen family took control of Lengya City a few days ago. Ancestor. Tianyuan City Lord frowned. Ordinary people seemed to be unable to ask anything. But he believed that seeing was believing, so he shot out a burst of spiritual power and directly searched for the soul. Results came soon. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.